Guess who?
Well, they're not on AB time today, huh? And I'm not either. I was looking for some material to. Thought I was gonna have to entertain you guys for 20 minutes before they walked in. Right? I think I have here 10:32 Eastern time, and I see that Baldwin posture. They went off camera. Um, so it might give me time to do what I was gonna do. We'll see. We probably have some people joining us. One bloated attorney from Garden City might come on board. No, I'm just kidding. We haven't made the call yet, but that would be great if Dominic Barbara could be on here. I used to represent Alec. I used to represent Alec. Nobody knows that. You know he would say that. Morning fine chug, A. Smith. He's taking a whiz. That's not very ladylike, Sarah. You know I have my Raleigh Martin PJR right here. Frank the Tank, welcome. Fired in the fatal wound. Oh God, Alec Baldwin's obsessed with Kennedy, as you know, it's his idol. He originally wanted to be Kennedy. Went to George Washington University and the whole thing. He then became a busboy at Studio 54. I did whatever it took to get in the business. I was a busboy at Studio 54 for about 6 months in 1981, and boy, it was fun. I stopped drinking about 1984. Yeah, he claims to have been sober for since like the mid to late 80s, which I don't understand. I mean, he's so many other. This is a guy who blames the alcohol is the least of your problems. Maybe it'll help. Maybe I don't know how he interacts in his circles and doesn't drink. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. Oh, smoking's okay, but drinking's not. If you run by any uh 12-step rehab center or wherever they hold these meetings, you on the ground is invariably 8,000 cigarette butts and coffee cups filling 10 trash cans. It's always that. Always. I'm not solo, Frank the Tank. I mean, I am the second, but people will be joining. I sent an email out telling everybody they could stroll in. Whatever. It's a big commitment. It really is. I don't think I mean I had all those depth flashbacks yesterday. I was like, it all came back to me. I'm looking for Jennifer Gray's book here, chapter 16. She has parts and chapters. It's not necessary, honey. Just put chapters. It's more confusing. She has the chapter that says who Jew you think you are. So I think it's her trying to overcome what she perceives as anti-Semitism in the business. It's hard to say with Hollywood because it's so Jewish. I don't know if there's a more inclusive business. Obviously, cronyism and nepotism play a part, but if you're Jewish, I don't know if there's a more inclusive business in Hollywood. Although I sent David a story I found about Danny Elfman, the composer from the Tim Burton movies. We were talking about Tim Burton and how he has no black people in his movies ever. And Danny Elfman had this huge. I don't, it's always statutory rape. It's always the same thing. It's disgusting. TMZ broke the article. Maybe I could find it. I don't want to tease it. I'm looking for Jennifer Gray's passage here. It's really hard to multitask. When you do this, if your eye's not on the prize, it's very difficult to go being research guy when you're trying to speak to this, and especially when I'm not a morning person, and these are the first words I've spoken. It's Danny Elfman. This should be easy to find though. This isn't. Um, Here it is. He is a disturbing looking creature too. Danny Elfman, everyone, as you might know, I think he's the most famous composer after David in all of man, I'm out of it. You guys with me? I think I did I come back in? Okay, I think you hear me right. You guys see this? I hope. You see that? You see during the Depp trial, lawyers have gone, do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that? Okay. You do hear me, right? Okay, good. This is Danny Elfman, composer for Tim Burton. Danny Elfman sued Seaman Martini denial is defamation. I'm no liar. Danny Elfman, a famous film composer, is being sued by a woman accusing him of serving a martini glass filled with semen. She says his public denial paints her as a liar, and she insists it actually happened. According to a new lawsuit obtained by TMZ, Nomi Abedi is suing Elfman for defamation. She said he lied about her in Rolling Stone in a Rolling Stone article where he and his reps denied he engaged in a sexual misconduct towards her. In the suit filed by Eric George, Nomi says Danny invited her over to his studio in 2016 and placed a martini glass filled with an off-white substance in front of her. She says she sat in silence, terrified, gagging from a putrid smell coming from it. It was semen. To break the ice, Nomi claims Danny made a comment about Donald Trump she responded by expressing her support for Bernie Sanders. Danny told her, "We can't have a Jew running our country." He was in a band called Oingo Boingo, by the way. There he is there. Danny, the lead singer. I thought he was Jewish. Elfman's usually a Jewish name. Danny, the lead singer for the new wave band Oingo Boingo, denied the Martini claim in a Rolling Stone article about him settling a sexual harassment allegation with Nomi for $830,000. His rep told the magazine the substance in the martini glass was moisturizing cream Cetaphil. Why would you even? That's the dumbest lie in the world. Oh, who would put Cetaphil? It's not dry vermouth. It's fucking Cetaphil. In the suit, Danny denying her claims that he masturbated in front of her multiple times. It's like a Louis C.K. deal. Touched her inappropriately, amounts of defamation. She says those things absolutely did happen. And she says his lying about it has hurt her career and caused her health to suffer. Nomi's going after Danny for more damages. Wow. Um, Elfman, um, yeah, great. Right, thanks, Sarah. Great story in the morning. Great. I'm actually slurping coffee right now. I don't know why you'd make that up. I don't know why you make that up. I mean, here we're gonna go. She's gonna have it tested, right? This is like a pregnancy deal or a rape deal where you have to, unless she saved it. I don't know. You could say anything. I mean, assuming how she would think it's that. He's pretty vile as it is. He settled. Isn't settling kind of a tacit admission to guilt? You're just not. You're just not confident in anything. We would actually we were going after Baldwin yesterday for not settling, and okay, the trial still. I he and his G Canada. Welcome, sir.
Hey, buddy.
You blew my intro.
Oh, sorry, man. What
Hey,
did I
no,
right on?
do not worry. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. I was gonna do the thing where I'm pretending that I'm in the middle of a conversation, and I was gonna make this thing that you didn't know. It's actually funnier me deconstructing how stupid it is. You didn't know the black population per province, and I was gonna, say, "Oh, how dare you um, make fun of my geography or lack thereof when you don't know the black population per province?" And then I was gonna say, "I'm a mom. I'm at first at my core, I'm a man of color and a mom."
I think in Ontario it's like 3%, 3.5%. And I think in the United States overall it's about 12.2%
So Ontario is the blackest state in Canada.
province. But yeah, what is
Province.
it?
I mean province. I know province. I know that much. I know it's I know it's. I know it is.
What's the number?
Oh, you said 3%.
Was I right though?
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Oh, okay.
I have no doubt.
I thought this was some kind of a quiz or a game show. You're gonna ask me questions, and I'm gonna like
No, no, I
win a
was going to
prize or
accuse you
something.
of not being aware of. It's stupid. I was going to accuse you
Oh,
of not being aware of the black percentages and
yeah,
breakdowns,
I'll
racial
crush
break
you. I'll crush you and all that stuff, dude. I'll
in Ca-
destroy you.
in the United States or Canada.
Both.
What's the blackest city? Give me the three blackest cities in the United States.
Oh, well, I don't know that. I just know overall percentages and things like that. When you look at
Okay,
demographics as a whole.
you only know white percentages.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So Frank the Tank says Ontario is the Texas of Canada in terms of he says the blacks, like Trump. He said the blacks.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
And it was you yesterday that said to, was it Tamara Francois that those people can't swim? I thought
Yeah.
I heard. Yes, and you mean every word of it. A. Smith
And I
says,
got canceled for it. You should have heard the people calling me last night. I got 400 or 500 phone calls at the house here
yeah,
just telling me that I
Detroit.
shouldn't be
Yep.
allowed on anymore. Well, I know big cities well, Toronto's the biggest city in Canada. I mean, it's the third largest city in North America overall. Probably a lot of Americans don't realize that, but it's bigger than Chicago. So, we have a diverse population for sure.
JOR has a very original answer here. Like A. Smith says, Detroit and Atlanta, and those are all true. Cleveland's actually very black too. But like something like Gary, Indiana, like that kind of thing, or Flint, Michigan. Those are some like you wouldn't think of them as a major city,
Well,
but
I'm always surprised that these cities have such high. I heard Memphis, Tennessee had like an 80% black population,
oh
but
yeah,
then
yeah,
the
yeah,
but then the overall population of black people in the states is only 12%. So I'm
yeah.
wondering, like it seems a little odd. I guess maybe more black people live in the cities and
I
white
always
people
wonder
live
that.
more rural.
I always wonder that, and it's also like politically, like say New York, right? New York City is staggeringly blue, like
Yeah,
ridiculously blue.
yeah,
Long Island, where I'm from, is actually red.
really.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm from a town that's like 90 something percent red, and I'm all blue, like ridiculously blue.
I didn't
And
know that.
yeah, it was my cousin or nephew, my cousin told me, he goes, Long Island's red, right? I'm like, we're both from he's from Holbrook, which is a very red town, and almost as red as my town, even close. And we're both like very blue. And he lives in Burbank now, California, and he's like, "Did you know Long Island's red?" I'm like, "What?" So I looked it up, and he was right. Like, it's not a ton more, but it is more. There's this thing called Rockaway Beach, and it's like Copland. It's like MAGA country. It's like nothing but cops and firemen, and they're all Irish and white and shit, and it's like it's Copland. Suffolk is very
So
red, says John O'Reilly. He knows Long Island.
So, do all those guys commute into New York City every day to work? Is
Not
that
all.
possible
It
from where
used to
you
be
are?
more. That's a great question. It used to be more. The Long Island Railroad thrives on that, and it's got this like a commuter passes and stuff, and it goes up and up all the time. That one of the good things about COVID is they realized that you could work from home, and some of these jobs are just so unnecessary to go into the office. Like it's so stupid. Like you could do everything from home, and some of them got to do that and continued to do it. Um,
How long does it take to get in on the train from where you are? Like an hour each
when
way,
I
or
was that's close. So when I was a kid, we used to go in there to shop and fool around and break balls in my teens, and it took us an hour and 20 minutes with a switch at like Babylon or Jamaica. The closer you get, like the more west you go on Long Island, the closer you are to the city. So like somewhere like where, say, Howard lives in when he used to live in. Let me give you a better one than that. Well, yeah, I'll do Howard's original home, Rockville Center. It's like 15 minutes to Manhattan.
you mean where his parents lived?
That's where he lived. Yes, his parents with him, obviously. That's where he went to high school. He didn't go to high school in Roosevelt. Roosevelt's probably 2 miles uh, north of that,
So
of Rockville
Howard's
Center.
dad only needed a 15-minute commute to come
It's
into.
not, yeah, but I mean, there's traffic and shit. But Rockville Center is about as close to New York City to be on Long Island as you can get.
So you're about as far away from New York City as I am from Toronto. You're about
Yeah.
50, 60 miles, somewhere
Yes,
around there.
exactly right. 50.
Yeah,
It's
and it can take like
50
12
months.
hours to get there,
So,
if you're
well, yeah,
driving.
right.
Yeah, okay.
And so, but New York State is blue. Upstate New York, I think people consider that red, but it's because of New York City that the whole state is always blue in elections.
Yeah, I had absolutely no idea that anywhere out there was a Republican stronghold. I had no idea. And the weird part is, you say blue and red. We have the exact opposite in Canada. We have liberals and we have conservatives, same thing as you have, but they go by the reverse colors.
Right.
So when you're saying blue and red, it kind of confuses me, and I have to remember you're the exact opposite of what we are,
Oh,
which
okay, okay.
I
Thank you.
don't
Yes,
understand at all. Like it makes no sense at all why they would have done it that way in the state. But I guess back then you guys were still mad after we kicked your asses in 1812,
I'm
so
not
they had
mad.
to do something.
I'm
They
not
had
mad. I was
well,
rooting for Canada.
we
I'm
burnt
not
down
mad.
your White House. Why do you think they
I'm
call it the
fine.
White House? You do
I'm
know that,
fine.
right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You know that's why they call it the White House, because a bunch of Canadians came and burnt it down.
You hear the article I just read? It's called the Off White House now. Thanks to Danny Elfman.
That's
Fuji Vice, that's Brendan's from my he knows the
yeah.
landscape. He says the highest percentage of Trump voters in New York State. And I was right. And my cousin kind of apprised me of this too. And I knew this because but he knows well. By district, the top two percentages: Rockaway Beach and Breezy Point. That's what I called Copland. That's just what I just so that is a fact. And all
You
it
are
is
you are a giant libtard, aren't you? You
yeah,
just
but I mean
hate living
I
up there
own
with
it.
all
I own it. It's not like I'm against the death penalty, right? I mean, I do believe,
see
pedophiles should be gassed in
see,
the whole
that's the
thing.
thing. Most people are somewhere in the middle. I mean, I would call you more of a centralist, and we all lean one way or the other.
Just
But
because I
there's
believe in the death penalty,
no. I'm just saying. I don't think you're a ultra left libtard. Like we're
I'm pretty
all
close.
I think, I hear you talk. I hear your point of views on stuff, and yeah, even just the death penalty thing kind of puts you more. But it means you're open to other people's views. You'll listen to other people's views. See, libtards and MAGA, they don't listen to anything else. It's
Right,
all them, and everybody else is wrong. They couldn't sit down and have a nuanced conversation with somebody about any subject because their minds are so made up that you're wrong before they sit
right.
down. They can't hear you. They
I
cannot
guess I
hear you.
I do listen. You're right. I do listen. You're right. I do
And
listen.
if you're up to listening to somebody else's point of view, then you're not one of those 10% on each side. And they're just complete nut jobs. They're the 10% on each side are the lunatics. They're the, LGBTQ for Palestine on one side, where if any of them went to Palestine, they'd be thrown off the nearest building. And then you got the MAGAs on the other side, who are trying to take away abortion
So
rights for women and stuff. Like, it's nuts either way.
sociopaths.
Yeah.
Usually sociopaths. Usually selfish. Get off my lawn. Me, me,
Yeah.
me. My
Yep.
property. Sociopaths. Right.
Yep.
Only you're right. I mean, I listen. That's for sure. I'm just right now. I'm trying to find this because you'll love this. I know you know the story. Maybe you don't know the story about Matthew Broderick killing two people in Ireland.
I did not know it before you talked about it on Gunk. I mean,
It should get way more attention than it does.
most of the um, you know, pop culture stuff that I know of, I learned from you on Gunk. There's no other way
Oh,
around it.
that's a great compliment.
I didn't know anything, so whatever you guys have talked about for the last 5 years, I guess, since probably just around the beginning of COVID is when I got my first YouTube account so I could watch big boy videos. I was
Um,
bored and it was the beginning of COVID and I got it so I could watch Radio Gunk specifically.
that's a great compliment. Oh, God damn, I'm looking for. I just showed a picture of him. I got this scroll here, and it's so erratic. It doesn't. I can't go down like a paragraph. It has to go a whole. Okay, tell me if you see this. Shit. I don't know if I have time to fool around with this.
Have you ever been to Ireland? It's an
No,
amazing
no, my
place,
sister
man.
has. Oh,
It's an
here we go.
amazing place.
I'm gonna the volume's up here. Let's see what they do. No, keep going. I'm not gonna put the article up.
Yeah,
It's too high
I mean,
maintenance to
I
click
went
off of it.
to I went to Ireland years and years ago, but it was just unbelievable. You never feel like you're more at home. We stayed in this cottage that hundreds of years, you could call it a cottage, but it's like a mansion in the country. It had a thatched roof on it still. It was
Yep.
part of the whatever historical registry of houses that still have grass roofs on them. And it was, basically a mansion, and it was overlooking the Mourne Mountains, and you could smell the ocean. You could see the ocean from there. And I just happened to go on a year where every day, and it was springtime, every day, it didn't rain at all. And it was like 75 degrees every day, perfect weather. It was unbelievable. We did the whole east coast of the country from Dublin to Belfast and up to uh, Giant's Causeway, where I sprained my ankle, which was fun because I was driving the standard car. And
I hate stick
all
shift.
Oh, I love it. Are you
You
crazy? I
do not.
love
Have
it.
you ever been in like traffic with it
Traffic with it. I
and
used
tried
to
to drink
drive I used to
coffee while you?
drive drove trucks for years.
So if you
Traffic with
injure
it, of
your right
course.
hand, you can't drive. If you do anything to your right hand, you can't drive. If you
Yeah.
do anything to your foot, you can't drive.
Yeah. Well, I was driving the rental car without a clutch pretty much because I sprained my left
It's
ankle.
There's like gearheads who love the control, like it feels like you're playing a video game, but it's so stupid.
I
It's
love
so
it.
stupid. I can't
I
believe they even
love it.
make them anymore. Have you ever been
But
on a hill? Have you ever been on like
I was
stopped at a hill at a light?
buddy, I don't
Wait,
roll back. Are you kidding me? It's called control.
any
You have
idiot
to
can
be in
roll.
control.
Anybody can roll back. So you
No,
have.
I've never rolled back in my entire life,
It's
and I
too
learned
much
on a car
pressure. It's too
without a
much pressure.
handbrake.
You
I learned on a
can't
car
brag about
without a
that. It's
handbrake.
too much pressure. You should not have to be rolling back.
You just
It
put
is
it
the
into
dumbest
first.
concept.
You
Yeah, I
just
can
put it
do
into
it,
first as you're rolling up to the stop, and you
but you're
slip your foot off the
terrified.
clutch a little
Then
bit.
you
No, you're
then
not.
you can stall. Then you can stall if you don't gear
Stall
if you
what? I've never
if you
stalled in
don't.
my entire
I
life.
don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Never.
There's no way you didn't stall. I don't believe you when you didn't stall. There's you if you don't shift perfectly, you stall.
Oh God.
I don't believe you did. You haven't stalled. I believe
I
you're
can
good at
take
it.
you out,
I don't believe you haven't stalled.
and except for stopping, I can drive the car completely without a clutch and gear up and gear down all the way without a
It
clutch.
is
Just
so
matching
stupid.
engine revs. Did
You
you
never
even know you
injured your
can
right
do that?
hand? You ever injured your right hand jerking
My
off to
right hand is completely
Mayor of
messed up for the
Kingstown?
rest of my life, which is why
So you can't
which
drive a stick shift.
which is why I don't drive a truck
Of
anymore.
course. Of course.
Yeah,
That's why it's not practical. And that's why
can't
they
shoot
don't
a
make them anymore.
basketball, can't shoot a truck, can't drive a truck anymore, but
See, if you were a kid, that would make you work on your opposite hand.
oh, I can do all kinds of things. I can write with my left.
I'm
Like
not ambidextrous. I cannot. I played, and Brendan will attest to this. I played basketball every minute of every day, and I couldn't have worked harder on my game. And I just do not have an opposite. I can't do it. There's something wrong with the right side of my body or brain that I cannot power dribble with my right
But
hand.
wait, you're left-handed?
Yeah, I'm lefty,
Oh, go figure. Yeah, okay.
and I
That
just
makes
can't
sense.
do it. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't go right. I've
Yeah,
tried. I can play the post. I can like shoot post up moves and stuff with my little stuff, but I cannot power dribble. I can't do it when it counts. Like I
what
can't.
position did you play? I think you
I
told me
played
before, but I
power
don't
like a
remember.
very small power forward because
How
it's
tall
my
are you?
favorite.
6'4"?
6 foot, 6 foot,
And you're
barely six
playing
foot.
power forward at 6 foot?
I was smaller then. I think I'm tall. I'm taller now. I think I'm an inch or two taller now.
I was
I
playing
think I was
point
only.
guard at 6
Yeah,
foot.
we had too many good guards though.
Yeah,
So in order to play, you have to play another position.
I hear you.
The guards were too strong. Like the guard on my team was the best player in the history of the school.
Really.
So you weren't going to get minutes
Yeah,
at his position.
we had some great basketball teams at my school back then, like some all Ontario finalists and that for sure. So
Wow.
I was not on that team. That was like 2 years ahead of me, and they were great for a long time. And of course, they had jackets and everything. All Ontario finalists or whatever. And you'd always look at them and be like, "Oh, you bastards!" We were
John
never as
John
good. We
O'Reilly.
kind of coughed it up.
John O'Reilly ironically says that Rockaway is the white man welfare capital at the same time, and that's considered Copland. That's where all the highest percentage of Trump voters are. It's always that, right?
So I guess
It's
it's like here. It's a lot easier to live nicely where you guys are, like an hour outside of the big city. You know, everybody
yeah.
lives in houses instead of, crammed into tiny apartments that are crazy
People like my
expensive.
yes. Well, it was different. My people like my parents, they were just oppressed in the tiny. They. I have no volume. Does anybody hear? I'm up. Okay, it says court will begin shortly. They're not
Yeah, there's nothing out of the
responding.
court yet. So
And so their goal was to get out of New York City, and
yeah.
ours was to go back. They were just like, "Oh, bedhead Alec, look at him, no shower." Hilaria took 4 hours in the shower and he couldn't get in. Look at that. That's bedhead.
Yeah, see, we'd always been from here. That's the difference. So you grew up like when you were born and that your parents were living in New York City and
No,
then they moved out or
no,
no?
they. I was always in Long Island. They moved years before I was born, and they established like the early days of Long Island when nobody you could get a house for $12,000. Like it was
Yeah.
just, and everybody just left New York. Now today, the best pizza makers are in Long Island. If you go to New York City, it is not the best pizza. I think anybody, and we have a lot of people from Long Island here. Long Island has way better. All the great pizza makers went east to Long Island and
Mm.
Jersey and upstate, lower upstate.
If you say so, because I've never been to that part. I've been to New York City. I've had pizza at some of the places that were considered the best back then. And I'll tell you the best pizza I've ever had is in Niagara Falls, New York.
I believe you.
And
You
it's
know, you
absolutely fantastic.
that
Called
water stuff with New York is bullshit. How it's
Oh, of
only the
course it
New York
is.
water. It's total bullshit. I've made pizza in 4 different states, and it doesn't come out any different or better in New York. I'm telling you, it's bullshit.
Yeah, and Canadian pizza is just ass rank terrible.
Well, it depends who's making it. You could
No,
just
it no,
follow a
it
YouTube
doesn't
recipe.
depend
You
on who's
you
making it.
have mozzarella,
Oh
you
my god.
have mozzarella, you have flour, you have
I've
crushed tomatoes, you have no excuse. You
I've
have
had
yeast.
this discussion with other people. For starters, okay, nobody has a stone oven that you can cook it in at
You don't need a stone
900
oven.
degrees or whatever. You do. You do.
No, you
It has to
don't.
be
No, you
cooked at
don't.
high heat. Second, Canadian cheese is terrible. I buy my cheese from either the USA or from England or whatever. I don't eat a stick, a slice, a piece of Canadian cheese because it's awful. Canadian cheese is terrible. It's the
You
worst thing
can't
on the
get
face
like
of the planet.
you can't
No,
get like
nope,
polio mozzarella in a
nope.
fucking
And not unless it's
supermarket.
imported. Not unless it's
What?
imported.
All right, I'm not moving to
Our
Canada then.
cheese is terrible, man.
I didn't know
I
that.
don't know what it is, but
Yeah,
it is horrible. We have a dairy board here that controls everything, and
a dairy
it's
board.
it's
Wow.
it's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, it goes back 100 years, and every prime minister of Canada comes from Quebec, and it's basically the Quebec Dairy Board, and they kiss their asses. And our products are way overpriced and terrible as far as milk and cheese products go.
Long Island
Terrible.
just got Long Island just got Tim Hortons probably 5 years, 5, 6 years ago.
I
I
don't eat
remember
that shit.
I was
It's disgusting.
don't they have great donuts though?
No,
That's what I
no,
heard. I thought they had great donuts. Everyone tells me that.
no, no.
No?
Their coffee is putrid. They
I
actually
heard that was good too. I thought that was good.
for years they sourced coffee from the same place and it was okay. It was actually pretty good. And something happened with the contract, and McDonald's actually came in for North America and bought out the contract, and they,
Oh
they
my
ended up
god.
scrambling, and they ended up with a way worse quality coffee, and it's terrible now. And a lot of people didn't notice the difference, but McDonald's actually has pretty good coffee. The
It's
old
all
Tim Hortons coffee.
it's all subjective. I mean, I like it strong, so I don't know if it's strong enough, but I I'm all about the pop and the buzz
Yeah.
from it. I'm not a taste. I don't know what that even means. I'm not drinking it for taste. I'm not gonna lie. It's not coffee. Does it really taste good? I don't
I
think
don't
so.
drink it. I mean, if I go to Jamaica, I'll drink coffee there. Have you ever been to Jamaica?
I have been
They
to
have what's
Queens
called
many times. We switch
nah,
there all the time.
they have what's called Blue Mountain Coffee when you go to Jamaica, and
I've seen that.
80% of the crop is sold to Japan before the
Okay.
year even starts.
How do
So
you know
they
this stuff?
oh, because I learned in Jamaica. I was in Jamaica,
Wow.
and my wife keeps saying to me, "You gotta try this coffee. I know you don't drink coffee, but you gotta try it. You gotta try it first couple days." So I'm finally like, "Oh, whatever." And I tried it, and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is unbelievable." And then we found out about the Blue Mountain coffee after, because I asked somebody, I'm like, "What's with this coffee?" And they said, "Oh, it's Blue Mountain coffee, and we use it. We have to use it at this hotel." And it sure enough, it's just out of this world good. It's like nothing you've ever had before.
My friend Brendan remembers a trick.
Were there jokes you left out of your set
What?
in the roast of Tom
So
Brady?
many.
Me.
I'd like
This
to
is
say
not
that the
me. This is a
proceeds
commercial on. That was a commercial on Law and Crime.
Nah,
I swear to God, that was a Howard commercial on Law and Crime with fucking Nikki Glazer. That was not me. You would think you'd
isn't
be
she,
sure. Go ahead.
isn't
Go ahead.
she one of those terrible female comedians that's not funny?
Well, she's this product of this roast, dirty, somewhat cute chicks that try to that popularize themselves from a roast. By the way, she was at the Alec Baldwin at a roast on Comedy Central. She was on that. Amy Schumer and Sarah Silverman and Chelsea Handler, and they're all kind of the same,
Yeah,
somewhat
unfunny,
sixes saying dirty shit.
unfunny. Yeah, they're not
Right.
funny.
Sarah Silverman almost got she went out. The Asian Defamation League went after her. She said the C word about Asians on Bill Maher's
Oh, really?
ABC politically incorrect. Yeah, and it was not done taste. It wasn't done comedically. It was done like it was impossible to take that in a funny way.
That
She
was
didn't know how to. She didn't deserve the pass for it. You know what I mean?
that was the only nighttime talk show, if you want to call it that I ever watched. That half hour of politically incorrect. It was on at
It
what
probably should have
12:05
been
or
an hour. I thought it should have been an hour. It was too.
12:35.
No, you know,
What
you're
was?
right. You're right.
Yeah.
Here's what they did with it. I know the whole history. He started it on Comedy Central initially, and then they moved it to ABC. He would follow Nightline at midnight, and he would go against, when Letterman and Leno's guests came out. That's when Politically Incorrect would start. So it would be 12:05, and then because of his 9/11 comments, he got canceled by Disney, and then Jimmy Kimmel replaced Marr in the fall of I think 2003, and Kimmel's been on the air for 20 years.
Oh, and he's terrible. He's
But that's a
absolute.
pretty good run for a third talk show because they could never figure out all those years the third show, right? It was only just NBC and CBS. I mean, even CBS couldn't figure it out for a long time. Remember the rotation they would have? They had no, like, it was just Pat Sajak and Alan. Arsenio Hall, believe it or not, was as successful as anybody, and he chose to end it. Arsenio
I
Hall in the late '80s and early '90s was, I think he beat Carson off him.
I never watched any of them. I never watched Carson, Jay Leno, David Letterman. They were always just celebrity ball wash fests to me.
There was just
Some
nothing on
celebrity would.
TV back then. There was nothing you had to watch. You know what I mean? Like there was just nothing
Oh,
on.
I'd rather watch anything but. It didn't
Yeah.
matter what it was. I watched something that had reruns of whatever on at that time of night. I didn't care.
I
And
usually based it on the guest. I didn't watch it all the time. You know what I mean? It was you would read in the newspaper like blah blah blah's on, and of course I was such a huge Howard fan. If he was on any of those things, I was locked on it.
so, did you still get all the New York City channels where you were, like on from TV? Would they all come in if you had an antenna or something like that, or
I
did you
think
guys always have cable?
we had we had probably 80% of what New York City had, depending
Okay.
on the cable company. It wasn't always the same. Like you'd find out like oh, I got I remember like TNT was weird. You didn't always have it, and there were certain channels that just weren't available. The E channel was really weird. We didn't get the E channel until later. It wasn't that was the worst signal I think in all of basic cable. It felt like rabbit ears when you watched it. The early days. So swear to God.
I got the E channel for years for free. Everybody in Canada back then was stealing DirecTV, and
Oh yeah, I heard that trick. Yeah,
it wasn't illegal to steal DirecTV. Like, I mean,
I
it was a
remember
gray
that.
area. It wasn't promoted, but it wasn't illegal to steal DirecTV back then. And
How
you
long did
had
you get away with
guys,
it for?
oh, years and years and
That's awesome.
years, and it was wide open. So you
Yep.
mean every single boxing, the first UFCs were on back then, even wrestling, you know, if you're watching WWF, anything that was pay-per-view, every single movie that was on, like, I'm telling you, every channel was wide open. But what the guys would do who would fix your card is they would make it so it would go down in 2 weeks. So you take it back and it would, you know, it was
Here we
just
go, Jay.
swiping the card.
Yeah, my
And
friend had it. My friend had it. I think it's the same thing. He got DirecTV, and somebody gave him like a scrambler, and he put the card in the side, and it unlocked everything. Not only did it unlock everything, it unlocked other time zones, so
yep,
you could watch another. It was crazy. It was the best TV
every
setup
channel,
ever. Yeah,
every
every channel
channel
in
that was on
existence in the country.
DirecTV, I got.
There's nothing better
So,
than that. All right, we're gonna go to this.
yep.
John O'Reilly,
Okay,
I
Mr.
hid in the
Chair.
bathroom a couple times when I went from Sayville to Massapequa because it was such a short ride, and I got away with it
Maybe to tell you
once. They
people.
didn't catch me. I mean, I didn't. We were going to the Massapequa. So he Baldwin's from Massapequa, and we go to the Massapequa Mall on the train. You could walk from the station, and I hid in the bathroom twice and got away with it.
Look, the dipshit brothers got one in each ear today. The hearing pieces. You see
I'm
that?
gonna yes.
He just had one in the right ear yesterday. Now he's got one in each ear.
I am going to down the road. If I figure out how to slip it in, I'm going to get Baldwin clips from the Stern Show and the dead moments. I'm going to play it, you know, maybe before and during halftime. Yeah, I was a Golden Flasher. That's right, John. That's the name. That's
More
how
than a
homoerotic is
bathroom
that?
break or whatever, and you just need to be patient.
Here we
We're
go.
trying to move the trial along, okay? So, thank you. All right, before, and I'm sorry, I don't, this probably isn't the most appropriate time, but, media in the war room, or whatever we call it,
The war
one
room.
more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up. Okay, and that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So
Sunflower
one more
work at
cup, one
Cheese
more
Town.
water. Let's just have some manners
Ian
on
says
picking
you
up
can buy
after ourselves,
cheese
okay?
there.
All right, sorry I had to bring that up right now.
Cheese Town. There's Marta. Marta, great job
Yes,
yesterday.
she's still under.
I don't know if
is
you
that
want to
okay, or
join
do you
us
want me to-
today, but I know it's
All
a
right.
long haul. You're invited
Yes.
if you feel like it. You did a great job. And that was her debut, I believe, in streaming. Sarah says, listen to Sarah Silverman's podcast. You'll suit a chai day
Why don't we
yourself.
look at these now?
Robert Kraft made a joke about getting a happy ending at the Brady Roast. I watched the Brady Roast. It was very good.
Is this- are you
OJ got
keeping track?
caught stealing DirecTV in Florida. That's funny, Marta. That's a fucking Perry Farrell, like Jane's Addiction. Van Cats. My favorite Jane's Addiction song is actually Porno for Pyros is Under the Tahitian Moon. You like that song?
No.
I contacted the producers of Aquaman, and I said that should be in the soundtrack, and they never got back to me.
I think
Go ahead.
what's that?
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say the newest CD I own is probably Guns N' Roses something or other from 1990.
It's not a CD. I mean, it's a sync. You know, it was played on. That actually Howard's K-Rock in New York would play that a lot. My memories of the Stern Show a lot of times would be
Appetite for
Just-
Destruction? That one?
no. I was talking about Porno for Pyros.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Under the Tahitian Moon. And shit, I'm gonna say. And so that the Stern Show, I was such a night person that I would try to listen to it when I'd stay up all night, and I would just crash during the commercial. The commercials would be 20 minutes long sometimes because he would go to such a long thing and they'd make him go to a break, and I'd fall asleep during the commercials, wake up, miss the rest of the show, and I would just hear, I don't know if I'll make it home tonight, but I know I can't swim under the Tahitian moon. And they would play the same, K-Rock would have the same, alternative 30 songs in a row. And I would feel this guilt of missing the rest of the Stern Show because I didn't record it, and maybe like a guest I wanted to hear would come on. That was like my routine for years. Marta says she's going to see Tony Hinchcliffe at the that's the Weasley guy with the Tony Stark mustache. He goes, and he's a Joe Rogan crony. I don't know if I like him or not. Red Bar hates him, and I'm starting to rub off on me. He does need.
I have
He does need.
no idea who he is.
He does need.
Good morning again.
He needs to get the shit kicked out
So
of him, Marta.
we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and
Needs a
heard about
beating.
some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of two categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the test pit. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday. It's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be
Silly
put
little
back together
pocket, man.
with replaced parts.
He
But
needs
as
a
far
beating
as,
too.
in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided star line brass silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was Starline brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was Starline brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenney kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition. Yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that in a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
Somebody said that yesterday at Rosie O'Donnell. Who
So
was
I
it?
want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
I agree with this
And
thought,
so
John.
you did respond to this
I
scene,
agree.
and the first item that
Put
you
government cheese on
collected
it,
that
Jane.
ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there,
John O'Reilly, I was in
you knew
Ireland in
that someone had touched it without
2007.
gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same,
I'm
right?
just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you?
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kennedy, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock, and you would know.
Object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
You probably see more objections
As I was
today.
saying, you went to Corporal Hancock.
They were
at the
nervous.
scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used. And you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that. And once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody to take an inventory.
Yes,
Okay.
that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Correct.
Okay. So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on, they need to fix something.
I just tweeted, here comes Hilaria Baldwin's father.
Is he from España?
No, he's from Cambridge, Massachusetts. In all honesty, I really don't feel what I did was a crime. And I found it illogical and irresponsible for you to sentence me to prison. Because you think about it, what did I do? I crossed an imaginary line with a bunch of plants.
Mary, you going back to Blow?
Yes, always.
Yeah. Mary
Deppening.
Jean says in comments she loves driving standard.
up there.
There's nothing hotter than a woman who can drive a standard car. I'll tell you right now. Nothing hotter in the world than a
Unless
woman who
she's
can
in
drive
front of you
standard.
and can't shift into neutral and rolls back and hits your fucking bumper.
I said drive. You have to be able to drive it.
Isn't driving it getting out of first gear on a hill?
Oh, God, here we go.
My sister taught me how to drive a stick shift. What do you think about that? And she's white.
Monique talks about her first Mustang was a stick.
Oh, did she? I don't even know. I didn't know that. Was it a Depp Mustang? Was it a 60s light blue?
Yeah, I think it was late 60s something or other. She said.
That's Hanson's car from Jump Street. That's the only make of cars that I know. 1966 Mustang.
Well, you know your 2003 Accord.
I'm just kidding.
The one that the picture is of at every security shack on Squabble Lane.
I bet you Marta has fits of road rage in Florida once in a while.
Oh, every day.
Oh, yeah. It's because all the geezers are down there driving 10 miles an hour underneath the speed limit.
That's exactly
And what is it with Americans, too? How come they never drive right except to pass?
What's with white people?
And I'm showing you exhibit 29.
I hate to break this to you, but the Canadians have really
in a
got
moment, I'll show
to.
you exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you
Thank you, John O'Reilly.
In this case, that
From
housed
Sarah,
the lethal
the intimidating
projectile, correct?
Yes.
And so, and in fact, you were able
I
to then
figure out
recover
why
the
Hilaria
actual bullet piece of the
faked
ammunition
this whole
because you
Spain
learned
thing.
from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you were
Next-
then able to go to
Next
the
gap, Marta, tell us
hospital.
why. And I know
and we heard from that
you know a
officer
ton
and
about
collect
pop
the
culture.
other piece of
ridiculously amount of
the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test
I
the
believe you,
trigger of
Mary
the
Jane.
firearm,
I
correct?
believe you.
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the.
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence. In this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Go ahead, Marta. I'm sorry to.
Oh,
What was
it's
your
okay. She, if her whole look, she's trying to be Penelope Cruz.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Penelope Cruz is really big when she came around. That's
Yeah.
not bad. I like that theory.
So everything always ties up to Howard or Johnny Depp.
You see that? What she did there, G Canada? She brought up Penelope Cruz because she was in Blow. She played Mirtha.
Was Penelope Cruz the crazy wife in Blow?
Yes.
Yes. It
Spoke
probably
to
should
Mr.
have been
Baldwin at the
Sofia
scene, correct?
Vergara. If I
Briefly,
had
yes.
Okay.
to choose some
And
crazy.
Did you see
he
her in
informed
that
you that he
in
just
the
manipulated the
Griselda?
hammer, and that impacted
She was also in Pirates of the Caribbean
more
4.
future
too.
testing. Correct?
Did you see
I
Sofia
don't
Vergara in
recall what
Griselda?
he exactly
No, I
stated
haven't.
on the scene.
Oh,
Okay.
my,
Well, let me
watch
just
it.
approach
It's
you
awesome.
for a moment.
She was in John
great.
Favreau's. What was the food truck movie John Favreau did? Again, I forget the name of it.
Oh, God, it's
I have
such a
no
good
idea.
movie.
It's good too. It's good.
It's really good.
I forget. God damn it! The name. It was a Mexican food truck, right?
Yes. Not Mexican.
It's
just like-
It was everything?
Yeah, it was like more
Okay.
Cuban because she was his Cuban ex-wife.
Right. God damn it! I forget the name of it. Someone's gonna get it in the chat. It was fairly successful for a. See, that's like that small independent movie you don't see much of anymore. And he has enough. I mean, let's face it. John Favreau started the Marvel Chef. Thank you, Jason Irons, 29. Chef.
Chef. Yeah, John Leguizamo was so good in it.
He's a good actor. You know, he was supposed to be in Blow, and they dropped out.
Aw.
He was supposed
I
to
like
play
him.
the Diego Delgado role. Remember the guy that burned George Young?
Unfortunately, I don't see it. I think the guy that played I think the guy that played Diego was perfect.
I read the book. I could see either one.
Yeah.
The guy was Jordy Moley, I think his name was. Played Diego Delgado.
Page in line, please.
Yep.
John Leguizamo was in a movie called Pest.
He's Puerto Rican too.
Yeah. What's going on in Panama City, Marta? Everybody was saying it's a really shady place in the chat. That's where George Young fled to.
Yeah, that's really far away from me. But that's up by the Redneck Riviera.
What's in the Redneck Riviera? What are the towns in the Redneck Riviera?
Like Daytona and all that up there. It's just
Okay.
like,
I thought the Redneck Riviera was that part of Alabama that's right next to Florida.
They have their own
that's
version.
Probably, That's probably it too.
Page,
I'm sure there's a lot of
3.
them.
Lines 9 through 11.
No, you're right. Gee, they have their own
Showing the
version. of it.
witness.
It's just because those beaches
this,
up there, you can drive on the beach.
And as you can see
So
from up here, this
anybody
is
that
a
has a truck
lapel
and it's
camera
like,
from
you know,
1021, a lapel recording from.
goes to the beach and causes trouble.
And do you see this answer here?
There was a huge racial brawl right where G. Canada was describing, with like a boat that docked on the.
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So
I absolutely love Florida. Love it. It's one of my favorite places in the world. I've been there like at least a dozen times.
But when you made the request,
I have so many
Let's
Canadian
approach.
neighbors that are here during season.
They just muted. It's a weird start to this thing. This woman, they need to get to the witnesses from the actual production are way more interesting and way more stories about him rushing. And the whole point is the movie's in a $7 million. He has to stand all the profits from it. And he's trying to get this thing made as quickly as possible. And in doing so, you're not worried about gun safety whatsoever. And Sarah mentioned this yesterday. What gets lost in the shuffle, Helena Hutchins, like it's like she doesn't exist in this. Like the woman that died rarely gets brought up, and you forget about. Like there's like thumbnails where she's not even in the thumbnail. Sarah's like, put Helena Hutchins in the thumbnail for Christ's sake. Everybody forgets about it. She died, and that's gonna have to be. I don't know if the husband's gonna testify. That'll be interesting.
Oh,
Helena's
if they
husband.
march him in here, they might as well just march Alec out with cuffs on right now, because the
Slam
jury's going
dunk,
to take
right?
one look at him and be like, "Oh, your wife's dead. This guy's an asshole."
Do you guys
But
think they're gonna settle?
Can he testify if he already took a settlement?
Probably not. That's a
No,
good point.
I don't think
Gulf
he can.
Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's the real redneck Riviera right
Okay,
there.
Oh,
maybe that's
yeah.
where that fight was.
Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's what I was thinking of.
You know, that's
But-
where a lot of people from Florida, because it's gotten so expensive, they're moving there.
Yeah, it's a lot
Yeah.
cheaper there. But I like down by Orlando area and then in between and over to Tampa. Nothing
Mhm.
better than swimming with manatees in Crystal River.
Oh, tell me
Yes.
about it. Tell me about it.
Oh, it's
Robin,
absolutely amazing.
I swam with
Yeah.
Robin Quivers in Artie's Lake, Artie's pool.
You know that
Have you ever-
I've always been scared to go because there's gators in that water.
Oh, there's no gators there.
Yeah, there is. I see videos all the time.
G Canada thinks if he swam there once and there wasn't gators, that goes for the whole year in every single
I mean,
splash of water.
there's not many because the water's so cold, but
There's so many people around. There's so many boats coming in and out of there. I doubt that there's any gators. I mean, there's just too many people, right? Like there's people swimming all over the place. Maybe at night, maybe the gators move in or something, but I've never seen anything. It's just there's just too many people there.
What is it? Does it? Let me guess. I mean, I know a little. I've been to Florida a few times, and I like some of it. I don't like all of it. But let me guess. It borders the Panhandle.
What does?
The Alabama area you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
It's where the Panhandle. If the Panhandle stops in Florida, it's right next to it on the beach. Right next. You're just crossing the road and you're in Alabama. So that's where Gulf Shores is.
So all those like Johnny, what's his name from Billy Zabka doppelgangers moved to Alabama because that was too expensive.
It's a lot cheaper in Alabama than it is in Florida, for sure.
It's cheaper, and water access is cheaper.
Just to
too.
go back to the spent shell casing
crazy.
for a moment, was the spent shell
Florida's
casing collected
gone
from inside of the
ridiculously
church
I've
or
heard.
on the cart?
On the cart.
It's all the Canadians.
Another
It's
question
everybody,
is,
literally
New York,
everyone
that's
moved
blame New
here.
York.
if
Yeah.
Mr. Baldwin's
Before
fingerprints or
COVID,
DNA
almost
were
1 in
on
10
the trigger of
Canadians
the
were going to
firearm.
Florida every year.
I
Oh
do
yeah, I
know
have
those results off
tons
the
of
top of my
neighbors
head.
that are here from
Is there a better
October
witness that may
till
come
May
in to tell the jury that?
from Canada.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of French Canadians.
And you were interacting as we were
realize
left
how
off with Mr.
redundant
Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him.
How French Canada
Yes.
really is.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you
Yeah,
in
there's
fact
people here that
test
don't even
the
speak
hammer
English. They
of
only
the-
speak
Crazy.
French.
I
Did you in fact
All
request
Montreal.
to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she
You
did.
guys are gonna have a lot more fun with this
It's
when
the
like
first question, and then I'll ask why she
people
did
who
it.
are no longer in the
Overruled.
business from the cast
Did
of
you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin,
Rust. testify.
Did you then?
Well, they're worried
test
about
the
getting
hammer of the
blackballed
gun
still, you think,
for
Arm?
No,
DNA or fingerprints
not-
or request that it be
I
done?
think Alec will be lucky to work.
The request that was made
Hopefully
was
this
after a
will help
conversation
them
with the lab,
get back into
which
it,
essentially
you know?
was asking them
Yeah.
what assistance they could provide.
It's therapy.
I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
I agree with you guys. I don't trust this guy. He's got the slick New Yorker thing where if you're
And
not
when you got
immediately
to the prop card,
He is going to rub the people in New Mexico so wrong, it's not even
I-
funny.
I agree with you.
you could not tell from looking at it whether or not
That
anybody
was-
had
that was
removed any of the
terrible
evidence, correct?
casting on their
Correct.
behalf.
And if somebody did, that would be a
That's
pretty
funny.
serious problem. in a
She's
case
right
like
though.
this, wouldn't
It's
it?
all about
It
casting
would
your
be a
lawyer.
problem
That's
in
not
any
even
case.
like she's joking, but it is.
Did you
what
ever
do,
interview
right?
or
You're
review any
casting
interviews of Sarah's
Camille
actors?
Vasquez and
No.
It's apropos for sure.
it is
But one
everything.
thing that you
It's
did know at this
all
time
about
for
charisma.
certain is that you were looking for
Yeah, what was the
Starline
name of
brass
the girl that
silver 45 ammunition,
that
correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were
from
looking
Florida, from Orlando,
When
that
did you learn that?
supposedly killed her
for.
daughter?
That was learned later on once
Oh, Casey
realizing that
Yeah, I'm
all of
terrible
our
with her
suspected
team was
live
No, you're not.
rounds were
No, you're not.
Starline brass with a
her
silver
team
primer.
was perfect for
So all
Yeah.
the live
area.
You're right. That
At
whole
the
trial
movie
was
set
televised, right?
were Starline
Yeah.
brass,
Sarah
nickel
told me it
primer,
was. I
live,
need to watch
right?
that at some point.
Yes.
She has
And
a documentary. I think it's
This
on
idea
Yeah, I
came
watched
up
them.
early in
Yep,
the, in
I
the
watched some.
investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set
I
and
thought I
put
heard the
those
trial
live
was
rounds there?
televised.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
I thought it
And
was,
that
I
was
don't, it
quickly
was so long
dismissed in
ago, I
this
don't
case
remember.
as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust
Welcome,
set. Fair?
Okashi.
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, I mean, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds, whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
Yes,
And if
he's a
we
New
could look
York
at
lawyer,
State's
Mary
Exhibit
Jane.
27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2, right? What was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. I was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes,
bet she's
this
very
round with
familiar
the
with
silver primer
boxes.
was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling
Say again?
through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
I think she has a lot of experience with boxes.
And
Yes.
you also showed the jury that these Starline brass
As does Alex.
nickel
Alec.
live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is
Yes,
State's
she was at
Exhibit
a library.
16.
No talking in a library.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15.
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15, this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Jensen Eccles.
Okay. And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
The more professional witness, the more.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church,
Right on, Ben.
it didn't indicate that there was any
cart
specific
was
crime you were
disgusting.
looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
There's your first definition, commingle.
And so when you went inside of the church,
It's on the bottom.
you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anybody wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro
Look,
that I
Marta, that's
object to
Holden
some of
Miller.
these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
Thank you, Holden. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the next Lotus Notes. I'm going to jump right in where that last one left off. It's going to be Trump
I think I can just lay it and introduce it.
Well, she said she
Yelling
objected.
Howard's executives for letting him promote Sirius on the air. And then CBS suspending him, which a lot of people don't realize he actually got suspended during that last time. John O'Reilly likes this guy's cross-examination. What do you guys think?
I think they're going the OJ trial way. They're just trying to say that the evidence was tampered with
Right.
before it was collected.
Is John a
But-
New York City guy though?
Yeah, he's a tri-state guy.
Yeah, see, he would like this guy. To me, he just rubs me the wrong way. This is the New York City arrogance coming into play. Sorry, John, but just to
No,
me,
you're right.
I
No,
look at this
that's been
guy and I hate his guts. Like this is
that,
the slick out of town carpetbagger coming in to try and put things right in the Wild West.
that's such a Canadian word. Carpet.
Carpetbagger
I
is an
haven't heard that in
American
like
word.
30. No, but I'm saying it's still in Canada. Like it just got to Canada now.
From 200 years
It's
ago,
a
yeah,
good
I
word
guess.
now. All right, yeah, Tropicalia. Yes, we're trying to get our synapses firing. So it's hard. This isn't an exact science. We're gonna let them roll. I agree with you, but I don't. I like my guests, keeping themselves stimulated. It's hard to sit here in silence the whole time when it's a very robotic witness. Trust me, it's not going to get cooking until the people from the cast and crew start talking. The cops are boring. I mean, I'm not going to talk over it. We won't, but we needed to get our synapses firing. It's hard to just sit here. A lot of us just woke up. I mean me. Uh, and I'm not caffeinated yet. So you got to get rolling. And I agree though. We'll let it roll. They're still inside these breaks when they confer and they mute it. We'll probably chat. That's certainly going to happen. That's definitely going to happen. Welcome to Fair Use, says Sarah. John O'Reilly says, my main point is the defense is to create reasonable doubt. That's what the lawyer is doing. But John, will the jury care what this guy is saying? Will they just look at him and go, you slick New York motherfucker, I'm so turned off to you? And then Kate McKinnon slices him up. Let's not forget, this is involuntary manslaughter, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I just don't know if it matters on how good of a lawyer he is or isn't,
It doesn't
because
matter.
he just turns people off so much with his whole persona. And that would play fine anywhere on the Eastern Seaboard in Philadelphia or Boston or New York or DC, whatever. That would play great there. But this is New Mexico.
Yep.
And people out there don't like that sort of thing.
So
Whether or not it matters, I don't know. But to me, it does.
So he was the attorney for Elon Musk during the takeover of Twitter.
Wow.
Yeah, and he makes $2,000 an hour.
I knew that. I didn't know the Musk part, but I knew the price. Someone mentioned it yesterday. Thank you, Marty. You're a snappy research person. Thank you for looking that up.
Thank you.
You always very quick.
Monique said yesterday that she said for sure he's making a minimum $1,500 an hour.
Oh, okay, it was Monique that said that.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, we can't just. We have to add commentary, or we're just stealing Lauren Crime's feed. We have to talk. I forgot about that. Yes, that is a true thing. And look, I'm going to let it roll, but in these moments, we're going to add. There's Ozzy Osbourne behind Alec. See him talking to a bloated Toby Maguire. It's just bottom right. There was ever an Ozzy Osbourne story that he's not doing well right now, like he's on either hospice.
He hasn't been doing well for 20 years. If you've seen him,
you took the words right out. I was about to say that. more like 30.
But I mean, the next level of like hospice. By the way, the lawyer was talking about Dr. Kipper, Johnny Depp's Dr. Feelgood was, Jesus, the doctor for Ozzy Osbourne, and had a malpractice about over medicating him, and that's how he became to fame. Was from that, I believe, during the reality show, the Osbourne reality show. Tropicalia says, please don't have all these ring-ins. The fuck is a ring-in? Is that Tropicalia speak? Keep it with you and the Aussie because it was fabulous. I can't stand people who don't know how to podcast. I believe the people we're with do. I believe Sarah does. I believe everybody here does. Yeah, it's not a perfect science. I like sometimes when people aren't polished. I don't like when people sound too broadcastery. It sounds fake. Sounds passionless and vapid. I like real people saying real things and hearing new voices. But I understand you, Tropicalia. We'll try to adhere to every single thing you say at all times. Marty, you'll sit in a few times, right, on Lotus Notes?
As soon as I go to podcast college.
That's they have 4 of them in Florida. There's one in Orlando, there's one in Daytona, there's one in the Panhandle, and one in Palm Beach. Not the Epstein side, the bad side. Sarah says and then you laughed at it. He's been in hospice for 30 years. That's a great line. That's classic Sarah. Classic wise ass witticism, Sarah. This gets you a Rue McClanahan. Where is it? I need to have that more. Come on, Rue, where are you? Come on, Rue. Give me. There she is.
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
She's talking. That's the stereotype, G, about.
Please don't talk
New
among
York.
yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right, jury.
John O'Reilly agrees with you, G. New York arrogance. They're not taking an intermission already, are they? What are we doing here? Jimmy Carter's been in hospice. Yeah, right? For seems like 5 years. Steven's like, huh? Alec, we don't talk in the breaks. Why don't we just talk in the breaks? When we go on further, I'm going to find clips on Howard of Alec talking about his relationship with Steven as this goes on. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a few. For now, let's read.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of the Alec Baldwin trial.
For now, I'm going to play for you. Not play for you. I'm going to read Jennifer Gray's book about Matthew Broderick killing 2 people in Ireland. Now, how do I get to this here? Do I have to stop screen to do this? I can't just pull the book up? Can I do that? I guess I have to share screen. Come on. Window tab. Where is it? Jennifer Gray. Come on. Oh, I don't see it. Damn it. All right. Wait a minute. I have it up. Here it is. It's in the ebook. You want me to read it without showing you? Will you guys go along with that? Without showing it on the. Are you okay with that? Guys? Am I not in the. Guys? Do you hear me in the chat, guys?
He got booted.
Who got? G did?
Yeah.
Okay.
G got booted. He just posted it.
Okay, let me read this. This is Matthew Broderick's. This is Jennifer Gray's book about Matthew Broderick in Ireland. With the new John Hughes movie in the can, Matthew had just become one of these in-demand actors with a slate of movies booked back-to-back. Ferris Bueller and a couple more. Matthew went off to California to start shooting a movie called Project X. He flew me out to L.A. to visit him on location. As part of Matthew's deal, the production rented him a condo on the beach in Santa Monica and a Jaguar. On his days off, we'd take hour-long bike rides on the path. By the way, Johnny Depp is her boyfriend after this. So the title of the chapter is Mrs. Brada Depp, as part of the Faulty Towers. That year, Halley's Comet was making its highly anticipated return. As luck would have it, there's a telescope in the condo. Matthew was shooting on location in Oxnard, so our plan was for me to drive the Jag an hour north with a telescope and a bunch of blankets in the truck, pick him up after work, and we'd head out to the desert. Let me see if I could skip ahead to the Ireland part, because it's not Magic Mountain. Come on, scroll for me. Scroll for me. Come on. God, it's such a wonky. Come on. Ireland. She's doing a wind up here. Okay, here it is. Ireland. Days before the dream one, the weather was super romantic, foggy and dreamlike in Ireland on most days. Every day in a variation of rain. Where is rain, there is green. What Donegal always said was green. The sun came out, although it almost never happened. The low ceiling of clouds lifted a reveal of high blue heaven. It was very quiet and a simple kind of vacation. Matthew and I fished off the dock just down the bottom of the hillside. We asked a local butcher how to make traditional corned beef and cabbage and potatoes. We took day trips to Slieve League's glorious ancient trails along the craggy cliffs with picnic lunch tables of homemade brown bread and Irish cheese and chutney. There wasn't much to do when it was raining, which was often, but it was cozy by the peat fire, and I was finally reading Anna Karenina and loving it, lying on the carpeted, sparsely furnished living room floor with a pillow under my head. After dinner, sometimes we'd talk in pitch dark road to the lively pub for a pint with the locals. Wow, I wonder if that ties into the. It seemed that everyone in the tiny town knew Matthew growing up from before he was an actor and was always so happy to see him. Come on, scroll for me. Scroll for me. Come on. Why is it so? A few days before Matthew and I were scheduled to leave on this trip, I was with a roommate, Meg, on our neighborhood hang at the White Horse Tavern, eating knockwurst platters and sauerkraut mustard, drinking frosty mugs of black tan beer at a picnic table out front. One beer in, I began sharing with her my growing panic about a faraway romantic vacation. I had this dread I was trying to make sense of. I knew I didn't want to go, but I just couldn't see how to get out of this one. I can't cancel now. We leave the day after tomorrow. Matthew and I had been together for 2 years. We were living together now in an apartment I shared with Meg. What was right about Matthew had me together was undeniably right. There were a lot of laughs. I just felt like we were just alike in so many ways. Lucky to found each other, but we definitely had our problems. There were periodic spikes of tension and drama. It was never really smooth sailing. One of the topics Matthew and I had a heated discussion was lying around reading in the cottage was the upcoming premiere of Dirty Dancing. He really didn't want to go with me to the premiere. He said he didn't like premieres, but after the cast and crew, he said, I'd never sit through those again. Do you know how hard it was for me to see you up there with Patrick Swayze? But Matthew was a seasoned professional, a movie star. He, of all people, should have understood that. It's his job, right? Let me go down more to the accident. There's a whole wind up. She's talking about, okay. We first landed in Shannon Airport. A car rental had given us a choice of vehicles, being a thrifty sort. Matthew had opted for the least expensive car, but I had intervened, urging him to spring for the BMW, reminding him of the explicit instructions of his good friend and father, Jason Robards. Always drive a BMW if possible, because Jason had credited the BMW for saving his life in a near fatal accident. In Ireland, Matthew was always the driver because he was very accustomed to driving on the left side of the road, and I was not. He was a good driver. I was happy to be the co-pilot in charge of the music and the maps. Our bag of cassettes was on the floor by my feet. We'd listen to the whole tape, both sides, when it would pop in and out of the cassette player. I'd grab another tape out of the bag, look to see which side was ready to play, and push it in. We'd be listening to U2's The Joshua Tree on a loop. We, along with pretty much everyone else on the planet, were obsessed with the album and the American experience with it. With or without you, I still haven't found what you're looking for. The country roads we were navigating were not well marked, so when The Streets Have No Name came on, it was kind of like they were singing to us. We got lost, and as it was raining really hard, we stopped for gas to get directions and wait on the downpour. While Matthew was putting gas in the car, he asked an off-duty cop for directions. I remember noticing the wide whale olive-colored corduroy pants Matthew was wearing and the bulge in them, thinking those pants looked good on him and he should get more like that. It was afternoon. There were few cars on the road. Okay. We had been listening to Joshua Tree, the sounds of cassette tape. And so I took a Sounds of Soweto cassette out of its hinged plastic case, and I was sliding into the tape deck. Then I heard Matthew scream. As I jerked my head up, I saw something completely filling the windshield, and it was like a sledgehammer. The sudden, stunning force of impact, then eerie silence. My forehead stung. My head must have been whipped into the dashboard. There was a searing sensation on my chest, where I later learned the seatbelt had been burned off the top layers of flesh below my neck. Time now was in slow motion and compacted, as if time or on mushrooms. I spit out a mouthful of what I thought were broken teeth, and glancing down, I was relieved to see on my sweater, instead of spray, translucent, perfectly formed cubes of safety glass and the size of baby teeth. The windshield had exploded. I looked over at Matthew, unconscious, bloodied face, slumped forward onto the steering wheel, his chin split like a Pez dispenser. South African music now started to play. I struggled punching at the buttons to silence the bizarre soundtrack of this nightmare. I was, though, alive, but this was bad. The smell of acrid burning metal, like bumper cars at the temperature so hot, like we were in some kind of incinerator. So much smoke, I thought we were about to burst into flames. I knew I had to get Matthew out. I opened the door, ran out to his side, pulled him out of the wreck, but I couldn't open his door. There was no longer anything resembling a door to even be opened. What was once a door was a blackened crush of metal wrapped around his frame. I looked up and down a deserted country road for any sign of cars, but there was nobody, nothing, no people, only mist, and a road in both directions as far as the eye could see, green and peaceful and quiet, except for a faint keening of maybe an animal that was hit. I couldn't place what the sound was or where it was coming from. Finally, I saw another car kind of in the distance coming towards us, and waving my arms and screaming, I flagged it down. The driver pulled over and road and came running toward me, looking terrified, holding a plaid wool blanket. He handed me the blanket and ran back to his car to go for help. And I thought, oh my God, no, please leave. You can't leave us. I got back to the car, and all I could think of was I had to somehow pull Matthew's body through the side of the car. I lifted his head off the steering wheel, kissing and stroking the side of his forehead and talking to him, trying to get him to regain consciousness. His jawline, okay, I'm trying to scroll this. Come on, why is it so? Was bleeding, open wound, a serial shock of color against his white skin, and I mean white. Hey, honey, can I help you? Can you help me? Let's get you out of here. I'm going to undo your seatbelt now. As I started to climb over him to unbuckle his seatbelt, he opened his eyes, completely dazed. I heard distant sirens now. A blessed sound when you're waiting for help. 2 ambulances arrived and the medics descended, asking me to step away. They moved, they swarmed Matthew, taking his vitals and assessing his injuries. It was then that I noticed one of his legs was making absolutely no sense. Instead of this thigh bone going directly from his hip to his knee, his pants, these corduroy pants I had just been admiring, bent at the very sharp, confusing angle mid-thigh. The next thing I knew, the medics were putting away their equipment and heading back to the ambulance. I called out, "What the hell is going on? Where are you going?" He's like, "We can't get him out. We can't get him out." They're hurrying back to the ambulance where they're talking to me. "We have to send someone with equipment to cut that damn car open. We're going to come back. You can't leave him." And they were gone. I couldn't figure out what was going on, but I didn't see another car. When I think back now, knowing it was a head-on collision, I would have to assume the other car had just gone off the road. But at the same time, that sort of deductive reasoning was beyond my ken. She puts ken. I haven't seen that. After what I felt like it was an eternity, a fire truck then arrived, and it could have taken 15 minutes or the better part of an hour. Once they removed Matthew's side of the car, they had to lift him out of the wreckage and get him onto a gurney and into an ambulance, which had returned. Imagine having to move someone whose femur at the perfect right angle. I can't remember exactly memory or times or merciful editor, but I'm pretty sure he was screaming like a motherfucker. I got into the ambulance alongside and I was kissing his head, reassuring him that everything was going to be okay. You will have Sarah Jessica Parker in just 5 years. They took us with sirens wailing and lights flashing to the local hospital in a small town called Enniskillen. Once Matthew had regained consciousness, whenever I was asked to step aside, he would grow agitated until I was back in his field of vision. Then, flooded with relief, he'd say, "Oh God, I thought you were dead." Initially, this seemed like the most romantic thing in the world, but it happened over and over again. I understood that it was really just a symptom of receiving a violent blow to the head. I ran alongside as they wheeled Matthew's gurney into a casualty ward. I noticed that out of the corner of my eye, on the gurney next to us, was a nude body of an older woman. White gray hair and skin, a different hue of white than I'd ever seen. Slightly mottled gray and white, bleeding open wound. I'm sorry, I haven't changed. The page never changes. I have to like pound it. Okay. Like marble, as I reflexively looked away, a nurse flipped the flimsy privacy curtain between us, the clatter of metal moving through an aluminum track like a reprimand. A small team of ER doctors descended upon Matthew. I retreated to the outer perimeter of his curtained cubby, my antenna way the fuck up to try to grasp the damage that was done, and someone's scissors hastily cut the corduroy pants off of him now. Everything felt unreal, like a dream or a movie, a medical drama I was watching play out, randomly interrupted by flashes and snapshots taken by mind right before and after the crash, like an unwanted commercial. I was unsure if any of this was actually happening, or perhaps suspecting that at any moment my life could snap back and something I'd recognize. The next thing I knew, his gurney was on the move to what doctors then called the operating theater. The irony, it seemed only fitting for the level of drama. This is now a small town hospital built in the 60s, but there was a lacking in state-of-the-art medical amenities and more surpassed expectations, the quality of care, kindness, and humanity of the hospital staff. They asked me if I was injured, and I knew for certain that something bad had happened to my body, but I couldn't for the life of me express what it was. They took over radiology x-rays to see if I had broken bones. I remember the technician asking me if there's any chance that I might be pregnant. I told him I didn't think I was, but I couldn't show. Matthew shoots blanks. I think they had some kind of basic x-ray and determined that I was not injured. Matthew was still in surgery. Are you guys okay? I'm reading this. I'm not looking at anything. Let me take a break from my own dumb voice. Marty, you still with me? I think she muted herself. Are you guys okay with me reading this? I think it's very interesting. I have to go down to the chat. Meal ticket, the Deppening was great. The background music. I'm going to put a pin in it right there. Rip Shelley Duvall. Oh, did Shelley Duvall just die? You caught that. I slipped it. Jennifer didn't write that, Barbara. I said that. Okay. G Canada says it's good. Yeah, just you do you. Thank you, Johnny Bye Bye. Johnny Bye Bye, I think you got me this book, by the way. I think I have to thank you again. And I can't wait for that Barisi book because I'm going to tear that apart. I mean, in a kind of in a good way. I heard he got arrested for lying to the courts a few times. So I'll go back to it. Thank you, guys. I just needed a confirmation. I just wanted to get to the good parts. The next memory I have is of me walking the halls until I found, thank you, Sunflower Dragon, until I found an administrator's office where I asked if I could use her phone to call my family in the States. I remember, by the way, Jennifer Gray's dad is Joel Gray, the big producer. I remember saying, "Don't worry, I'll call and collect." I'll call collect. God, cell phones just change everything. I had to reach my parents or Matthew's manager now. At least one person could alert the others because no one back at home knew what happened. But I couldn't remember my parents' number. I couldn't remember Matthew's manager's number either. I couldn't remember any numbers now. I kept apologizing to the woman who was kind enough to let me use her phone. She stood patiently alongside her desk as I tried over and over again. I guess eventually I came up with someone's number, but I distinctly remember being supremely freaked out by my inability to retrieve information that I knew the back of my hand, the back of my hand, because my brain just wasn't right. My young doctor, approached me while I was wandering the hospital corridors, letting me know what Matthew's status was. He informed me that Matthew was still in the operating room and that he had fractured his femur, the largest and strongest bone in the body, and that the impact must have been. By the way, so the body next to Brodix was the dead woman that he killed. She hasn't gotten. I just want to give you a heads up of what this is. That if you didn't know that already, I'm just trying to. It doesn't scroll very easily. Very severe to have broken that bone in half. In addition, one of Matthew's lungs now had collapsed, punctured by the force of the steering wheel. The injury to his jaw was really not a big deal, and it required stitches. The doctor's team said discussing moving Matthew to the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast, where they had the state-of-the-art trauma ward. I was in the hyper-efficient mode, or so I thought, matter-of-factly asking all the right questions. When the doctor said, "Hey, you're in shock. We're just going to get you something that'll help, okay?" I'm in shock. I don't think so. I was in shock at the assessment of me, really. He said with a slight smile, "Yeah, you are." He flagged down a nurse who promptly handed me 2 tiny paper cups, one with a yellow pill in it and one with water. Sometime later, I was alone, curled up on a yard vinyl couch in the hospital waiting area, which had grown quiet except for a TV that was on. Its volume was really low and the local news was on, and I was half listening, half watching, but my tears pricked up when I heard the anchor say something about a tragic car accident. in which 2 local women were killed. It struck me as surreal, like a bad dream, to be hearing a news story about a terrible accident when I had just been in one. What's going on here? I got the attention of the first nurse I could find and said, "Hey, excuse me, I just saw something on the news about 2 women who died in a car crash today. Did they have anything to do with our accident?" And as I'd asked that most ludicrous of questions, she assured me, "Ugh, no, dearie. The people from the other car, they left already. They weren't home," which she got wrong, I think. Shit. Come on, scroll. Okay. Once the ER doctors in Enniskillen had stabilized Matthew, they transferred him to the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast, the Royal and renowned for major trauma ward for treating the thousands of victims of violence from the Irish conflict. In Enniskillen, the doctors had stitched up the gash under Matthew's chin, reset, splinted his broken finger, placed a chest tube into his collapsed lung, and set his fractured leg. Once at the Royal, hold on a second. Okay, so I'm sorry. I went back to law and crime is still on a break. It's you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna put that back in there so we know what's going on, and because I can't add it to I can't find it in my StreamYard thing. I'll just keep going here. The doctors had stitched up the gash under Matthew's chin, reset and splinted his broken finger, placed a chest tube into his collapsed lung, and set his fractured leg. Once at the Royal, the orthopedic surgeon inserted a metal rod inside the length of his thigh bone. Matthew must have also incurred some sort of head injury because initially he'd been unconscious but suffered amnesia about the incident. He had no recall of the crash, the events leading up to it, or even our vacation. I asked him what he could do to remember, if anything, about the morning before we set off to the road to Dublin, and he remembered nothing. While Matthew was still in surgery, Patsy arrived. I was surprised at how overjoyed I was to see her, grateful for whom I could share responsibility in this dire situation. Once Matthew was out of surgery and in his hospital bed for the night, Patsy and I got a hotel room nearby with twin beds. It was the first time in 48 hours I had laid my head down. The next morning, I was awoken by a searing pain that overwhelmed every inch of me, hurting in every way that I hadn't known was even possible. I literally couldn't move. At first, I couldn't remember where I was or what had happened to me. I wanted to turn my head and see where I was, but I couldn't. I couldn't move at all. Then I remember my body felt like it was being trapped in a cast of sharp pain, the base of my skull to the bottom of my feet, like someone had just put me in a dryer wet, and now there's no longer room for me anymore. I tried to stay completely still, afraid I might cry, frightened of using any muscles I could. I couldn't get out of bed. At first, I couldn't even talk. Tears tumbled out of the corners of my eyes, pooling in my ears, and then I whimpered, "I want my mommy." From the other twin bed, Patsy barked, "How's that supposed to make me feel?" Which made me want to cry harder. The pain shot up to another notch. Let me scroll down here. I've been trying to eventually, slowly, painfully, I got up myself. I'd gone to bed, a 27-year-old woman, and woke up the next morning and I felt like I was 103. The ride home from the hotel to the hospital was a short distance in a taxi, but being a passenger in a car was now terrifying. I was freaking out, embarrassed, taken back by the overreaction. My terror overrode the embarrassment. The brief ride was like a very bad psychedelic trip, like being on a roller coaster ride, then hung from bungee cord over a great chasm. It was untenable to feel this unsafe. I'd been trying to quit smoking on and off for years. I'd successfully quit for some time, but before the accident, I immediately began chain smoking again, and I had to make up for all the cigarettes I'd missed now. Unable to eat, by the day, I had to keep Matthew company in the hospital. In the evenings or for lunch, I'd cross the street to Crown Liquor Saloon, Belfast's most famous bar, as well as its most bombed by the IRA. I drank, smoked, picked pub food, and started taking Valium before bed to get sleep. One of my first nights in Belfast. It's extremely vivid nightmare. The Grim Reaper had come to visit me to this day, and he is coming for me again. And I told him to fuck off. On the nights when I'd stayed with Matthew in the hospital, I was waking up eerily quiet, dark in halls to leave, and there'd be lines of soldiers all in full black riot gear, and they all wore gas masks and helmets. Let me move to the next page here. So, Okay, Dirty Dancing. I'm trying to get to. Okay. Before the accident, I'd still hoped that Matthew would come with me to the premiere, but he stuck to his ideas and weren't that important. Is really good. You really need to know. I don't want to know any of that bullshit. And an opinion that probably stemmed from another one who made no secret of his disdain for Hollywood and its trappings. My mother arrived in Belfast a day or two after Patsy, and we all took shifts with Matthew at the hospital. My mother was wonderful with Matthew, but we were alone, and I could tell she was concerned with my fervent allegiance to him. She seemed to see him what I could see in him now, and I was struggling to maintain any sense of my life separate from his. Once it became clear he was going to be recovering for the next month in Belfast Hospital, my mother was insistent that I return to the States for this premiere that I had been. I was curious to see if this movie I was the lead in, maybe it's not going to be horrible, yet I felt extremely guilty for even thinking about going to the premiere. And Matthew began to make an even stronger case than before about me not doing press. The gist was, as he goes, you know, you don't have to go. A premiere isn't going to make any difference as to whether people hire you on a movie or not. And if you do go, you're not going to have to do press. And all any other interview is going to want to do is talk to you about my accident. And I felt like I'd been paddling around in the shallows with my surfboard for a decade. Matthew's big time entertainment lawyer had just flown to Los Angeles, and he quite plainly was in agreement with Matthew about all this. They explained that it would only be in bad taste for me to fly back to the US and do this, but ultimately it would be better for my career, my dignity as an actress, and Pat Cooper's, for Matthew's very serious situation if I didn't show up to the premiere. I know some of you dear readers might be thinking, why are you listening to this guy? You wanted to break up with him. You should have just broken up with him. He's a jerk. But it just wasn't that simple. In those days, leading up to the accident, there hadn't been enough magical moments to justify putting off the inevitable breakup. And after the incident, something else happened, something profound. In the first days after, I've already described anytime we were separated for a few minutes, Matthew would forget that I was even alive. The terror caused by my absence and let me check the trial if they came back. Okay, they're coming back. I'm gonna put a pin in that. Man, it's reading for a long time. And let me bring the trial back. Presents. Come on. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna pause it there. Marta, you with us? G? Okay.
Hey, man.
Thank you, Johnny Bye Bye. Hey, I haven't seen the Barisi book yet. It just came out, but I got the Michael Richards book. Thank you, Johnny Bye Bye. Thank you, sir. Always. Hey, welcome, Joni. Welcome. Jeff is still a mediocre guitarist, no matter what you send. And according to Tom Mutat, a below average guitarist, no matter how many riffs, no matter how many guitar heroes he wants to lather up. The experts say he's mediocre at best. No matter, right, G Canada?
Absolutely.
There's a lot going on. Attention is such a drug for some folks this morning. Oh, okay, never mind. Did you guys listen to my reading of that?
Yeah, I was listening to it, and the thing is, in Ireland, how much alcohol did he have in his system?
It looked like a couple pints.
That's it? They didn't test them after? Like, did they get an official?
I always wanted to know what the drunk driving stuff was like outside of the United States in the late 80s. Like, what? I heard it wasn't even a thing.
When I was in Ireland, they were trying to get them to allow people to drive home from the pubs drunk, because if they're in the country, they're saying that, well, there's no public transit. There's no way for us to get home. We live 4 or 5 miles from the pub. You should let it. So that's the way they take drunk driving there, or did 20-ish years ago when I was there. Like, they were actually trying to pass a law that allowed people to drive drunk home from if you lived in the rural part, to drive home drunk from the pub.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
I may have been a little over the limit myself there once, and started driving on the wrong side of the road, which, to us is the correct side of the road, the right side of the road. And I came to a stop, and a cab driver pulled up next to me, started screaming at me, calling me an asshole and everything else. He says, "You stupid tourist, you're driving on the wrong side of the road." And I'm like, "Oh shit."
You know, Joni from our chat, Flamer24.
Yeah.
She's Irish.
She just checked in. Yep.
Just checked in. It's crazy as I was reading that. My uncle got killed by a drunk driver in Ireland. Jesus Christ. We back to this guy reliving his trip to Ireland. Brendan, what a bub up.
Nice. Blow me, Brendan.
You two are like Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan.
Yeah.
Or Jesse Ventura and Vince McMahon.
There
It
you
really
go.
is like wrestling. It truly is. That's Brendan's dream, is to be involved in one of those feuds. I'm sorry,
He's
G. Go
got
ahead.
it now.
Well, I had this theory too. I would go along. I have this conspiracy theory about that. You brought up public transportation, and I said on Long Island, I go, they don't want a solution to drunk driving. They want you to get into accidents. They want you in the system. They want you in the courts. They want your fine money. They don't want to solve it. If they did, you'd have, like on Long Island, say like you'd have trolleys or whatever every 2 miles, and they would run north to south at all hours. Maybe you have to wait an hour, but there'd be a solution to it, right? You're faced with an $80 cab ride to go 4 miles.
That's
or drunk driving.
prohibitive. It's all prohibitive to
They
have,
want you to drive drunk. They don't want a solution. They
Yeah,
should.
How much does an Uber cost or whatever in
A lot now.
at 2 o'clock in the morning? I have no idea. I've never taken one, but I don't know about that sort of thing. But when I was coming up, it was the end of you could still drive, well, after you had been drinking. Obviously, it's changed since then. But I can remember getting pulled over by a cop when I was 16 or 17, absolutely plastered. And the cop looks in the car and he's just like, "Get your ass home."
Yeah, it was normal because you know why? Because maybe he does that himself.
And I can remember my dad driving, after Christmas or something somewhere, maybe it was New Year's Eve, with me on his lap, and I'm steering the car when I'm 7, and he's laughing away, probably had a beer in his hand or whatever. Obviously, that's all changed now. It changed a long time ago, but I was at the very tail end of that.
A charmed existence. Like Matthew Broderick, right? I mean, this is at a time when there's like less media. He kills 2 people in Ireland. It's not, oh, I'm going to blame the roads. He was, clearly that's fine. That's involuntary manslaughter. And however, his slick lawyers got him out of it because he's here. And most people, even people who follow celebrity gossip, don't know that. He killed 2 people in the late 80s. And because it was so long ago, it just doesn't come up. It's like.
What year did it happen?
1987.
Okay. And how old was he then? He must have been fairly young.
He was
'cause I don't
25.
Yeah, he's not much older than I am. So
He was at the height of his Ferris Bueller fame,
So he's
War Games.
He's seeing the world on Ferris Bueller's time.
Yes. And that's
People are giving him things for free. He's probably getting free hotel rooms, free cars,
literally
showing up
one
places.
of the top 3 to 5 young movie stars under 30 in America at the time.
What's he done lately? Does he still get mailbox money?
He drops in like, streaming shows once in a while playing what the fuck was he just in with? He played Jennifer Lawrence's dad in this shit. It was a movie where she has to teach a gay kid about sex. It actually came out in the theater. What the hell is the name of it?
So he's woke. He's all crazy left woke wing too.
She's full gray hair, and he played her dad.
But I think he played a doctor on a big pharma show on Netflix not long ago.
You're probably right. I didn't see it, but I think I heard that too. Do you guys know who was, we brought up Breaking Bad yesterday in New Mexico. Do you know who was supposed to be Bryan Cranston before Cranston got it?
Oh God, if you tell me it's Johnny Depp, I'm going to puke.
No, I wish he took it. No, I wish. It wasn't him. 2 guys. John Cusack and Matthew Broderick.
Really? I like Cusack. I always thought he's a pretty good actor.
And they both thought that the, whatchamacallit network was beneath them, or TV in general was beneath them.
And that whole thing is changed now.
AMC.
That whole thing has changed now.
I know. Flipped. Totally flipped.
Because he's
got Holden 190.
So much money involved now with Amazon Prime and with Netflix and with Apple TV. Those people have more money than anybody, those companies, and they can plow money into TV shows just to get people to click on if they want. And now TV is a big thing. You see movie stars doing TV. They never did it before.
but not only that, all three of us love Mayor of Kingstown. If Mayor of Kingstown's a movie, it's only 2 hours. But now we're getting, let's say at the end of 3 seasons, it's not. It's sometimes it's not even an hour. It's like it's too short. Actually, sometimes I'm going, why only 38 minutes?
When was a Mayor of Kingstown ever 38 minutes? Are you
the
sure?
last episode was,
Oh, okay.
and a lot of season 2 was too. But anyway, it's all over the. Let's round it off and call it an hour. Just let's give it that. So you're getting 30 hours of Mayor of Kingstown instead of 2 hours in a movie, right? I mean, who wants a movie when the streaming shows can do expansive on something that you love? Why would you want a movie then? And it's more quality and it gives you more detail. I mean, there's Depp movies where I'm going, I read the book first, knowing it was coming out. Like, say, Donnie Brasco, I'd rather see that as a streaming series than a movie. Right? That
I
case
guess.
is much deeper than the movie.
Because you can delve into so much more than you can in a movie. You're right about that. I would love to see that in a 10-part or even a 2-year series.
I pitched that to the real Joe Pistone, and let's see what he does with it. I wrote him an email like 2 days ago, and I mean he's still milking the Donnie Brasco thing, as he should. It's the most amazing undercover case of all time. But Jesus, that book, if you read the book, there's so many aspects of it that they didn't portray, and you can't in a movie. So I think that should be redone. My theory was, my idea was, Depp plays Lefty now. They recast Depp as Lefty Ruggiero, and they recast Donnie as, I don't know who I'd use right now. We have to go through the guineas. See what.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Could you imagine him playing Lefty now? And
he's
the difference
3 years older than Pacino was right now. G.
That would be amazing. I'm not sure Pacino was ever that great of an actor.
Well, he sort of does the same couple things every time, right? But he's beloved, right? All those old guineas, everyone loves everything they do. If they're in mafia movies,
Depp is a much better actor than Pacino.
Oh yeah, he's way more versatile.
But like you were saying, if they could put it into a show where they did a couple years, that would be
even
awesome.
2 seasons, it would be awesome. Thank you, Jay.
That would be amazing.
Al Pacino's Latin accent was as bad as hilarious.
Now here's someone Hispanic talking about Pacino and fucking Scarface. That's hilarious, Marta.
Say hello to my little friend.
That must irritate you so much. You don't think about that. Like, what are Hispanics thinking? And what about Carlito's Way? Right?
Same type of movie.
Same thing.
Same type of movie. Yep.
It's the same movie. It just made him Puerto Rican.
And you must have hated that. We don't think of that. Like, what do Hispanics think of people just, it's almost like blackface in a way. It's like patronizing. Why don't you get a Hispanic to play it?
I don't think they do that anymore. But Alex Guzman was fantastic in Carlito's Way.
Yeah. Did he just get into a fight in a parade? There's a Puerto Rican parade in L.A. in the streets. Luis Guzman, you talking about?
The little guy that looks like the devil?
I'm thinking of someone. No, I'm thinking of what's his name. Shit, I just confused him with son of a bitch. No, Marta's right. I confused Luis Guzman with the famous Mexican actor everyone knows. Yes.
No, Machete's not little.
He's not small.
Danny Trio. There's only like 5 Latin dudes that they put in whenever they need a Latin guy.
Danny Trio.
Yeah, I thought Danny Trio was tall.
He acts tall, but I don't think he's more than. He was standing next to Depp in Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and Depp's only 5'10" and a half, and they were around. I think he was smaller than him.
Yeah, Danny Trio was in Sons of Anarchy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Whenever they need a Hispanic guy, it's that. You know what Guzman was really good in was Shameless. He was in the last year Shameless or so. He was awesome in that.
He was.
That's an underrated series. Depressing though.
And that guy is.
Did
you ever see there's a British version of it also? Yeah, that's even more out there than the American version. if you
No,
can believe that. Like
They always
it's
say that.
more whacked.
You
I
remember that?
really
Did you watch
I like
Animal?
the bear.
Oh, is that good?
Yeah, I think
What's
it's
the
good.
premise of that? What is that about?
So Lip from Shameless, he inherits a restaurant in like the inner city in Chicago, but he's like he used to be the chef at that restaurant that the California governor was having dinner at during COVID.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like Shameless. It just gives you like anxiety and it goes really fast, But I like it.
Emmy Rossum's a good actress.
Oh my God, she is smoking hot too.
Even in
Like
that, right? She's
just
supposed to be like
oh
white
my
trash in that.
God. And they've totally done her down. No makeup, no
Yep.
nothing. And the couple times that she was nude, she's got a great body.
So do you,
Wow.
G. So do you. As do you,
Yeah.
sir. Uh,
30 years ago, you would have been
no,
right.
now I hear you got that. Your right hand has cheekbones on it from
Yeah,
stick
keep
shift.
dreaming.
Yes,
But she is
Johnny
smoking
Bye-bye.
hot.
Real men drive
Absolutely
drunk.
gorgeous.
Hey, Marta, have you seen? I know you've seen Animal Kingdom, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. You love it like I do, right?
She was awesome in it. What's her face? Depp's old woman.
Ellen Barkin.
Yeah,
Ellen
Barkin.
Barkin. She
But
was great. I mean, that's the
she's
best. I think
had
it's the best.
she's had way too much work done. She looks like if she gets too close to a candle, she would melt. Oh,
But
there's Hilaria giving Alec a kiss. See him wipe his lips there after. I
So she has
wonder
Ozempic face.
I wonder who she's got on her mouth that she just transferred to. Oh, look, she's wiping a little of it off there herself there.
He's
Yummy.
tasting William right now.
Sloppy seconds from Billy Boy.
That was such a great line by Marta. She said she really does. She has Ozempic face, and somehow I know what that means without
You think
having.
so?
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
just think girls like her just skinny. They'll never put on any weight. Come on.
Her
But she's
whole life
skinnier
is
than
about
ever.
staying thin. Her whole life is about staying thin, right? I mean, even during the Depp trial, every break, I would do my 10,000 steps, and I call them 10,000 Depps, and then we all laughed. But I got my 10,000 steps in during the Depp trial, and that's what she has that. Everything she does is about weight, right? It's just yoga. Her whole day is around. When's the last time she had a Costco hot dog, G? Huh? Thank you, Joe. You know what I should do? I should play the Mark Harris plug right now. Sarah's, I think, wants me to do this. Hold on a second.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mark Harris. Thank you for doing that on the arm, no fee. Mark Harris is a very expensive get and tough get, as a matter of fact. Thank you, everyone.
I promised myself that when you came back, I would never harass you about your singing again.
That's Mark
Ever.
Harris' thing. That's
Oh, okay. It sounded like you. But if it's Mark Harris, it's Mark Harris. Then maybe I'll make fun of it for a while then.
Thank you, Jason Irons 29. No Hard Feelings is the name of the movie with Jennifer Lawrence, where she teaches a gay kid, I don't know, he's supposed to be like in his late teens, about sex. And I think he's not out of the closet or something. He's like shooing her away, and I think is that she doesn't know he's gay, and she can't believe that this kid wouldn't fall for her mediocre feminine wiles. Jennifer Lawrence is a good actress, but she's overrated. They think she's like the hottest thing on the face of the earth, and it's fine. But walk into any mall in
I don't think she's
Florida,
hot.
and
I don't think she's hot
she's a
at all.
6 or something. So
Yeah, about that. I don't think she's
you
that
don't
great
get
of an
out enough
actress.
if you think she's the hottest thing.
She just scored with those movies. That whole series, was it Hunger Games?
I volunteer as tribute.
Marta, can I predict what you're going to say? I'm probably going to be wrong. Marta is about to infuse Harvey Weinstein into this conversation. Am I right?
No, I said I volunteer as tribute.
Okay.
But she is tied up to all that.
Yep. Big part of the Weinstein stuff, G.
So she did a little casting couch with Harvey back in the day. Is that why she's a big now?
A lot of Hollywood insiders say her rise to fame, and I'm not saying she's not a good actress once in a while. She is. She's good. She's not like a virtuoso like a Kate Winslet is or something, but she rose a little too quick, if you know what I mean, in Hollywood, and a lot of it seems to be tied into Weinstein. She got just major parts, like over and over again. Like, why is she cast in everything? And they think it's because of Harvey. And she turned on. Apparently, she was very complicit. And the fappening pictures of her, the nudes that everyone, apparently those, according to Sarah, were to Harvey Weinstein.
Did
so
you
when
see?
She got outed, thank you, Sarah. Sarah says that right here. She sent Weinstein.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say she sent Weinstein pictures of her butthole, and Sarah saw them.
Did you see Kate Winslet in Mayor of Easttown?
I heard that's excellent.
Not Mayor of Kingston, but Mayor, M-A-R-E.
No, I know what you mean. I know it's.
It was a great show.
Right?
It is a great show. Yes, it's an awesome show actually, and it's
I love
got
that
some
show.
twists and turns in it, and it was fantastic. She was awesome in it.
Hey, David, I sent you a link. I don't know if you're free today. Thank you, David. I'm working on gathering clips from Mark Harris' Lotus Note show. No, you won't. I won't be in the country. So yeah, we're going to be doing a Mark Harris series on Lotus Notes, which I'm really looking forward to. That'll be a lot of fun. One of my favorite. I look at Mark Harris as a thinking man's whack packer. You know what I mean? Crazy Alice, those people.
He creeps me out. I don't know.
Why? You're homophobic now, in addition to being
God.
racist?
Yeah, I'm everything. I don't know. He's just too weird for me. I can't deal with it. No matter what it is about him, he's just too weird. I can't deal.
You are not, sir. You are not. Hey, David, do you have any commentary on the Danny Elfman story I sent you?
They say court's back, Arm. Court's back on.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the. Okay. I got it on volume. We'll shut up, guys, when they.
I don't have.
We can't wait to switch over to. No, this is your.
You may be seated.
Still good morning. We are.
Larry, you got pregnant.
Good morning again. So I'm just going to.
That's funny, Frank.
We're a tech issue. This is okay. We left off.
So he's not publishing it yet. I'm just telling him he's going to publish it.
Right.
Well, you have to move for admission.
Okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry, I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
For the foundation? As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I can publish that, it's in evidence. As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And included in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon.
I don't
Let a
believe
milk
that's an
bath.
adequate
For
foundation.
everyone, we'll all go. Thank you, Sunflower. Thank you, Sunflower.
What more
Thank you,
do you
Joni.
want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3.
I'm going to say he gets...
and can you read that last sentence?
15 months of probation.
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
House arrest. Like Bob Ostrowski.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom.
Put your mouth in the buttermilk and
focus.
take a sip, G Canada.
Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize.
Frank, my fellow Canadian coming across big time there, Arm.
Thank you, Frank the Tank.
I'm going to pass
Sarah,
it up to the
thanks
witness.
you,
If
sir.
it's not,
That
it
is
looks like this, I guess.
beyond benevolent, and you are a mensch, as always.
Sunflower.
It's supposed to autofocus, so this
David.
is my fault, just so you know.
David, of
Disclaimer.
course. David, congratulations again on the Paramount gig. I know it'll be like the paid intern where it turns into a regular gig because they like you so much. It's almost like the doting mom that goes, "How could you not like my David?"
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents
Canadian
in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was,
All
I
Tim
don't
Hortons.
recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21,
I'm gonna get some more ice. I'll be right back.
I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
Sorry,
I've been waiting for this my whole life. Now I have
And the
nothing
reason
to
you thought
say.
it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually described what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
foundation, sorry.
So you have laid the foundation?
Did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Miss Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French and the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now,
Thanks again, Frank.
you tried to
Hank.
find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay, you have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's office.
For the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to
Thanks again,
assist
Joni.
not only with the evidence, but to be a
Sunflower and
specialist
Frank
on
the
this
Tank.
sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Okay, you need to record that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up? Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes, it is on.
Okay.
Thank you. You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 812. That's in evidence, right? And those have a like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing you 811. That's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have one BB, or two BBs in them, or three BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
Yes,
The only way to determine
cold gun and dummy
definitively
rounds.
is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah,
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes,
right?
that would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I'm going to ask you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you
said
had a good working
Hancock.
relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
You get. That's your favorite movie.
And
favorite
Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you
Directed by
collected
Peter Berg.
as the detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed
Worst
off.
actor in the history of mankind, Will Smith.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenning.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You sure about that?
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were
He just comes off as a douche.
actors, extras,
He's not
stuntmen
likable.
that used firearms on the set of Rust.
He does,
Yes.
right?
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right?
This little
A
band
lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness. And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of
Look
ammunition.
at the prop truck. There's nothing lockable.
And these
Nothing
boxes
lockable.
are sort of, a lot of them are the same
Feel better,
shape,
Joni.
make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box
Now I was getting
that
bored.
looks a little different than the other boxes?
You're right.
Yes,
This
there
is
is.
insane.
And which
this
box
is
is that?
insane.
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
Why would they all be in the same place? Would
And
you
you
have
don't know
them
who wrote
separately?
that.
I don't know.
Writing on it, do you?
Yeah, you would have them
Separate.
separately.
That's what
Like
I
I
mean.
said,
I don't
even-
know why
And
you
if
wouldn't.
could look at
Even as
A22,
even as simple as a
can
mechanic's
you tell us what that
toolbox.
is?
They have one job.
Out of
Slide in a
context,
drawer,
no.
slide it out.
Okay,
Keep
well, then
live
we're gonna look at
rounds away
A23.
from dummy rounds, snap caps, guns all locked up so nobody can get to them.
Can you move it up?
This
Thank
is
you.
so irresponsible.
Welcome, little
So
deathbed.
irresponsible.
This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay, and you see that they are Starline brass, nickel,
Hi, Sarah.
dummy rounds, right?
You're so
Yes.
proud of you.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside
Effectively.
and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
Ben Benjamin, the director of Aspen Extreme
So
and writers,
we're in the prop truck,
Patrick
and you
Hasberg,
have Starline
creator
brass,
of 21
you
Jump
have
Street,
nickel primer,
Peter Berg's
but they're not
first
live.
role as an actor. Season 2.
Correct.
Patrick Hasberg was a ski instructor.
You don't
in real
know
life.
when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
On Deppening.
You don't know if somebody
Frank's
placed
as
that
angry as comments as I am, Mark.
box
Like
with
this
the
is insane.
Yeah, you two
handwriting on it
very
into that
similar people.
Mary Kay bag. Dude.
No.
Welcome, little Dephead, once again. We love you.
And
we hope that you sit in on a Deppening
on the prop
in
truck,
the future.
That housed all the ammunition. Was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
Poutine.
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the
Isn't
set,
that prison
right?
wine poutine or something?
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between.
What about poutine?
Right?
Yes.
Is that prison wine?
No, it's fries with gravy and
in the
cheese curds
truck,
on.
Right?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was made
And
famous
so
in Montreal, I
you
guess.
go a week later to the prop truck.
I'll shut up now.
Which has all the
just wanted to
ammunition,
ask
right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
Her name is Marissa Papel.
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church
David,
that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that
I
yes?
want to know,
Yes.
Frank.
So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take
We'll get
7
there.
days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30.
Look at Michael Stipe next to the chalkboard.
You said that these
Dry
were
erase.
the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
Yep.
If I knew what he looked like, sure.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
The import. Yes. Good word.
But if you look at the
They really think
picture,
they're in the Wild West, Barbara. You're right. With guns lying everywhere. And
the Seth Kenny
thank you, E. Smith.
box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
Johnny bye-bye.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
Yes, Frank. Gross negligence.
If I can
That's the proper
refer to
term.
my report to refresh my memory.
Hooch
Fine
is,
with me,
thank
though.
you, J. Smith.
Yeah.
Hooch is prison wine. Thank you.
Hooch, poutine, what's the difference?
I gotta get there's an article on Alec and his house I saw in People magazine. People magazine.
It is right.
Come on, I just saw. It's amazing how things move. And
Are you able to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes. So I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense A26, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny
toilet
box
wine, yes, A. Smith.
is
Thank
this
you.
one. A27, right?
A lot of corrects, David.
Yes.
And I saw you counting
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
That was
Fair
Amber's
enough.
psychologist.
I think that's a good way to
Kept saying crack.
that's
crack,
how I feel
crack.
about it. That's from the right one, right?
Crack, crack,
Yes.
crack.
And
It made me hate crack.
there's something important about this picture.
Olive oil
isn't
died.
there?
Shelley Duvall.
Yes.
Frank the Tank goes, even the hillbilly donks I grew up
Doesn't
knew how to
that
lock guns.
Seth Kenny round
That's so
look
funny.
exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the showcasing, Exhibit 28. And we'll go back.
Sunflower
827.
says
You can go back. States 28.
they sell marijuana
Don't you think they
grape
look an awful
gummies
lot
at
alike?
Costco
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
next to the coconut
Well, I
water.
mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
Like, look
trained
at those
crime scene
bullets,
tech,
Arm.
yes.
They are
Even more
so
than an
old.
investigator or crime scene tech, right?
Why would you even
Correct.
have
You have your
those unless you
Nikon
just didn't want to
700
pay for
flash
new
and
ones?
your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to
That's what I
take
keep
this
saying. I've
ammunition
said that
back to the
forever.
precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to
Not
think
necessary.
anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
No.
You turned in your report. In this investigation, Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
Hey,
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
Stephen lives in Nyack, New York, Ben. It's just upstate from the city. It's like
As
20
you
minutes.
were going about your search,
half hour, 40 minutes.
Seth Kenny actually walked.
Isn't that where the whole
on there and
Baldwin
gave you
family is
ammunition,
from?
right?
Nyack?
Yes.
No,
Okay, you remember
Massapequa.
that, right?
I do.
Long Island.
That was
Oh, okay. What's the
He
difference?
moved, it's because that's
Did you think
upstate New
Mr.
York.
Kenny was being helpful?
Long Island is downstate.
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious of all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not.
Very few objections.
I'm just asking when the man showed up
Like
and
Frank the Tank.
just presented ammunition to the
Generous
precinct,
man.
did that make you suspicious at all?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and I know you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny. All right. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot and they were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page.
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
Item, set, I think.
Bye. I
215.
heard Baldwin
You're gonna be
transferred a
better
lot of
at,
money to Hillary.
determining
He doesn't have a
reports
lot
than
in
that.
his own name anymore.
I have an article about him selling the house.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll read it when
And
we get our
he
next break.
brought you Again,
It's
we
found
also
from
gave you
People
live
magazine.
ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't
Johnny
Starlight
Bye-Bye.
Glass, right?
I'm going to read that the next
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for.
break. Bullets are
Right?
ancient.
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't, I don't,
What he's
overruled.
Big part of this.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenney provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenney, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it. Yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found, true?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, you know, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right, after the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kinney.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they were probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round, and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenney, right?
Definitely.
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant, and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than...
I think he likes belaboring quite a bit.
I agree.
On the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS.
Johnny, I bet you she's well aware of that, and it will be corrected. She's being blocked by the cameraman.
A2
from Court TV's producer.
Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and sign.
Well, then she's cute and good looking, but not as much as she thinks she is.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
Johnny Bye-Bye nails it here. He's trying to be some sort of pit bull, but he just comes off like a nerdy bitch. You know what he sounds like? That guy,
the day before, Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust. He had in his possession live.
Oh God, I hate this guy.
Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall.
You talking about another lawyer or an actor?
Having that
the lawyer sounds like this YouTube guy. People know his name.
So let's leave the day
I'm just trying to.
right now.
It'll come to me.
You knew and understood.
The Canadian guy that we talked about yesterday?
Had
I'll
recently
figure
been
it
in
out.
possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific.
Dave Rubin. You know who Dave
Just
Rubin
that
is?
he was in possession.
He's
of
like a
live
conservative
ammunition
gay guy.
in
And
a
he's
recent
everywhere
point.
on YouTube. He sounds just
Now,
like him. He's got the
when you testified on direct examination,
Never heard of him.
You told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to
same
the
exact
FBI,
speech
right?
cadence.
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth
They
Kenny's
probably went to
live
Harvard or
ammunition,
Yale or something.
Could be.
they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
From the same
And,
neck of the woods.
You testified
Like Mark Harris and
previously.
Chuck Schumer.
Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still?
I love Canadians putting the U in everything. Armorer with the. I love it. You're right. We're wrong.
Did I do something?
The proper way of spelling color.
Or just goes to sleep.
Color has a U in it.
With the U, yes.
You guys actually said foyer
and
yesterday,
you-
which is
you
proper.
told this
Most
jury
Americans
now
say foyer.
that
Drives me nuts. What's a foyer?
Where
Found every 45 live
Where I
ammo
got
there,
that from?
correct?
Yes.
I did say
And
it
that you
right.
searched every single box.
You did.
correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round
Frank
on
the
there
Tank
that
is
matched
spot
the
on.
set of
If I were
Rust,
an
you
armor and
would have found
way
it, right?
cheaper to refill
Yes.
casings than rounds.
Let's
See,
take a
those
look at
casings look like they've been
819.
refilled before, but on a movie set, do you really want to be using remade? You know, it is safe.
Is
like,
that
for instance, but
one of the
for
rooms
insurance
inside the prop
purposes
house?
and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
You
wouldn't,
see those
you know.
boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
I'd use
Yes.
Toys R Us guns.
Do you all have
Especially with
ladder
that
or anything
dipshit
when you
girl
guys are searching?
repacking them
Yep.
herself. I wouldn't touch one.
Okay.
It's our whole
So
job too.
We agree that you
Blow up
searched
in my
boxes at
face.
top.
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into.
Movie insurance
not
may
just
require
myself
safe. Yes, storage.
Searching.
Thank
Right,
you,
well, we
Frank.
talked about it. It was Connor was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Take a drink,
So, I mean,
come
tell
here.
the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the
Put on,
floor and
Frank.
continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay, I'll move on.
The armor was a complete moron. They had painted
Well, why
primary
don't you
dummy
tell
rounds
me,
bright
what's a
green. I
grid
agree,
search?
Frank the Tank.
A grid search is usually
That's gonna
conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
If
Okay,
green
and
doesn't go in the
why
gun.
don't you tell me, what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search
Spot on.
this room if you had a limited
Well, that would have
resources
meant she would have done her job as the armorer.
I believe that when
the
we
only
searched
job
this
she
room,
has.
we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Arbiter Rush. 2000.
Divided it how?
Better die.
Meaning,
That's true,
myself
Holden.
took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that?
Every
or
time
you think
Hilaria
that's
gets on
estimate, but
camera,
that's
she
what your
plays with
memory
her
tells
hair.
I do not
Every
recall
time.
exactly how the room was searched.
you? Okay, and then let's say you open up a box
She
with
looks
ammunition. How would you
haggard
search an
and-
individual box?
It would depend on the box.
More than
18
normal.
kids, you'd be haggard too.
If we open a box
Time
and
for more
it's
Botox.
all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if
Arbiter
you
Rush.
opened up the box
Talk
and it was
guns,
commingled
drinking beer,
rounds, how
working
would
from
you do
home.
it?
We would have to go through
Classic
those
rounds.
rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
Yes, Joni,
were
from
a
the
few,
Rubin
yes.
report.
Okay.
That
And
douche.
how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Aren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
The
So
only
4
gay
rooms, right?
conservative should always
Three
be
of
Mark
you,
Harris.
4
That's
rooms,
only
right?
Mark Harris.
Yes.
Right, Ben Benjamin? And Ocho.
820.
Well, come on. There's lots of gay
What are we looking at?
conservatives. Give me a break.
Investigator copy.
It's against their
This
interest.
was
No, it's not.
a
That's
table
ridiculous.
Conservatives are
located in
homophobic.
the side room.
Oh, come
Okay.
on.
And
It seems
what
like
do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you
That's
notice
that
in this,
10% we were
that's
talking
zoom
about
in?
before.
What do you
I
notice on this
I'll ask
table
David.
of, here, thank you, sir.
and
What's on this
Pete
table? What is
Buttigieg.
this?
10% on
There
each
were
side are
plastic
total
bags,
wackos.
tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay, and as we talked about before,
Are you trying to say there's more
the
homophobes?
search warrant told you to look for
You're
tools, right?
equal on both sides.
Okay, and
Conservative
Detective
and liberal.
Hancock spent some time.
Have
in this
you ever
room during the
seen
search, correct?
You know that.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay, you don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We do not take any tools from the warehouse.
Chesterfield, the Canadian
When
term
you were
for American
searching this
College.
area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
Oh, Morley's.
No, I don't
Morley's
think
were
so.
the other cigarettes
Did you
that they
go
were
one
always
room at a
using in
time?
movies
Did
and
you split
stuff.
up?
Morley's and
I
Chesterfield.
don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no
Arms never
further
heard
live
of the
bullets?
log cabin
The
Republican.
predetermined plan was that I went in
have.
myself first and did overall photographs of everything in
The
place.
Lincoln Project.
And then we conducted the search.
Did you
The
do those
log
letters like you saw in the prop
cabin
truck so you could keep track of
Lincoln
everything?
Project.
Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
I get
Yes.
a good
He told you
paparazzi shot.
that there were no
Baldwin's.
45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found them, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Definition.
Yes.
Can I copy it?
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single.
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right, and
when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
I never
Yes, it is similar,
I
yes.
tried to hold, and I couldn't get Mark Harris on Facebook. He was different at the end. I couldn't figure it out.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found at PDQ. This handwriting is getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found nickel primer lives, no Starline Brass.
Marta, I just
right?
went on the Log Cabin Republican Instagram.
Correct.
They've
Every
8,000
time
followers.
you were with Seth Kenny, you got close
I wonder how big
to
that is
finding somebody
nationally.
to match the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
I only
Yes.
know Mark Harris.
And as you can
Harris is dead? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he died about 2 years ago.
Right?
Right.
Yes.
You must have said that
And
100 times.
again,
and I
That's
totally
right.
let it
You're
go.
not really a fan of Mark Harris. That's okay.
Right?
I think
Yes,
about
I
it
hated
all the
Mark
time.
Harris.
Behind that box. You weren't able
I
to
don't know how
obviously see
he's
it.
so funny. I don't know how you hate him.
I see. But it also had
I didn't like his process
a
at
helpful
all.
label on it, didn't it?
It was because
Yes.
he was so
It said
delusional.
empty. Right?
Was the
Yes.
joke like he just thought he was in show business?
And
He
it looks
wasn't.
a lot like the handwriting in States 19
It's not for everybody.
and the
I
helpful
believe it. I get
handwriting
it.
in
Believe me.
A21 that says live. Right?
Yes.
I was just to write Mark Harris a letter, and
And-
he died.
It was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
Dropped my phone.
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and Detective, you said that Detective
If I never hear the
Hancock,
term
you
lapel
know,
again,
this is
okay
taking a
forever.
long
I
time.
know. I know. You never hear that.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
The-
What's
the-
relevant?
the relevance
Does it
is
have
that
any
it's-
more tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused, is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny you in parts of your search just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or.
Where is he going with
correct?
this?
Correct.
They need
In fact,
a
that's
new
the entire basis
witness
of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled live and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to
I commingle
find
with
the
dummies
source
all the
of
time.
lethal
he
round,
loves
law
commingle.
enforcement is doing the very same thing
Mostly myself.
that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set.
That's so
right?
self-deprecating of you.
Yes.
So Canadian. And you're not a dummy, by the way.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every
My wife and my
live round.
girlfriend will tell you different.
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
So, you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach this quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame?
I have great paparazzi shots of, it's actually videos of Alec and Hilaria going to Don Lemon's gay wedding, speaking of the log cabin Republicans.
Are you going to mark that? Well, she's going to identify it and then you're
And
going to.
Matt Lauer is there as well. And it's bizarre to see him out and about,
Does that refresh your recollection?
That was just a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Just a few weeks ago. You saw that, huh? You do keep up on this stuff.
No, you spoke
No,
about
I
it
said it.
before.
I'm sorry. I must have said it.
Yeah.
I never showed you the video, though.
I don't keep up on that stuff. Are you kidding me?
Yes, you do.
Once
You
in a
love
while,
drama. You're a lemon head.
Once in a while, look at the New York Post for a laugh. If it might have been in there, but
this is DX23.
I'm not a fan of Don Lemonade.
Refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to.
You're not a lemon head, Marta? That's the name of his band. That's what he calls
Yes,
it.
you're on. DX23.
Oh, is it really?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Remember the band,
Yeah,
the Lemonheads? Evan Dando?
No. We can do it.
Anyone remember them?
It's just a refresh. I can make it DX.
the man's an imbecile.
Another
Yeah, why are we
band
marking
Johnny
this?
Depp
Okay, I
was
will
in
mark.
rotation with.
Yes.
Okay. Not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage?
Mark Harris was an original, the only one they ever made. It ripped to the goats.
Number 6.
Thank you, Sunflower Dragon.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
Thank you, Holden. Mark's
No.
name was really Bleefeld from Brighton Beach, New York, Brooklyn. Right by Chuck Schumer, the same actor.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I'm aware.
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well,
I
tell the
wanted to
members of the
witness
jury
too, Barbara. The guys.
what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
We need some Camille.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of
Marta's
Detective
here.
Hancock and Sergeant
Listen to
Zuck,
Camille
right?
Vasquez.
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zuck, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
All right, Chief.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
Meth mouth.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really.
It's true. These police are pretty incompetent.
And so
They're
you didn't take
incompetent.
it. You did not vouch
They're
for any of this
automatons. They have to answer.
I do not recall looking for this.
No, but I
surveillance
just mean
footage.
the way they
Again,
handled
I
this
know that
investigation
but you
is
know what you
incompetent.
vouched in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your
Guys in the
question.
chat, do
You
you
didn't
think the
take it to
lawyer's
your custody
boring
and add to
the
the
jury at
evidence.
this point?
Any
He's lost
surveillance
them.
footage, correct?
I
No.
believe he has.
Yeah,
And
I'm
you
a
never
bit
spoke
bored.
to
He
any
kept harping on the
witnesses
same stuff way too long.
You
You
yourself
start to tune out after a
about what you
while.
found at PDQ later, did you?
I know you have
No.
laser focus arm, but
And
I
you
don't have
testified
that.
on direct
Well, I have to
examination
multitask here. I have to multitask.
that
I can tell you
did
every
collect
time I
DNA,
goes out,
phones, prints,
and
things like
make a
that in
point
this
of it.
case, right?
Yes.
It
And
it
you
happened
got-
about 5 minutes ago with this.
They are
the
definitely
armorer,
going to
the first
focus
assistant
on
director, Dave
technicality.
Halls, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I know they're given strict
I did not. I don't
directions
believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
about that.
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kennedy?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Chanley
Everything
Painter's
that you
left
did
court
take
TV,
into
Johnny
your
Bye-Bye.
custody, in law enforcement custody in this case, is
2
in your
months
supplemental
ago,
report. Is that
I
fair?
saw her send off
Yes.
on a Friday night
And
with Vinny Polizano
most importantly of all,
when I was following this. The
it's
Gutierrez
your
file when I was
testimony, you
watching this on
never
that.
were able to discover the source of the live
I don't know
ammunition,
where she
correct?
went though.
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got a movie set. Remember that?
Why is Billy
Yes.
Boy
Okay,
holding
so I'm
that
asking you.
microphone
trying
like
to
that?
solve
It's
that
Steven.
question. Did you ever
Oh,
solve it?
Steven, whatever.
I do not have any physical
Doesn't
evidence
matter.
to show where the light rounds originated
I was
from.
hoping you'd say Daniel. His sister's
Except-
there.
Except for Alec, they're
And
all
then I was asking
interchangeable.
you
I don't know
questions
one from the
earlier
other.
about how
Daniel
things
and
happened
Alec
tonight.
don't speak, right?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I thought it was Stephen that
I
didn't
don't
speak to
recall.
him, but apparently he
Why
does.
Detective Connor stood outside.
Which one is
I
the
don't recall.
conservative one?
Isn't the truth that you were
Sitting
just
behind.
trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
He was on Howard saying they don't talk anymore. Billy hates Stephen. Billy really hates Stephen.
You personally believe Alec
But
Baldwin
is that the
committed no
one
crime.
who's like
Isn't
a
that the
born
truth?
again Christian? And
Yes,
Your Honor,
exactly right.
please.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's him.
Can we approach?
I think it was somebody was saying yesterday. It could have been Monique, or maybe it was
Don't
me.
do that.
Something.
I'm going
Billy
to
and I
strike
said.
that question, okay?
Wow, that was.
I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay? And the answer.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round on the set, correct?
Ben Benjamin.
Correct.
Evan down.
There is zero evidence in this case that
Zero.
Alec Baldwin
Joni
loaded
knows him.
that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock,
No, meaning
to
black
order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure.
repeat that?
Wasn't a good question.
Thank you, Ben, for
As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed,
Into Your Arms. I remember that song.
you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Matthew Broderick is in a movie called Brighton Memoirs, and that's where Mark Harris is.
And at that time,
really good.
when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Stephen Baldwin was in a great movie called The Flintstones. The
I'm
Flintstones
gonna
Bebop
refresh
Rock
your
Vegas.
recollection.
I remember that.
It was not great. It was Barney Rubble.
John Goodman's Fred Flintstone. And
No, not it wasn't that one. It was the set. They made another one.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. The
Yeah.
second one. Right.
And while I'm doing that, you
Yeah,
did
Rick
assist
Moranis
in
is
the,
Barney Rubble in the first one.
in the
Yes.
taking of the firearm. Which one?
Who got attacked on the street a little
You
while
were
ago.
involved in the requests coming from the team,
Canadian.
right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Welcome,
Yes.
Kylo
Okay.
Sarah Al.
You were
Good to see you,
involved in the
sir.
request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made.
Even should wear his Barney Rubble outfit to the court.
In what you would test. Fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Frank the
Yes.
Thanks
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, investigate a problem, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yes, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
What you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy of assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is, again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
the body worn camera from 10/21/21.
Page and line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor. Ms. Popple is not in this transcript.
Well, what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her
I'm
memory?
just, she was there, I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listened to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Baldwin?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do
You
not
see Sarah's message
recall
about
all
lunch
of the
break
information
arm?
that was being stated at that time.
Yeah, I'm just getting to it now.
I
He's looking
understand
for,
that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the
Multitasking,
video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Whiteboard's crazy in this floor. Yes, Johnny. Shanley Painter's on Fox now? Wow. I didn't know that, Holden. Thank you for that. Shanley Painter was the lead court reporter in the Depp trial for Court TV. And she'd been there, very mousy. She does a good job. Very mousy broad. And she's from Arkansas initially. Every once in a while, you could hear like a Arkansas accent leak out. I guess she went to, is it Fox News or just Fox? There'd be no Fox News, everyone, if it wasn't for 21 Jump Street. Let's not forget that in all this. We're watching this. The key to all the Baldwin trial is there would be no Fox News if 21 Jump Street didn't start at all in April of 1987. That's the key to this whole thing. Thank you, Holden. What did Sarah say? Gee, something about playing a Deppening or something?
Yep.
Maybe we'll play a Lotus. No, I don't know.
Investigator Papa.
Oh, an old. He went
are
a
you
court
willing
trial. Okay.
to watch the body-worn camera, the lapel, from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, true?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition? Or
Wearing an IR system, according to
I
the
don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test.
It is Ireland Baldwin, Barbara, you're right.
On the firearm question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test,
she was there.
The
Yes.
FBI told you that this test.
She
may
dipped
very
out
well
after
destroy the
like
gun,
2
right?
hours.
Yep.
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen, so I think you guys can do that.
By the way, Marta, you are a master of
I'm
muting
going
yourself.
to show you an email in a minute.
Absolute masterclass.
But you.
I'm not very good at that.
You do agree with me
Oh,
that you
thank
were
you.
involved in the team's decision to send that firearm.
So
It
off
was
to the
my
FBI.
first class at
Correct.
podcast school.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier
Nice
in my
callback.
examination
Look
was
at this
something that
chick.
you were entrusted to keep track of and to
I
protect.
could use some podcast school.
Yes.
We all
A piece
can.
of evidence that you knew was critical.
According
is
to all-
correct?
Yes.
All
Bon
my love.
Jovi's
And
got to
the
start
FBI
teaching
told
a
you
course.
in no uncertain that if they do this
Johnny
test
Depp
on the
dropped out in
firearm,
11th grade.
it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
Shanley is a goddess. So are you, Holden. So are you. So is Holden Miller. The wigger.
We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you.
He's
on
friends
the
with
screen.
Chet Hanks.
That makes sense.
We
You
can't
live in the
show you on
same.
screen, apparently.
Dennis is friends with Tom Hanks, even though they're polar opposites.
Isn't Chet Hanks that douchey kid?
Yep.
Total asshole.
Oh, yes.
Tom Hanks' son.
Yeah, the other one is not bad. He was in Band of Brothers at the end.
Oh, he's a
yeah,
great
he's a pretty good
actor.
actor. Yeah, he's very good. And that other kid, Chet, is a total little douchebag.
Colin Hanks is a Nepo baby, but he's had a really good career. He's been in a lot of stuff.
He was good in Dexter.
He was good in Dexter. You're right.
Yeah, that's right. He was in Dexter, along with Edward James Olmos was his mentor that
Punisher,
year.
not Dexter. Punisher.
Hey,
Wait,
I
she's
have not
tested.
reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
Johnny Bonner. Vinny Politano is banging her behind the scenes. I just happened to tune in too last night because of the Gutierrez trial. I was watching Court TV at night to get their what was going on later.
I'm thinking a lot of these cops dropped the ball on many things.
Yep. Email.
Yeah,
They were they were starstruck and
you expect to request to refresh
I understand that.
want to be
If
on
you're a
the
young cop on the team,
recording for this?
it's really
Let's
tough. See,
Is that what it is, Sarah? Different mothers
first
for
of
those
all,
kids?
No, they're both.
she
I
can look
thought
at
they
the
were
whole
both.
document and see if it refreshes her memory. Okay.
That's exactly what I was
Move
going
I
on.
have
Let me see.
an article on him and the house they can't sell. They've had to drop the price on.
Did you see your email address on that email?
I'll read it
Yes,
really
I did.
quick before we go to
See if
lunch.
she can refresh her memory.
Of course, I just wanted to point out.
Marta, thank you for those documents about acting the rules on the set and stuff.
Oh, you're welcome.
I saw that. That was really Marta on the spot of you to get that. I wouldn't have known to do that. Certainly.
You're welcome.
Stephen is a hyper-religious. Thank you. Welcome. Stephen is a hyper-religious conservative, and he lives in Nyack, New York. It's oddly that's where Rosie O'Donnell lives. She has a whole compound there. I visited it once. Both from Long Island. Rosie's from Comac, politically opposites, and Rosie O'Donnell is this Nyack town. It's just outside of New York City. It's like a half hour north of it, upstate, just upstate, outside of like Westchester.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back.
I know to everybody in New York City, out west is like Coney Island, or sorry, out east is Coney Island. West is Jersey, south is Atlantic City, and north is Boston.
Coney Island is Brooklyn, though.
Right, you're on this email.
Yeah, well, I don't know,
Yes.
man.
And
Just making funny.
on April 21st,
So
2022,
back to Chet Hands.
which is
Rita Wilson is
after
his mom, but she's not Colin's mom.
the search of the prop house.
A lot of people don't know that.
Sarah got it right.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Sarah's like
Sarah
Marta
got it right.
in a lot of ways.
Correct?
Yeah.
She knows her gossip.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing.
Rita is Chet's mom.
Can we approach?
Yes.
She can have my copy.
Doesn't he call himself something stupid too, like Chet Hayes?
Yeah.
Chester is his real name.
And for like a whole year,
What a dipshit.
he spoke in a Jamaican accent for like a whole year.
Did he really?
Didn't get out of the character. Yeah.
Why?
Oh, Google it. It's hilarious.
So he's like a wannabe gangster. With,
Oh, yeah.
You know, with a billionaire daddy, he's one of those wannabe gangster types.
Yeah, you
Give
don't
me a
remember
break.
when he wanted to go beat up Howard?
Yeah, of course.
I don't.
That's how Radio Gunk started. by the way.
Is
That's
it
the
really?
first episode. Yeah. I found him on I followed him on Twitter, and he was going nuts on Howard. Nobody saw it. So I sent it to Adam Levy, our friend from Radar Online, and Adam Levy went crazy with it. And then they all drafted on Adam Levy's article, and every major news thing picked it up. That Chet Hayes threatened Howard's life. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to find you. Howard never talked about it once. And that was the first episode of Radio. Maybe we should do that on Lotus Notes again. Go back into that.
In the old days, Howard would have eaten that shit up.
I know.
You know,
I know.
This
He
must have been what, 2017?
He was terrified. 2015.
Yeah, wasn't Artie? I thought Artie was still there. No.
No,
Artie was
Howard
gone.
was already into full blown pussy mode.
Artie was gone 6 years by that point, Marta.
Oh man, you know that I stopped. I canceled my Sirius membership in like 2008, and I didn't listen. Yeah, I didn't listen to the show again until I got a new car in 2014 and had that trial membership, and it was on. I couldn't listen to it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, Artie was there. I mean, Artie left in December of 2009, and you left at a really good time. I mean, he's still there, but 2008's a good time to dip out. That was when you could sense a decline, and Howard became very hateable right around that time, where just him himself, like you just hated his guts.
Yeah, just talking about going over Bon Jovi's house for a party.
And ironically, the guests sucked. Their guests were terrible in the early days of Sirius. They're horrible. It was like Bob Levy.
Even 101 is just stupid interviews that he did with
I'm going to ask the court reporter
celebrities
to read back
5
the
years ago.
exact same question.
Yeah, but the old celebrity interviews are great when he had.
Yeah,
when he
but the
asked
ones he
hard-hitting
did
questions.
that's what's on 101 now.
Right.
They never rarely play anything that's older than 5-6 years old, or maybe 10 years old on 101. It's just the same crap he's done for the last 10 years. Celebrity ball wash fest.
Do you see the attractive brunette on the bottom with the glasses?
At the FBI, correct?
He was in the
Yeah.
Gutierrez trial. She was at the Gutierrez.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time,
Which one
that
are you
sent
talking
it
about?
to
With the
She's not on
glasses?
camera anymore.
accidental
No, it's
discharge
off to the
test,
right, I guess.
which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
So at the time you did that, you knew that.
But
the
Bob
testing
Levy and Yoko the
would
Clown,
cause
they
this firearm.
carried that show with Artie for like years when they couldn't get any good celebrities to go.
It was partly that, and it was partly Howard's horrible radar in pop culture. He just didn't get it. Like, I heard stories they turned down like George Carlin a bunch of times. How could you're turning down George Carlin and you
That's
have
crazy.
Brooke fucking Hogan on? Brooke Hogan.
They turned down George Carlin. Are you
George
kidding
Carlin.
me? You know what I
And
would have given to meet George Carlin?
He's so
and sit
good
down
on the
and
radio.
talk with him? Are you kidding me?
Artie had a theory. Like, I asked him about that on the show.
At the time,
he said that Howard was
this testing
intimidated by
ordered,
Carlin's cerebral ways.
That the firearm.
Carlin may be one of the,
would
is
no
one of the
longer
greatest
be in the same
comedians
physical
ever,
condition you
maybe
recovered
the
in,
greatest.
correct?
Maybe
when you
the
look at
greatest.
how prolific he
Yeah,
was.
let's take a break. Thank you.
And how much information he put out over his whole career.
Our lunch break.
He's from the same neighborhood as my
Please
father.
don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence
In,
received here in court.
in,
And
Manhattan.
please don't come back until 2 o'clock.
Same
Okay.
couple streets.
2.
All rise for the jury. Jurors, please stand.
Okay, really quick, guys. I know we're going to lunch. I'm just going to read this Baldwin article,
All right, we're
if you don't mind.
Go nuts.
I'm going to take them off, and then I'm going to put it up as soon as they mute it. Watch them walk out. I know it's interesting to watch them walk out. Like Whitney Houston. I want to watch them walk in the room, baby, and I want to watch them walk out.
Steven is ready for lunch. He got up like with the quickness.
Well, they're all smokers. They're running out for a cigarette.
I know, they all smoke. What is that?
See you at 2 o'clock. Actually, you're probably going to.
Okay, they muted it. I'm going to read this really quick. It's just a People magazine article about their house and their brood. I wanna watch you walk in the room, baby. I wanna watch you walk out. Here we go. See it? Alec, is it up there? You see that? Okay. Alec Baldwin's Hamptons home. Stupid fucking ad. Close it out. Still unsold after $10 million cut as source denies financial strain due to the Rust trial. The actor first listed the 10,000-foot square farmhouse for $29 million in November of 2022. He's now asking $18.9 million after a series of cuts by Mackenzie Schmidt and Natalia Sanyanka. There's Alec. Guess who? Alec Baldwin's Hamptons home was still up for sale despite $10 million price cut as the actor's involuntary manslaughter trial begins on Tuesday, July 9th. Soon to be reality star Alec Baldwin, 66, arrived at the first day of Judicial District Court in Santa Fe to begin his criminal trial, failed shooting, and blah, blah, blah. Baldwin has repeatedly insisted that he did not pull the gun's trigger now and that contained live ammunition. If convicted, he faces up to 18 months in prison. He initially listed as East Hampton is the furthest Hamptons on Long Island. It's actually way further than where Howard is. Howard's in Southampton. East Hampton is like 40 minutes east of that, believe it or not. One time I had a basketball game out there, my rookie year of refereeing. It took me 2 hours and 10 minutes to drive out there in the snow, dangerous snow. And I realized the game was canceled and I had to drive back again. And it was horrible in this fucking Honda Civic. And East Hampton farmhouse for sale in November 2022 and has reduced the price several times since. In recent New York Times piece, the article alleges the cuts are due to an uncertainty in the finances of his and amid the legal action. However, a source denied the actor of having money troubles to people. There's no financial strain. That house has been on the market for 2 years since said on July 10th. There's Alec. There's the house. If you see that, see that? So it has got that old school. I like a more modern looking, more balconies to throw Alec off of, right, Hilaria? Look at that. More balconies in the fucking Muppets. Look at all the. Do you like that house, guys? Is it too old looking to you?
Well, he's like every rich guy. He doesn't want to go into his pocket. Now, if he's got this house and they're saying he's worth 70 million, this house might be paid for and he's got, another 40 million invested. So he's making his dividends every year. He's making, 2-3 million off interest off the money invested. He doesn't want to start pulling his investments out to cover costs for the trial. He wants to, because he won't be able to replace those if he never gets another job. So he wants to hold on to that as long as possible.
Agreed.
And use the dividends and the interest and not deregister, his retirement savings to pay for the trial.
If you say deregister one more time, I'm dropping you from the screen.
Plus, Hilaria lost a lot of.
Go ahead, Marta. I'm sorry.
Yeah, plus Hilaria lost. She had like book deals and like brand names that were paying her a lot of money just to post, and she lost it all after Accent Gate. So I don't know.
When we come back, I'll play you the paparazzi videos just before they come back. We'll try to come back 5 minutes before, 10 minutes. By the way, Alec cuts his own grass. That's how he's saving on money in the trial.
Sure he does.
See his grass stains?
He makes Consuela get out there and do it for $4 an hour. Or Consuela's husband, Jose.
I love cutting the grass. I put guinea lines, as my brother-in-law calls it, and it's good therapy. It really is. That's how I get my 10,000 steps in.
You love cutting the grass.
I do. It's just good. It's therapeutic. I can't explain it.
Oh, Christ. Nothing I hate more than cutting the grass, man.
You people, man.
And guys, before I go, so the funeral where Hilaria and Alec Baldwin got into it was James Gandolfini's.
Oh, okay. That's a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
How many years ago was that? 5, 6, 7 years ago?
What year did he die?
I don't even know how Alec knew him. Were they ever in anything together?
Who gets into something with somebody at a funeral? Like, how low class, low
on your
rent
best behavior
are you? Like, that's disgusting.
That's great. You're always on your best behavior. The Times cited, thank you, Marta, for that. The Times cited lost jobs, growing legal expenses, and the cost of caring for the seven young children with life. Hilaria at 40 causes the strain. The couple share Hilaria Catalina Irina, 19 months, Maria Lucia Victoria, 3, Eduardo Pio Lucas, 3, Romeo Alejandro David, 5, Leonardo Angel Charles, 7, Raphael Thomas, 8, and Carmen Gabriella, 10. Alec is also the dad to Ireland, 28 years old, from the previous marriage to Kim Basinger. In addition to listing the Hamptons home, Alec has also made several significant real estate moves in the last few years. I remember this Vermont thing. Remember that in Vermont they got harassed by people right after the shooting, including the purchasing of a $1.75 million farmhouse in Vermont and selling a house in upstate New York for $530,000. There's them all together. Guess who? Where do the kids get blonde hair from? The milkman, for Christ's sake?
No, Alec used to be. They all used to be blonde when they were young.
Alex, yeah, I guess kids' hair changes on the. You're right.
Yeah. But do you hear their names? Like,
I know, it's crazy.
Their nicknames are all like Spanish nicknames. Like Rafael is Rafa. Like, oh, she is so insane.
He had no say in the naming of all 7 kids. 0 say.
No, like they're not named after anybody related to them.
Well, at least the nanny can teach the kids Spanish. I mean, that's the nice part.
I'm sure that's who Hilaria picked up the Spanish from.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Somebody's nanny. Wasn't she a nanny at some point?
I'm sure they all were. I bet you she has some, look at her LinkedIn. it's probably deleted from it or redacted.
I mean, if you have the opportunity for kids to grow up speaking 2 languages, that's just amazing.
Yep.
It really is. Like, if you can afford to do that, and, I'm not talking about them because obviously they're freaks, but just anybody, it opens up different neural pathways in your mind when you learn more than 1 language as a
If you
child.
say neural pathway
Look
one
at
more
you.
time, I'm dropping you.
Lapel.
Look at you with your big words.
I got your neural pathway, pal.
Yeah.
That podcast school is really working on you.
Nice.
Hey G, how come you don't? Everyone wants to know how come you don't speak French.
You know what? That's the problem. They started here when you're in like grade 3, and it's already too late at that point. When you're a kid, I mean, if you're a baby and somebody's speaking, like your parents are speaking English to, and you do have, a nanny or something who can speak French or speak Spanish, and they're speaking to you at the same time your parents are speaking English, you grow up and you don't know any different. You can switch back and forth. But by the time they start teaching you in school here, it's already grade 3, I think.
Yep.
Grade 4, I just heard it starts, and it's already too late. Those neural pathways have already closed at that point, and it becomes infinitely harder to learn a different language. That's why, kings and queens, hundreds of years ago, all their children learned 3 or 4 languages as babies growing up.
Like Lily Rose Depp, French.
There you go. Exactly.
Tiger Woods put a golf club in his hands at 2 years old or whatever.
Exactly. Well, or the Williams sisters playing tennis.
Yes.
So Hilaria was at the James Gandolfini funeral, and she was live tweeting about like smoothies and how to celebrate your wedding anniversary. So people called her out on Twitter, and then Alec went on Twitter and went nuts and had to shut down his account.
Had to do damage control. Yeah.
So we gotta find those tweets.
That's psychotic. She must have deleted it, right? There's no way they left that.
They are such assholes. They are so hateable. It's unbelievable.
You are not, sir. You are not. Let me just I'll just wrap this up here. Since it was first listed in November of 2000, East Hampton property received a series of price cuts and has been taken on and off the market constantly. In January 2023, the price was first cut down to $25 million, followed by another reduction to $22.5 million in March that same year. The home was taken off the market altogether in September of 2023, but it was later listed in January of 2024 at 18.9. Here's the inside of it. It's too old school looking, too pretentious for me. I need more electronics. Where are the electronics? Where are the video games?
It's that Hamptons. It's that Hamptons.
It's
like
so
shabby
Hamptons.
chic.
It's
like shabby chic vibe.
It's even got the pre-distressed cabinet over there. You see that to the right? Oh yeah, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. All right, thank you guys for indulging me on that. Just one of the people are asking about the kids in the house and everything. So that's where they're at. He's clearly trying to cover those. I don't know how, because he's going to be sued again by all people in the production because he has the money.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know. I think this might be about the insurance company. I wonder if the insurance company is paying for the defense here because they're the ones who might be on the hook if he loses. So that's making me. I was wondering about that last night because the insurance company, if they actually win a trial here, then the lawsuits go away. Maybe not go away, but they definitely don't have as much impact going forward.
Yeah, because didn't Amber Heard get her representation through her insurance?
Yes. So she was given those horrible attorneys by that side. It was the cheapest.
Yeah, lucky her.
I know. I always said the ultimate thing would be to switch legal teams and do the trial over again and see how it goes.
Poor Amber. I feel so bad for her.
I do not. Oh.
Amber says hi, everyone.
Let's not lose sight that Johnny Depp pursued her on cheating on Vanessa.
Of course he did.
And he does not get off scot-free. He knew what he was getting himself into. That
of course he did.
Cradle robbing pussy fog. That's what you get. So
but she wasn't a child when they got together,
No, she's smoking hot. Smoking hot.
She was gorgeous. She really messed herself up.
Yeah,
with all the
it was G Canada that gave her all the surgeries and stuff and get both. It's his fault.
Yeah. I told her to get the cheek implant. She shouldn't listen.
What do your hashtags, G?
Nah, I'm done.
Come on.
It's lunchtime.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right, guys.
Amber's IQ is higher than Arm's.
That's the best one. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And I agree with that, by the way. So is Marta's, by the way. I agree with all that.
Heard
All right,
husbands
guys.
unite. No justice for Amber. UK court got it right. I got a million of them.
They're the best. So let's go. I'll see you guys in an hour, right? Give or take.
Okay, man.
Enjoy your lunches. All right.
Yep.
Everyone.
All right. Peace.
He would just
If
be
this didn't happen?
Yeah, he would just be cranking these out to pay for the powder, to pay for probably the newest broad in his life.
Yeah, well, you'll find out as this transcript goes on, and I'm not sure we'll get to it today, but it was all a cash grab. After a certain point, after the first three, he was having money problems, and I thought it was really strange. He wanted to do a fourth one. I'm like, that is so. Why does he need to keep doing this? I was tired. I was completely checked out, tapped out at that point. After the third, I'm like, okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. We got it.
The second one, I was done. I was done.
I lasted through 3. I said, I'll give him 3. I knew about the trilogy. I'm like, I'll give you 3. I was getting tired. Believe me, I was tapping out during the third one. And okay, we'll wrap it up. That's it. He does a fourth one. I'm like, this is insane. What? Yeah. Who is? Again, he's in cash grab mode and we didn't know it. So as this transcript goes on, you'll connect the years and stuff. And he's got the formula down. It's, you work with your friends. He's going to get the highest payday there is. It's internationally, it's huge. I mean, in America, we're probably getting tired of it, but it's some of these European markets will just eat up. I think they're bigger fans than we are. Collectively, like as far as the total number, he's got so many Euro fans.
He does, absolutely.
Who are just immune to any of the scandal here.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't care.
They're also more accepting of certain scandals.
Yes.
I don't want to say open-minded because none
yeah,
of those...
I think some of it's just completely deviant with no morality at all. Mm-hmm. Just because they're foreign doesn't make it all right that you just go along with, because you worship someone that you just back every single thing they do.
Mm-hmm.
With no independent thought at all. Mm-hmm. Independent.
It is the next part of this video too, and I don't want to step on you, so if you want to go back to something, let me know. But this next clip, it's very difficult to find video of her even mentioned, or especially of her talking. I
told you before. I remember there was a fucking A&E biography or one of those things that came on in the late 90s or something. Could have been early 2000s. She had a very brief. I mean, it's easier to find Jeffrey Epstein footage or Ghislaine Maxwell speaking footage, video footage, than it is of Tracy Jacobs. And I guess what an agent's supposed to do is stay out of the way. She's almost like she's got so many Don Buchwald similarities. But even you could find stuff on him much easier than her. It is doggedly inaccessible as far as video footage or even audio footage goes. And there was one time she slipped into some special on him, and I can't remember anymore where it was. It's one of those things I had on VHS and have long since been ether.
Yeah, and I'm assuming I haven't seen it, but I would assume she's in and out. 2 seconds, she's done, makes her comment.
It's like 11
she's off
seconds.
camera. Yeah.
Yep.
So this video, this is just a quick interview. It looks like in a room of nicotine, where he is discussing his agent and a deal she made or wanted to make for him. I like it because he discusses her briefly, but he discusses her and his range of accents, of course. You ready?
Oh, you said accent?
Accents.
Oh, so he hits 5 different ethnicities. Okay.
He travels around the world in 2 seconds.
Yeah, this is gypsy. Okay.
There's Irish. There's a little bit of French.
I know where you're going.
On top. Okay.
I can't wait.
And I love how he says shampoo. All right.
I was asked to do this was great. I got an offer to do a shampoo.
That was Irish. That great was Irish. That was the guy from what's his name? Rue from Chocolat. He's an Irish gypsy.
That's his Whitey Bulger Italian Irish mob.
Oh God, I'm sorry, God. That was Irish though.
Commercial.
Yeah.
Right.
In Japan.
Even right was.
I can't remember where it was, but it was a lot of money.
Oh, she's smoking like he is.
I know. Imagine what that room smells like.
Right. They offered me this shampoo commercial. At the time, I was doing Fear and Loathing, and I was completely bald.
That's funny.
They did.
She's in love.
She's tapping the cigarette out like he does. Ugh. She's almost trying to like mimic him tapping the cigarette out.
Meanwhile, they're blowing their toxins all over each other.
It's just
gross.
I'm so tired.
I know. We talk about his smoking every episode. I know. I'm sorry. Okay.
So my agent calls me and says, listen, you've been offered this commercial. It's a ton of money. It's only going to show in this one country. I can't remember where it was.
Indian style.
Yeah.
He loves Indian style.
Bohemian.
If you watch, if anybody's listening to, we always talk about binge. If you binge watch, we have a few people that have asked us to binge watch 21 Jump Street. Even on that show, he's got this obsession with sitting Indian style in the strangest of places, on the hood of his Mustang, at the chapel, on a table. He loves fucking Indian style.
He's a free spirit man.
He's a quarter Indian style.
Cherokee Indians. He's also got, that's a beret, right? It's so blurry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Roman.
It's for shampoo. And I said, Tracy, I'm bald. I can't, you know. It was a funny situation.
Okay, that's it. That's the only thing I could find where he talks about her.
Oh, no, well, I mean, that's just, I have tons of print interviews.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get into.
Yeah, we went over the Howard Stern interview. He brings her up during that. You remember, he goes, we know mutual people. My agent, Tracy. Howard's like, oh, Tracy's great. I love Tracy.
Oh, yeah.
And so she comes up in tons of, I just can't, I have to go through all the print interviews and stuff. He brings her up here and there, but it's never expansively.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know the full story until you read this of how it all went down. He tells, and again, we'll go into it now. I guess we'll.
Yeah. Let me pull that up.
Bizarre, but that's great. The quote you made from the Variety ad he took out is insane. When you think, it's almost like worse than a tattoo that you regret.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because now he's doing that, and that thing is, you are like committing every bit of your being and essence and fiber of everything you are to how great this person is. And now you hate her guts and fired her at 2:00 in the morning, and she now is smearing you in court.
Mm-hmm. So
it's amazing that could 180 like that.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and pull up the transcript of the deposition, and we'll get into that.
Okay, are we back?
Yeah, we are back. So this is where we're going to start. Do you want to give a quick background on context? And
so this deposition was conducted by Depp's former managers, he was embroiled in a lawsuit. This is the big thing where he lost $600 million, and he thinks they they squandered his money and issued it to people. They were just giving it out willy-nilly. And the managers claim that he squandered his own irresponsibility and crazy spendings that we've all heard stories about with the yacht and the wine. Was it 400,000 a month on wine? Whatever the hell the figure was, 40 grand a month. And so this is the manager's subpoena Tracy Jacobs, who is no longer his manager since I believe they broke it off in 2015. It'll come up in the transcript. And want hard evidence of his agent, of what she knows about his irresponsibilities and delinquencies and his squandering his own money. So they drill her on mostly to do with their relationship and his finances. Amber Heard's people will use this transcript and have used it as evidence. Because they ask her about abuse. Is he capable of violence? And some of the rages he went on when those two were nearing the end of their relationship. And they ask her if it's really, they're using this in so many different ways, but this initially it was done during the financial battle, and which he eventually won.
He did.
I think he got awarded $30 million from that suit. As I looked, well, one day we're gonna have to go through. We have his financial flow chart through the last decade.
Yep.
And it shows you the residuals he gets, and each year is shown what he made. It's fascinating. Again, something Hollywood does not want you to see.
Exactly.
So I'm going to play the lawyers, and there's a bunch of them representing different people, and we'll just kind of lump them all together because it's really about what Tracy says.
Exactly.
It's not about the lawyers individually. So I'm just going to lump them. I'll probably try to. I always feel like Mr. Feeney, William Daniels, would make a great voice.
Be Feeney as long as your voice holds out.
As long as it holds up.
Whenever you're ready.
And you'll be Tracy Jacobs answering the questions.
I will be Tracy Jacobs, and I will I promise you I will mispronounce the name of his production company.
She mispronounces it. You'll see she shows a lot of humility in this. She'll go like, I don't know, I don't remember. What is it called? And she actually butchers years too. At one point, you'll see it later. I'll correct it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so could you give me a little background, just a very brief background about your educational background?
Yes, starting with college?
Sure.
I graduated from Boston University in 1979 with a degree in medieval history.
And how did you segue from medieval history to the entertainment industry?
I first was a copywriter at Leo Burnett in Chicago for a year, approximately a year and a half. And then I decided that I wanted to move to Los Angeles without a job. And I came to Los Angeles and sought employment.
Hold on. So right there. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
She's a copywriter in Chicago. She majors in medieval history and ends up a talent agent. I mean, it's like there's no correlation at all. What a bizarre path. You could never mimic that path.
Yeah. Well, and I know nothing, so
how do you, like, what happens in your mind when you go, no, I've got to go to LA and I don't know, I'm just going to try to get in the show business. I don't know, with no plan.
Well, I know nothing about it, but what else are you going to do with medieval history other than working in a museum?
I don't know, maybe, the Game of Thrones script that never happened.
Yeah. She's a consultant for Game of Thrones for HBO.
And
okay.
it gets weirder, I think, as far as her background goes.
Mm-hmm.
So where did I leave off? Okay, so where did you first work, and how did you come to Los Angeles?
An agency called Jack Rose Dorothy Dowdis.
Dowdis, yeah, whatever.
This is a mess.
Okay, and what did you do? And what did you do there?
I was a children's agent.
Oh God! Again, and for how long did you do that?
Approximately a year.
And then what did you do after that?
I was an agent at another agency called Contemporary Corman Artists.
Okay, and what did you do there? Okay, when so it cuts off here.
Yeah.
Okay. say what? Did she answer it? There's a page missing.
Yeah, there's a page missing.
Okay, so go to I guess 45.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, so after ICM, where did you go next?
To UTA.
Okay, so you went to UTA in approximately 1999.
1998. So I might be a little off in terms of ICM.
Okay, let me give you a little. Let me tie in Depp's history here. So by that point, he had done Sleepy Hollow, and that's the first 9-figure hit he has. So I think I don't think it's a coincidence that she goes to this agency as he has his first certifiable hit.
All right.
Sleepy Hollow was the first film he ever did that was considered 9 figures, $100 million at the American box office.
Okay.
Okay, and you've been at UTA ever since?
20 years.
And then when you went to UTA, what was your original position?
I was a partner and a talent agent.
Okay, and has that changed?
Yes, now I'm a board member.
And still a talent agent, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when was your first time you met Johnny Depp?
Approximately a couple of years before I left ICM. I was at ICM.
And how did you meet him?
I met him through contacting his mother.
Okay, this is where the years are wrong. They're way wrong. It's like a decade wrong, almost a decade wrong. I don't know why she just goes along with he butchers the year and
she probably doesn't care.
Yeah,
she wants to go home.
She might have checked out right with specifics. So you contacted his mother. Okay, so this would have been approximately 1995, 96 range.
Well, I represented him for approximately 30 years. So doing the math backwards, yes.
See, it's like, instead of taking medieval history, she should have taken calculus.
Math.
So
math.
it's 2018. Subtract 30, and it's 1988. they come up with 96. It doesn't even make sense.
That's all right. She wanted to go home.
1988 is knee deep in 21 Jump Street.
Yeah. Can this whole thing be thrown out because they're wrong on the years?
It's a really big. To butcher it by 8 years. I could see 2 years, 8 years.
Yeah. Neither
one of them pick up on it either.
That's a technicality. There you go. Throw it out. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, 30 years ago. Yeah, that's nice math. Yeah. Right. And at the time you contacted his mother, had he appeared in anything?
Yes.
And what was that?
I saw him on 21 Jump Street.
Which was a television show, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And did he have a reputation or representation at that time?
Yes.
Okay. What transpired for you to become his, that you went from calling his mother to becoming his talent agent? Can you give me the short version about what happened?
Well, the short version is I spoke to his mother, told her who I was, why I wanted to represent her son. I did not know him. She gave me his number. I called him several times. He didn't return my call. And then I finally spoke with him, and we made an arrangement to meet. He stood me up, I believe, approximately 3 times. Wow. And I called his mother again and said I could use her help. And could she help me to get him to come and meet me? And she did. And then we met.
Now, hold on. That's crazy. See, this is just shit that we never knew in all the interviews I ever read with him. That's specifics that never, ever comes up. I think it's great. And that's detailed. The tenacity, too, to be stood up 3 times.
That's the rebel. Remember, at this time, in context, he's on 21 Jump Street. He hates it. He's angry at the world. This woman is coming in, wants to represent him. Yeah, okay. 50 other when people probably called him that day too, wanting to represent him, and whatever.
But she's the only one who cold calls Betty Sue Palmer, Depp Palmer, which is crazy. Like, think about technology, how things that you had to go to the extent to be creatively tenacious and get, you know, avant-garde in your methods,
Mm-hmm.
you cold call his mother, which I'm
Do what
sure
you
has
gotta
probably
do.
been done before. And then she thinks, if I get the mom on the side, and then she stood up 3 times and still won't take no for an answer. And
Mm-hmm.
he, you know, he had done movie-wise bit parts in, you know, obviously Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Platoon, Private Resort. He had TV roles at that point, which some other show. He was on Hotel with James Brolin, which was I guess an ABC drama you probably watched, right?
No.
And a one season show called Lady Blue, which I have the full episode of, which he's on. He plays a aspiring young, him and his brother kidnap women so they can work on them to train to be surgeons.
Okay. Might have to watch
Kill
that.
them, you know, serial killers.
Might
Danny
have to watch
Aiello
that
is in
and
that
do a
series.
commentary on that.
I know, it's crazy.
Okay.
His name is Lionel. Lionel.
Mm-hmm.
And so now she's so enamored with him, smitten from fapping to 21 Jump Street, 21 Fap Street. She's, you know, she sees him in the you know, the Russell Buckins episode or something, and she is fixated on this guy. She won't take no. She knows she's so driven, so positive she can turn him into a superstar. Could you imagine some civilian blowing off an agent 3 times and are still coming back?
No, that wouldn't happen.
If you were like an actor, and again, he's an established TV star, right? So like you said, he gets this probably all the time. I mean, he probably his agents coming after him all the time, and he's just been there, done that. And he's learned how to duck them tactfully.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, it was pretty easy to duck someone. You didn't have the excuse of cell phones, and you know, nowadays it's very tough to say I didn't get that message.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could say whatever you wanted.
Yep. Okay, you want to continue?
Okay. And that was here in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell him at the time why you wanted to represent him?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I told him I had seen him on 21 Jump Street and that I believed he had the opportunity to be a movie star.
And what was his response?
Excitement.
And as a result of that meeting, did you start representing Mr. Depp?
Not immediately, but very soon after.
Okay, and so at that time you started representing him. You were a talent agent at ICM, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you moved from ICM to UTA, did Mr. Depp move with you over to UTA?
Yes.
Okay. And were you his talent agent continuously during the period of time from? Again, they fucked up. I'm gonna correct this year because it's so wrong. It makes me mental.
Mm-hmm.
And were you continuously during this period of time, approximately 1988, for 30 years after that?
Yes.
And when did you stop being his agent?
October 2016.
Okay. Okay, so from 1988 approximately to October of 2016, were you his talent agent during that period of time?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, did he have any other talent agent during that period of time?
Well, there were other people that helped me, but no.
Okay, and how would you, it may have changed over the years. Can you tell me that, but how would you describe generally the services you provided for Mr. Depp, as his talent agent?
With movie opportunities to act in, initially that was as much as it was, and then he became more successful. We formed a production company for him, and then he was interested in producing, directing, writing, and all aspects of the movie industry in addition to acting.
And the production company is called Infinitum Nile or something?
Infinitum Nile, yes.
Okay, and I understand that it was formed in approximately 2004?
It sounds about right.
Okay, let's do the math, right?
Mm-hmm.
2004 is the year after the first Pirates broke and became a huge hit. Now they have clout to do all sorts of shit like this. The money's rolling in. They're fearless to start going over what they would have tried before. The Pirates, the money the first Pirates made, and then the sequels, the trilogy getting greenlit. He's now a multimillionaire in ways that he'd never dreamed or believed, or she even believed. And now they're doing bold stuff like, let's start a production company. And, that there's no coincidence that that's the year they did that.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, all right. So at the time you started representing Mr. Depp, had he been in any movies yet?
Yes.
Okay, and you helped him, though, transition from being on TV as a regular actor to being more of a movie star?
Yes.
How would you describe the amount of time? Again, I realize it's obviously a long period, but the amount of time that you had to dedicate to helping him become a movie star.
And then there's an objection.
Objection to the form of a question. Okay, that's just... Every once in a while, I'll ask a question. He can say, object to the form of, but you can still answer it.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course I can. Yeah, it was not a good question, so I'll rephrase it. Can you give me a sense of the types of activities you had to do to help Mr. Depp become a movie star?
Talk to every producer, filmmaker, studio head, everyone that could provide an opportunity to him to be in their movies and to show him as much good material as was available.
You see, even though that should be standard, no-brainer to everybody, I like the way she details out what an agent is. I mean, I have to talk to every producer, filmmaker, studio head, everyone that could provide an opportunity to. They do a lot more hustling, I think, than people realize. Like constantly on the phone, and the weird romancing of God knows what palms you have to knobs you have to shine.
They have to. She's the middleman woman, and imagine how many offers she gets for him was getting in his prime on a daily basis. That she has to weed through.
I used to wonder that all the time.
That's why I think to him.
Yeah, that's my point about how there's no excuse for him to have a bad batch of movies.
Yeah.
Because he gets so many offers to wade through. I volunteered to be the script chooser for him. I think he lost his fastball, took his eye off the ball. As far as senility goes, of knowing what a good movie was, knowing what's made, what's not made. And he kind of humble brags a lot about not paying attention to the movie industry. I don't really want to know who's in what or what's made. You have to. You have to. In order to take a movie, you have to know what's not been done, what you shouldn't do, what sucked, what failed, and when you're being redundant. And he's done that, where he went and did a movie where, we don't need to see a Western. When you did Lone Ranger, it's like the Western genre is horrible. It's broken. It sucks. Nobody cares. I mean, I can go on, Cowboys and Aliens. Remember the whole thing with the Kevin Smith movie, the Kevin Smith story, Superman Returns. Nicolas Cage, Tim Burton was supposed to direct Superman Returns in the late 90s. It's this famous story about, and the movie got canned and shelved, and there's a whole documentary on it. It's called The Death of Superman Returns. Nicolas Cage was going to play Superman. Chris Rock was going to play Jimmy Olsen, and it's just a bizarre. So through whatever happened, Kevin Smith wrote the screenplay for it. The movie got shelved. They took the budget from that and made the Wild Wild West, a movie version of the television show with Will Smith, Kevin Kline, and Salma Hayek. And it was a debacle, a disaster, a nightmare. It lost so much money, and that was the money. So you should look at that movie and you should say, no, this Western genre, because if you look at Lone Ranger, it's like kind of similar to that. There's a slight tongue-in-cheek thing. And that movie hurt him so much because of how much money it lost. It had a very similar formula to Pirates too. Like Sparrow was Tonto, and Army Hammer was fucking Orlando Bloom, and it had that similar kind of tone. You know what I mean? Like the rhythms of it, and you could just substitute. And if you follow the film industry just enough, you should know. And whether it's Cowboys and Aliens, another huge bomb Jon Favreau decided to do, this genre, I'm not going to go down like that. I'm not going to do. I should know. You don't have to be a Hollywood insider to know. Big budget westerns like that are a bad move.
Yep. So let's go ahead. We got a lot of pages to go through. So let's get back into this.
Okay, so now I'm going. Now, typically when a studio or somebody is thinking about putting one of your clients in one of the projects, do they go through you, I take it?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, and so, for example, if there's a script, do they send you a script?
Not necessarily. Oftentimes I find the script and call them. It can go either way. More usually for agents, it's not an incoming phone call.
So is there a specific point in time when you can think, during the period of time you represented Mr. Depp, where in mind he had his first big break while he was working with you?
Then there's an objection to the form of the question.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Kump? Right. When you think about his career over the 30 years with you, is there a point in time near the beginning where he had in your mind, well, this is the first big break. This is really kind of pointing us in the right direction?
And we have another objection.
The objection you can pay no attention to. He's making the objection to preserve it, just so he can, for the record.
Okay.
Okay. But again, it suggests perhaps there's something not perfect about my question. So during the period of 30 years, you represented him. He obviously went from a modest stature of being a world-class movie star, correct?
Right.
And I assume there were steps along the way where things happened to his career where it made it more likely he was going to become a movie star.
Yes.
Again, I'm not trying to go into great detail on this. I'm just trying to get a sense. Do you recall one of the first big breaks in his career when he was with you that kind of propelled him on this upward arc?
Yes.
And what was that?
Edward Scissorhands.
Okay. And that was a movie he did with Tim Burton?
Yes, I introduced him.
Now okay, this is never brought up. This is where it gets really good about things left out of their relationship in history. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, to Mr. Burton.
Yes.
At the time that you introduced him, did you think that was potentially a career-changing movie for him?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because they weren't even interested in him for the movie. And I had read the script and they had sent it for me for another client who didn't like it. And when I read the material, I thought it was perfect for Johnny and was able to put him together with Tim, who I had a personal relationship with.
So you had a personal relationship with Mr. Burton prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Depp went on to make the movie, correct?
Yes.
And it was considered an artistic success, certainly, correct?
Artistic and commercial.
And commercial. Yes, yes. And his talent agent, you thought that this was a big break for his career?
Yes.
Do you know his sister, Christy Dombrowski?
Yes.
When did you meet her for the first time?
Approximately 4 years or so into my representation of Johnny.
Okay, so it was at that point in time you've already moved over to UTA?
No. Yes. Yes.
Okay, Sarah, help me out, because I know most of the names here, but a new name comes up all the time. So these are the so who do you think Tracy was representing that wanted nothing to do with the script?
I don't know.
You think Tom Cruise is in that agency?
It's possible.
Because the names I hear of turning that down, which has all been pretty much verified over the years, Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Michael Jackson.
Oh, God. Okay.
And now I found out last year that Gary Oldman was offered it.
It's a very Michael Jackson-esque character.
Oh God, yeah. Yep.
I can see him playing it, but I don't know that they would go to him to do that. This is what year again? He did Edward Scissorhands?
1990.
Okay, so he was pre-scandal. All right.
And she has to convince. She's hoping he wants it bad. And her relationship with Tim Burton, as we'll get to later in the transcript, I believe, she went to art school with Tim Burton and Denise DeNovi, who is a producer on most of all the Burton films, and that's a crazy connection. You know, he is not meeting with Tim Burton if not for her. It's just not happening. She doesn't get enough credit for her hocus pocus making that happen. It's beyond just an introduction. She went to art school with him, and she kept pushing and pushing, even though he wasn't considered a big enough star for a movie. Burton had been coming off the Batman film, Beetlejuice, the first Batman film, Beetlejuice, and you're not just going to put, Peter DeLuise in this role.
No.
So she did a major putting herself on the line with an old friend in Burton from art school. Okay, so as we go on, I'll start from where it says no, that's fine.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
No, that's fine. How did you meet her? Let me rephrase. How was she introduced to you, Mr. Depp's sister? What were you told?
I don't recall the exact circumstances, but I was introduced to her by Johnny.
Okay, and did Johnny tell you anything about what role he wanted her to play or expected her to play in his matters?
There's an objection,
Okay.
and she says yes.
And what did he tell you at that point?
She's going to be my assistant.
Okay, and did you understand what that meant to mean? In other words, his assistant, what did that mean?
Another objection, vague as to time.
Okay, thank you. So when Johnny told you this, that I'm going to call her Christy, so you all understand, when Johnny told you that Christy was going to be his assistant, what was your understanding at that time of what that meant? I'll do objection in the form of a question.
That she would perform assistant duties, which are fairly well known within the entertainment industry.
Can you generally describe for me what those types of duties and responsibilities are that an assistant would perform?
Yes.
Based on your experience?
Yes.
Okay.
Personal matters, travel, general questions as an intermediary, sometimes in communication.
Nice. You got intermediary. Nice. It's tough one.
I just slide into that. In communication, but pretty standard assistant type fare.
Now, from the beginning of the time that you started representing Mr. Depp, did you have difficulty getting in touch with him? Yeah, this is interesting. Depp is really doggedly inaccessible when anyone tries to get him, when he doesn't want to be contacted. I didn't really realize the extent how flaky he is.
The answer, yes.
Is that true from the very beginning of your relationship?
No.
Okay, with him, did there come a point in time when you started to have difficulty in being able to reach him?
Yes.
And can you place in your mind or in a timeline when that was approximately?
When Christy came on, it was apparent after a period of time, and I can't recollect how long, that she was going to be the conduit, because he was not responding as he used to either phone calls or any other thing.
And was Christy able to get a hold of him or get messages to him when you would ask her to?
It seemed that way.
Seemed that way. But she had better success than you were having?
Yes.
At that time that you started representing Johnny Depp, very beginning, did he have an entertainment lawyer representing him? Do you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did he have a business manager at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at some point in time that he did get an entertainment lawyer?
Yes.
Do you remember who the first entertainment lawyer was? Do you recall?
Stan Coleman, Peter Nichols.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when that was?
I'd say within a couple of years, my representing him, I can't recall exactly when.
And did you interface with and coordinate matters with Mr. Coleman and Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And let me ask you, in your position as a talent agent, do you often work with the representatives of your clients?
Do you mean lawyers?
Let me rephrase that. With respect to your clients as a talent agent, is it usual for you to work with attorneys who represent them?
Yes.
So, for example, and you can tell me because there may not be any one answer to this, if there's a deal to be made with a studio, is that something you do? Is it something the lawyer does? Is it something you do together? Or does it vary on a case-by-case basis?
It's something I always did with the lawyers right up front.
So you got the lawyers involved?
Yes.
How about in connection with your clients and their business managers? Do you oftentimes work with or coordinate with business managers for your clients?
Less than I do with the lawyers.
Okay. And at that time that Mr. Coleman and Mr. Nichols became the attorneys for Mr. Depp, was that before or after Edward Scissorhands, do you recall?
I would imagine it was somewhere within that time period, approximately.
Okay. And now, for example, did you negotiate the terms for Mr. Depp's contract for Edward Scissorhands to the studio? Objection to the form of a question. Okay, Friedman, let me rephrase that for you. With respect to the essential deal points, such as money, compensation, timing, what would you consider the bigger and more important items? Is that something negotiated, for example, on Edward Scissorhands for the studio? Objection to the form of a question.
Am I supposed to?
Okay, sorry, Tracy. Stepped on you.
Am I supposed to answer now?
Yes. Answer.
Yes, along with a lawyer.
Okay, either Mr. Coleman or Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols pretty quickly on became the primary lawyer.
Okay, and do you recall at a point in time when Alan Tivoli became the business manager for Mr. Depp?
Not exactly, but he was the second business manager I was aware of.
Okay, do you remember the first one?
I just can't remember his name.
Okay, but you remember then Alan Tivoli and his firm became the second business manager.
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to the role that Christie was playing, you indicated that at the beginning she was playing Mr. Depp's assistant, correct?
Yes.
Did that change at any point in time?
Yes.
And when did that change?
Within a fairly short period of time.
Okay, and how did that change? In other words, she was an assistant, and then what did she become? Or did her duties and responsibilities change over the years?
Well, as he became more and more successful, as I mentioned before, he had a production company and he appointed her to be, thank you, he appointed her to be president of the company.
So when Infinitum Nile was formed, Johnny appointed his sister as president of that company?
Yes.
And was that something he consulted with you about?
No.
At the time that Infinitum Nile was formed, what role, if any, did UTA play in the formation of that entity? Objection, vague. Go ahead. Okay, let me rephrase that for Mr. Friedman. Did UTA play any role in the formation of that company?
Yes, I had introduced them to Graham King, a producer who was being financed by Warner Brothers, and had Johnny sit down with Graham King. And sometime later, he had offered Johnny and his company an overhead deal for 3 years.
So was Infinitum Nile something that was Johnny's idea? I mean, he wanted to have a production company, or did somebody tell him he should do that?
Both. He wanted to do it. I encouraged it and found the people who were willing to pay for it to happen.
And why did you encourage it?
Because I thought his interests as a filmmaker and artist would be more satisfied by the opportunity to both produce and direct and be more responsible in the course of his career and the choices he could make.
So the founding of this company, of his production company, was an expansion of the possibilities that he had in the entertainment business? Objection to the form of a question. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so what was, from what you understood, what was Christie going to be doing as president of the production company at the outset?
Well, that's a hard question to answer because what she did and what a president is supposed to do are not necessarily the same.
Let me ask an earlier question then. Can you describe for me what Christie did as president of Infinitum Nihil? Mr. Vague as to time. Okay, so let's start. I'll represent you to that. The company was formed in 2004. That's when it started. At the beginning, when the company was founded, Christie was named by her brother to be president. Can you describe for me what what your understanding is of what her duties and responsibilities were?
As far as I can see, she behaved the exact same as she did as an assistant.
Okay, she continued to work with her brother as an assistant?
Yes.
And what role, if any, did you play in connection with the company and the production company?
To put them together with someone who was willing to pay for the overhead.
And who paid for the overhead?
Graham King through Warner Brothers.
Boy, I wonder what happened to this Graham King as relates to the Fantastic Beasts and Warner Brothers canceling him.
I don't know. I've never heard this name before.
I haven't either. I bet you he's not with him. I mean, that's from today. It's 17 years ago. I'd like to maybe look him up at some point and see what, because I'm imagining he's long gone.
Mm-hmm.
If that was his champion in the beginning. I've never heard the name before.
That's a good prediction. I would imagine he's gone as well.
Okay, and what was that, fairly close to the beginning of the relationship? Strike that. Was that fairly close to the beginning of the company?
Yes.
Okay, and how long did Warner Brothers pay for the company? Objection to the form of the question. Okay, let me rephrase that. So did Graham King through Warner Brothers pay for the company beyond 2004?
I don't remember what year it started. He paid for 3 years, and then the deal switched to Warner Brothers.
Man, we got to find out who this guy is. How does that name never come up in all these years? I see. Okay, so after these first 3 years, Warner Brothers took over the responsibility?
Yes.
And do you know for how long Warner Brothers funded Infinitum Nihil?
3 or 4 years.
Okay, so going back to the beginning, the founding of the company at some point in time, again, moving forward in time, did Christie's role as an assistant to a brother change or evolve in any way over time? Objection, vague as to time. Let me rephrase that for you, Mr. Harantian. So starting from the period of 2004 with Infinitum Nihil is formed as a production company, and Christie is named as the president. Going forward in time from there, did her duties and responsibilities in what she was doing for her brother evolve at all beyond what it had been prior to that? Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yes, please.
Technically, can you just say the question one more time?
No, that's fine. So starting in 2004, when the company is formed, the production company is formed, and Christie was named by her brother to be president of the company. You indicated that she still served as an assistant to him, correct, at that time?
Yes.
So my question is, going forward from 2004 to 2005, into this.
10 years.
Yes. During the period of time, did the duties and responsibilities that she provided for Johnny evolve in any way, expand, whatever it might be? Objection to the form of the question.
Technically, she ran the production company. She was in charge of the various people they had hired, and yet she was still an assistant, as evidenced on every film she took an assistant credit and got paid in addition as an assistant.
Yeah, let me say that Christy Dombrowski is mentioned virtually every film he's ever done. I mean, you see it like 4 times, and the positions and the titles keep changing, and they're not. She's never given exact. There might have been a few films that said producer or assistant, but she's never given that huge, impressive title. But if you discount how involved his sister is in his relationship, you're missing out on so much. And they have now been estranged, which is probably as crazier than this relationship dissolution.
The sister apparently bought quite a few handbags by drawing funds when she shouldn't have been.
What's the figure supposedly? $4 million?
I think 4 to 6 million, something like that.
That she overdrew from there. She had no rights to, or something.
Exactly. Yeah. He became upset because the mother was bedridden, basically. And he's looking at these statements. This is the time where he's wondering where all of his money is going finally, when he's desperate for money. He's running out. You'd never think to cut down the wine budget, but you start looking at the different people and who has access to your money and where this money's going. And he finds that his sister is ordering numerous handbags for his bedridden mother, according to what she's saying, which doesn't make sense. Where's the mother going to go with these handbags?
Right.
But I'm sure there were other things too that she was drawing money for. That's what it stood out.
Yeah, that's a whole other. But I thought it was to the tune of $4 million. And that was in some of the suits that he brought up against his. There's a bunch of articles, and it didn't get enough play at the time, where it's family and friends. And I mean, there's a nephew we've gone over before, Salajenko and James Russo, and he's trying to recoup this money, and his own sister ran off. And I'm assuming they're very much on the outs to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Even though
I
there
haven't
hasn't
heard
been any
otherwise.
update on it.
Not that I would know. I'm not in the circle, of course. I should be, but I haven't heard that they've reconciled at this point.
That's a crazy. Yeah, I mean, who knows what other stuff she pulled over the years? If she was the gatekeeper. She's got more access to him than Tracy Jacobs does, and she's got to go through her at some point to get to him.
Yeah, it's just a mess. He doesn't know what to do. It's a mess behind the scenes. He doesn't know what title to give her, what to assign to her. He just doesn't know what he's doing.
I mean, that goes on, the nepotism angle, when you have people you supposedly trust, and you want to get who do you trust more than your family? And now he realizes he can't even trust them.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not talent, but he gives her this, and she's been with him and in the background for years, and it never, I knew her name from reading old articles, and it would come up, and I'd see her name in the credits before any of this came out, before any of the dirt about his personal life came out from the trial and the transcripts and this, and I'd see his sister's name in credits of his movies. And I knew his sister's name, like I said, from reading old articles about where she was brought up briefly as like, he's got a family, and these are his sisters, and this is his brother. And I knew the name, and I remember saying, oh, that's his sister. I wonder what she's listed as an assistant, and da da da. Mm-hmm. And then now it all comes up. She had a much bigger role in things than we ever imagined.
Yep. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going from. Did you read technically she ran the production? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going next. So based on what you were able to do, based on what you knew and were able to observe, did she run the production company? Like, what were the types of things she did?
Set meetings? I don't really know.
Did she interact with people at the studios that were interested in making films with the production company?
Occasionally.
Okay, did she read scripts?
No.
Did you send scripts to Johnny?
Yes.
And did before you send him a script, would you typically read the script?
Of course.
See, that's what I want to be my job.
Mm-hmm.
That's
You would do very well.
I think I'd be good. I think I'd be really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I really would have been the guy, made him avoid all those missteps in the last 10 years. There'd be no Mordecai, there'd be no Transcendence, no Lone Ranger, none of it would exist. You'd see a Moneyball, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mob movies. Okay, go
ahead.
Right.
Okay, and when you would send him a script, would you typically describe for him why you were sending it to him? In other words, I think this script is good for you for the following reasons. Objection in the form of the question. Yes.
Yes.
Is it something you would do? Okay, and during the period of time after the founding of the production company, did the amount of time that you interacted with Christie go up or down?
It went up.
Okay, and what were the types of things, again, I'm starting around 2004 going forward. What are the types of matters that you and Christie would deal with between yourselves?
We would discuss writers that could theoretically write something for the company. We would discuss opportunities for Johnny outside of the company. She generally didn't give me a lot of information about what was happening at Infinite Mile, but we would talk several times a day.
Was that true for a number of years?
Yes.
Was that true for more than 10 years?
Yes.
And the types of things that you'd talk about in the course of a day would run the gamut of topics that you just mentioned.
Yes.
So, for example, when you would talk with, you would said one of the things you talked about with her were opportunities for Johnny outside of the production company, correct?
Yes.
In other words, what his next movies might be.
Eventually, we had those conversations.
Okay, and do you recall what you started having these conversations with her approximately?
A couple of years in.
To the okay.
To the production company.
Were you having those conversations with Christie and not anyone else who was representative for Johnny? Objection to the form of the question. Let me rephrase that. When you would talk with Christie about opportunities for Johnny outside of the production company, did you also have those conversations with Johnny as well?
When I could, he was very difficult to reach.
Okay, so it was easier certainly to reach Christie more often than Johnny.
Sometimes.
Was it sometimes difficult to get a hold of her as well?
Yes.
Did Johnny ever talk to you about what Christie was authorized to do on his behalf? Or what was let me put it this way, and I'll ask you how you knew this, but what was your understanding as to what Christie was authorized to do in a position representing her brother?
When he made her president, it was understood and we discussed that she would be running all aspects of his production company, that she would have access and the ability to get information, pretty much everything he was doing, and that he was less reachable and I could go through her.
Let's put a pin in that. Right. So he's now at a point, the more successful he gets, he's now ducking his own agent. And it's incredible to me that she's having such a hard time, and that they're making it clear, almost in writing, that I'm not going to be as easy to reach me. I very easily could not. It's almost like the more powerful you are, the more prone you are to just blow off. He has nothing. He has no consequences.
That's that angry rebel.
In blowing, but he knows he can get away with it. Like, he has nothing to gain. It's not like this is an actor at the apex of everything you could possibly be in Hollywood. You wonder, on the way down, like, what's Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that? I'm just going to read.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, Jay, you back?
Yep.
I'm just going to read this piece that Marta sent me about Hilaria. What time have you see this? Alec Baldwin's Twitter rants after wife accused of tweeting during the Gandolfini funeral. Farewell Alec Baldwin's Twitter account again after his wife Hilaria was accused by London's Daily Mail of tweeting a variety of comments. During the hours the pair were attending James Gandolfini's funeral Thursday, he went on a rage-filled rampage against the author of that article with comments like, "I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm going to fuck you up." In the article, writer George Stark noted that Hilaria's feed was but the reporter may need a refresher course in Twitter timestamp interpretation. According to a statement released Friday by the Baldwin camp, the reporter misinterpreted when the tweets were sent. The statement read, "It's disgraceful that a reporter would manufacture and publish a story and not call for a comment or explanation, especially when it's intended to take away attention from honoring the memory of a beloved figure like a James Gandolfini." The court is saying, okay, we're still not there yet. All right, I'm just looking at. Where's the Gandolfini? I'm sorry, where did I leave off here? Okay. There are multiple witnesses to the fact that Hilaria left her phone in the car and couldn't, and didn't tweet during the service. And as for tweets, number one, some of the timestamps in the report were wrong because he listed the time of the original tweet, not the retweet. Number two, she left early and wasn't in the service at the time of tweeting. Number three, it's possible that the previously scheduled tweet wasn't canceled. Still, Baldwin wasn't in the mood for a rational discussion, and his responsive tweets, now deleted, along with that account, grew increasingly irate, as noted in a report from today's Maria Shia Vamcampo. Baldwin tweeted, "Someone wrote that my wife was tweeting at a funeral. Hey, that is not true, but I'm going to tweet at your funeral now, buddy." Well, that's a good comeback. Wow.
It just proves what a dick he really is.
Yep.
I mean, he everything. He is such an arrogant piece of shit. It's unbelievable.
Well, if he's not doing damage control for himself, he's doing it for her.
How many fans of James Gandolfini would have loved to have been in that funeral and just, given anything to be there to show their respect for the guy? I mean, it's not something I would do. I didn't know the guy. Sure, I was a fan of his like everybody else is. But, I mean, a lot of those people, the Gandolfini-ford wives, whatever you want to call them, they would have loved to have been there, right?
I mean, he did a great job in The Sopranos, but, we get a little nuts with mafia stuff in a way. And he's a great guy, I'm sure, I've heard, but we get a little crazy. Baldwin's temper on and off Twitter has been the subject of headlines before. In 2011, he was asked to stop playing Words with Friends on a flight I forgot about that, and was ejected from the plane in 2012. He then got in a scuffle with a photographer. Another Twitter rant followed after that. Meanwhile, though Baldwin has quit Twitter again, his wife Hilaria has continued to post. One of her latest, "I would like a real apology, please." Wow, so she's not even owning. I mean, she did it. I mean, does anybody doubt? Man, they just continue to be reviled in this way. They're still not back from court, by the way.
Wasn't Depp and Gandolfini in a movie together?
Nope.
Okay, I thought they were in that movie with the gun.
You're thinking of Brad Pitt in Mexico, something.
Yeah, it was something Mexican.
Yeah, Julia Roberts and Brad Pitt.
Well, those white guys, they all look the same to me. Depp,
Sarah goes,
Brad Pitt, whatever.
Look at wise ass Sarah. She goes, "You're muted, you fool."
Who?
I'm not muted now, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. Right, guys? We're not muted now. I think I'm good now.
I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know about good, but you're definitely on. I don't know. I know I'm not good, but I'm definitely on.
Yeah, we're good. Marta's probably join us soon. I can't blame you guys. I thank you so much for hanging it all. It's such a grind. I hope you're having fun at least, because it's a grind. We're trying to make it fun. We could jump around. We don't have to stay on this topic the whole time,
But if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be here. That's for sure.
That's right. That's what I tried to write in that email. I don't know if you know if it came through. I woke up at an ungodly hour of 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was just like, I had to write, I had to write an email to everyone saying, like, just have fun, and we're lucky to have you, which is all true. You know, pop in and out when you can. Let's try to roll it. Hey, John O'Reilly, do you ever want to sit in and do legal commentary? It's obviously great in the chat, but you're more than welcome to sit in live as anybody else is. I don't think Sarah's gonna make it. It's almost like Marta is a Sarah, like the backup middle linebacker on the Browns.
Well, I'm guessing this is all time when Sarah has to work. She probably goes
She's
to work
right in the
when it-
right. It's
Yeah.
right against it. Right, like
She's in that same time zone, isn't she?
She is an hour different than New
Yeah,
Mexico.
okay. So there you go.
An hour different. What the hell was I going to say? So it's going to heat up. You're going to hear when the people from the actual set and cast testify, especially like the production people who never work again. They're gonna I mean, they're not gonna lace it. Maybe they will lace into them because there's such a bitter axe to grind. I mean, their lives are kind of ruined. These lawsuits like may never materialize in terms of like we talked about how it seems like nobody gets paid. Isn't it crazy how like nobody seems to get the money?
Well, that's what I was saying before. I was wondering if the insurance company sort of, when you look at the deal that they offered Baldwin, which was, an amazing deal if you ask me. But if you look at the deal, I'm wondering if it's the insurance company who pushed him to not take the deal, because then he's admitting some sort of guilt, no matter what it is. Even though it's very light, he would be admitting guilt. And then it opens the insurance company up to all these lawsuits, and then they're going to have to pay out. If he can go to trial and force maybe a non-guilty verdict, then all these lawsuits die on the vine, and him and the insurance company are both off the hook. I wonder how much that has to do with it.
That's a great question. How much do you think the insurance company is flipping for this?
For the lawyers and that?
Yeah, like
It's
if
a
he's
short
sued,
trial.
do they cover his lawsuits? Do they cover his if he gets sued by the, like, say, the production assistant?
Well, that's why they have insurance. I mean, this happens so often on sets where somebody dies or somebody gets maimed, as we had both cases here. But it happens so often that I would think that insurance would cover it all. Why else would you be paying insurance? That's what you pay insurance for.
That's at G Canada, you're spot on. And we say this all the time with cars. Like, we're always so like, oh, I got into an accident. I don't want to report it to the. And then sometimes you just stop yourself and go, I've been paying fucking car insurance for 30 years. What the hell is it for? Is this blackmail? Is this legal blackmail? As I said on Jump Street, I'm using it.
I've paid for car insurance since 5 weeks after I was 16, and I've never once used it. Never. And I was paying $100 a month back then. And that was almost 35 years ago now. Well over 30 years ago, and it was $100 a month, and it was on a car that was worth like $400.
I know.
I was paying $1,200 a year insurance then.
When I first got a car, I got a van to landscape.
Please.
Here we go. We're back.
I don't think it's not appropriate.
This lawyer is excellent. I want to see her in action again. I can't stand when she's marginalized.
Yeah, I could sure do without seeing that big city slicker standing up there. That's for sure.
Well, I would say, given the documents, I agree with you. Given the documents, I agree he should be here. I know you can waive, but this is part of the trial, and he should be here for this document in particular. Yes.
Understood. Do you have a preference about the order, the manner in which we make these arguments? Do you want the defense to go first about why they want them redacted, or do you want me to go first about what I want them added?
Well, they are going to be your exhibits, so you should go first.
Okay.
Are we done with Rosie O'Donnell meets Kathy Bates. Nothing against her. She did her job, but this guy beleaguered the shit out of that. Welcome All About the Tendrils.
Yeah, I got no
Back
idea
here.
what that was all about, just pounding on that. He's probably going to make it into something later on. And he can come back and say, remember when this is what it was about then. He's setting you up like Matlock.
Yes, there's a Matlock reference, guys. Bobby Burrs says, I have to go. Welcome, sir. I want to go to Fund Me dressed in an oak barrel at the funeral. Amber's litigating her. This Joni. Most insurance policies don't cover criminal acts, says JOR.
See, and of course, John O'Reilly knows. So there you go. The insurance company if he can be found not guilty, then the insurance company will open up and pay this stuff off, or the lawsuits will just go away.
Sunflower Dragon. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's maybe what this is all about. Is just that why he didn't take the plum deal that they offered him.
Sure.
Is just about the money.
The hell is it? Sunflower Dragon said about Marta's Hilaria accent is better than Hilaria's pronouncing her own name. That's so funny.
Well, yeah, Marta's actually Spanish.
It was done exactly the way. Ben for Arms. Yeah, I know. I was muted. I have to admit that I didn't know I was for about 30 seconds. I've gone 10 minutes being muted and not knowing it, and gone just
I remember that. We were all screaming at you, and you were just going and going and going.
You want to start with the 21st?
Yes.
Like, okay. You hear me? Hilarious assistant just did it with the fuck with her. That's funny. All About the Tendrils. Welcome, sir. I hear you. We were playing a Deppening from like 3 years ago during the break.
This dialogue here that takes place between pages 2 and 5. You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses, and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color. What pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you, let me make one correction.
Yeah, something.
Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I only see. Oh, got the wrong one in front of me. Okay. All right. Sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
And let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, and just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with. He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't we'll go have, it'll work, and we'll go. And I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. We'll go have a good time. So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he's at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time. So this is obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued. And if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says. His family was coming to New Mexico the following day.
Thank you, Barbara DeRush. You brightened my day.
Because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling his, at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her. We can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
Where's the thing about the plane tickets? I didn't read that.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
So
are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4? You object to the redaction on just this portion?
I learned the word redaction.
On what page? I'm sorry.
Well, you said 2 to 5, and then you pointed out a particular portion within 2 to 5.
Overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement, and it comes in.
Thank you, Mae Smith.
And I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
Welcome, Sue Monster.
All right, you're going to come back up here.
Yes, sir.
Reinsurance.
No.
Not like a reverse mortgage.
Yeah, I want you to go over there.
Can I leave these here? Okay.
They have this thing now called an umbrella policy where they tell you, oh, your insurance isn't good enough.
So, Your Honor,
you have to get
first,
more insurance.
What we have within
Alec
this
hates it when
section
she
that
talks.
we're going to be discussing right now is
Because she's
we
the one who
have
said, "I'm
also
coming
some
for you."
additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's
She
statements,
certainly did.
but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and you see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from,
Sue Monster.
again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to
Multi-million
Mr.
dollar
Baldwin.
policy, 10 times.
In addition, when we're looking at
You might be
whether or
right.
not this is admissible,
She usually
the
is.
court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine, that Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior.
Wait, Rob Brushy, my room.
Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew,
Look, it's
or
the
telling
Leno and
people to
Barnes
hurry up,
commercial.
none of that is
Barnes and
relevant,
Barnes.
and that is propensity.
David referenced that the other day.
Dealt with what was
Doesn't she
offered.
look like Sarah
That
Huckabee
is correct.
This
Sanders?
was not offered. This was not
Not
even
cross-eyed?
discussed at that time. So this is fresh.
I don't
to the
know.
court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So
I
what
don't
we're
know
doing
what
is
she
we're
looks
looking
like,
at
really.
what the court had previously ruled,
She's
and
like
then we're
a-
using that also
she was
to
like the
inform
Republican,
the arguments that we're making at this
press
time.
secretary.
And so certainly
baby,
when
too.
we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that
Love a
he's
good probative.
talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he is actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime.
Well,
that he's
he
charged
looks
with.
fantastic.
So when the court is engaging in this balancing
Look at that.
test, we have to look to
From
see
the
what is the
rooftop.
probative value, and there's none or very minimal. But the danger of
Golden
unfair prejudice
cones.
is substantial, and it substantially
Marta
outweighs
Baldwin.
any probative value. In that, again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about plans that they have, and there's danger that the jury will misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins, when actually that's not accurate. So we are asking the court that the court exclude this section that we're referring to.
Marta, thank you for the
In
USA
addition, Your
Today
Honor,
article. We read it. I
let me
don't know
go
if you
over
heard it. We read it.
to
The
page
hilarious
5,
tweet
if the court will look at the
controversy
top
with
of page 5.
Gandolfini.
Here again, this is just more them trying to make him look callous. He's worried about at the top. He's talking about staying away from people.
Funeral.
Yes, of course.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for sending that.
I just want, is mine under yours, so I can't see where you went. Okay.
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking
It's
about
about
here
a
up at the
second
top
black
of the page
person in
is,
the
again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life.
2 black people.
And this is a very difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or
guess who?
Something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media.
Who
He's
are
trying to
those
keep his family
teenagers
away from
back
that as
there?
well.
That's a great
it's
question.
misleading, and when we engage in a 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
I guess it's open to the public. Maybe they're just maybe
normally I would agree,
know.
but for the fact that the
wonder if
defense
Steven has any
actually
more kids.
made his demeanor after the fact relevant.
Let me see. His sons are.
So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant, and it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11-401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in
he's too
determining
old
the
for his
action.
kids.
It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday.
Stephen has a
son? So I do find that it's relevant to
maybe they kind of look like them.
Respond to you all talking about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly
Ben's in love again.
you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is
upset.
of consequence.
With his love
I
gun.
also find that
Bobby Burrs, I'm
its
telling you.
probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of
Welcome,
unfair
Lauren
prejudice
Marie.
and
You
all the
didn't
other
miss much,
choices
Lauren.
that are
It's that
under
same
11-403.
boring
I will say
forensics
that
witness.
I think that
Looks like Rosie
I'm not
O'Donnell
going to
and
let everything
Kathy
in.
Bates
I'm
again.
going to focus on page 4, and
It was ever an after. It's that.
I'll start with
to
line
miss.
16 and on page 4, and I will go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in. The
Okay.
rest of the yellow is staying out.
Welcome,
Can you
Lauren.
repeat that line
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading
Okay,
paper.
sorry.
I think these two. I think
Okay, so it's
Morrissey knows the judge
it's line
Honor very well.
16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the yellow will be redacted.
Understood.
Understood.
Are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Ms. LeBlanc, just correct me if I'm wrong, is on page 12. That's correct.
You're right, Tendrils.
So this issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's him talking about his knowledge of the danger of these guns. That goes directly to the heart of the state's case. As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says,
the wadding
"I'm
itself
told,"
can actually kill somebody.
that again goes directly
Yes,
to
Sunflower. Only
his
New Mexico,
knowledge,
coldest and bad demeanor
of
or crime.
Only
the state.
the injuries that can
And
occur
New Hampshire.
if
And New
these
Hampshire.
guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die.
Sorry about that.
And you know what? We can take out
People
this
just
part here that says which both of them died, because that is relevant
want to
to
make your
the
life miserable.
Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then I think it's 21 through
When Alec was in
25,
his
we've
police
agreed
interrogation,
to redact.
he brought Hexum and Brandon Lee
this
up
part
to the
here
top.
on the
It's
top
bizarre.
of page
Immediately.
13
I couldn't
is
believe how
very important to the
quick he did
state because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that. So his
She said
personal
Hancock.
experience with firearms on movie sets and
You knew
off
that
movie
word would
sets
be just.
is all absolutely relevant.
I would mispronounce it intentionally. Hand souche.
Yeah.
Hand
Hand-
crochet.
Here, let's do this.
Hane crochet.
There you go.
Alec's eyes are like daggers staring at the prosecutor, says the
So,
sunflower.
Your Honor, this
He
was
hates
already
her.
the
He
subject
hates her.
of a defense motion and
She's
one that the court
coming for you.
ruled
It's for my insurance.
on. So we have in the transcript of the pretrial proceedings,
Coming
the
for
parties
you.
were arguing about
Yeah, I
whether
guess
or
she
not
does look
this
like that
knowledge of danger
Suckabee
of blanks
Sanders
would be
woman.
admissible. And so what
Fluckabee
the
Sanders
court
or
ruled was, the court
whatever her
said,
name was.
the court makes
There
the
you go.
following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these Westerns or not Westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject, and so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy rounds?
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those to the court and replace that is throughout the transcript. But,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, for the prosecuting attorney, Morrissey threatened Alec Baldwin.
My concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. Right. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that. So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert
He got muted?
ammunition,
I
it
didn't
can
know
still
that.
hurt someone.
Oh, okay.
Or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew
Sorry about
that
that,
it
G. I
could
don't know
kill
if you did that or
someone.
I did.
So I
probably
think that this needs to be in for that reason.
It was me, thanks.
Your Honor, it was Oliver.
Yeah, so the prosecuting attorney, Ms. Morrissey, just there. At the end of the Gutierrez trial, she looked at the camera and said, Alec, you're next, and kind of threatened him. And I guess that stare that you guys are talking about is really probably harkening
Your Honor, I
back,
believe this
although he
is
claimed he didn't
number
watch the trial.
3. This would be defense 3.
I remember he was on Instagram during the
Defendant's motion
Gutierrez,
nominee 3, I believe
acting
it was.
like he was ignoring it.
And we have the transcript if the court would like to
Don't
review
buy
it. Based on what the
too
state has just
self-obsessed.
argued in their reply, may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your
The
Honor.
new argument?
Yes, this the
That's
state.
her reply,
the state-
isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a surreply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling. In our jury selection, we did not
She's
cover
trying to squeeze this
topic.
in.
In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
Squeeze this,
Well,
pal.
it's not 3. Where is it?
I
It'd
believe
squeeze
it's
you
in-
anytime.
It's the foreseeability.
7, Your Honor.
Oh, 7. I apologize, Your Honor. Number 7.
Get in line. David's waiting.
You mean defendant 7.
For a long
Defendant's
time, I
7.
thought you and
Yes,
him
Your
were
Honor, he's
actually
on
a
motion
thing.
to exclude.
You think everyone's gay. You're one of those guys.
Well,
that thinks
no, I
everyone's
just thought
gay.
that you guys were a thing. Whatever.
Oh, I
don't
get
know.
it. If you have a gay bestie, you have to be gay as well. You can't be friends.
Exactly.
I get
Wait,
it.
you thought?
Well,
You
Well, I have
thought,
gay friends, but I'm not,
You thought David
I'm
and
not as
Arm
close
were a
as
thing?
you two are.
Yeah, Marta. Yeah, that's what he just said.
I did too.
Nice. See, I wasn't the only one.
What? That's
You guys are
crazy.
just so good together.
Oh God.
You're like hustle and flow.
I got to move to West Hollywood.
I was
Yes.
waiting for the day when one of you went across the country and it was no longer a long distance relationship.
We
I
were
can't
gonna
wait to go to-
start. We were gonna start a real arm fund.
Cleveland's halfway for each of you. You could go meet his parents.
Sarah is jealous about this emasculation I'm getting right now. She would love to jump in on this. I'm going to be the new guest of honor at my own float at the Gay Pride Parade with Vanderpump Rules.
I'm pretty sure Sarah's put your balls in a meat grinder a few times.
She does everything.
Yeah.
She emasculates everybody. Marta's probably an emasculator, I imagine, too.
She's put them in a. Yeah, she's
Every
done a lot of
Cleveland-
damage.
Spanish girls are sweet, just like Hilaria.
They can emasculate with the best of them, though.
But then again, Hilaria's not really a Spanish girl, so there's the difference.
Oh,
It's motion to exclude.
not even
They
a
can
little
emasculate
bit.
with the best of them.
Oh, all right.
The initial plans came up in the opposition.
Okay.
Detail.
Every Cleveland Browns female fan is an emasculator.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean, we go through a lot.
Sarah
Like,
started
I'm trying to
watching them when
figure-
Baker
I'm trying to
Mayfield
figure
was
out who those kids are, and I can't.
You're a Cleveland Browns fan too, Marta?
Yeah, I moved to Ohio when I was 14 from Puerto
Oh
Rico.
no.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy, DG? Canada, Sarah and Marta are both Browns fans.
Yeah, Cleveland's like 3.5 hours away from me, Marta. I never go there.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I went to
Thank you, Your
Canada
Honor.
when I lived up there.
So
We went
to
Canada
allow the
all
state
time.
to
I
basically
used to go to
relitigate
Canada
this, I think
just
would
to
put
go
us
to
in
a
very
bar and
dangerous
drink when I
territory
was
because the
18, like
defense
with my friends.
Wow.
relied
And
on the
drive
court's
back.
ruling, and the court was very clear about
And I
what
went
would
to
be
the
permitted
States
and
to
what would
drink
not
when I
be.
was 15.
I think to say that the state thought
You
that
would go
that
to
somehow
Buffalo?
didn't apply to
Niagara
students they wanted
Falls,
to
Buffalo,
introduce
yeah,
by
more
Mr.
Niagara
Baldwin
Falls,
is
New
not-
York.
It's disingenuous.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear
And
this.
so we relied on this again in our jury.
We'll see the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to push the floor.
Okay. It's coming back on. Sarah started watching the Browns when Mayfield was quarterback, and Marta started watching when Bernie Kosar or Brian Sipe was the quarterback. Remember Brian Sipe?
Oh, I remember when Bernie Kosar got traded. I had tickets for that game against the Orioles.
Wow.
That
He's a good.
Yeah.
He's
And
a
he
good
got
dude.
traded, and we wore cowboy stuff to the game because we were
Wow.
boycotting.
That's great. That's cool.
Yeah.
He's a good dude. He had head trauma. He has like head trauma. He has major.
Well, who
But
doesn't
he's
have
a
head
really good
trauma?
dude. But he's like fighting the what's the acronym for head trauma again? I forget. DTE.
CTE.
Yes. He's like the head of the DTE committee or something.
Oh wow, okay.
You know, this was related to,
yeah, I'll wait.
and I think I say it here
All right,
where I talk about on page 154, which you left out. But this is to Mr. Nikas, where he's saying that the statement such and
There she
such
is,
would have
wolf
died
close.
if there were a blank in the gun. That they were asserting that they were
Chopper,
going
sick
beyond
balls.
live ammunition, and they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter, that that blanks can kill as well, and that he should have known that. That's different from his own admissions of his knowledge, and I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let page 12, I'm going to let line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Hang on, Your Honor, I just want to use, I see, I'm sorry.
And then on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with a flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had not been focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds, and that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements of the charge.
This is what in the grand jury, Mr. Carpenter was talking about all these duties that Mr. Baldwin should have had, including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't pointing the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay? But that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns. All right. Next.
Your Honor, same argument from the state with regard to the bottom of page 14, the last two words that start with and I'm. And then if we, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. And then if we move to the top of 15, this is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin solidifying and reiterating what he knew or should have known that goes directly to the elements of the offense. Nothing further.
Ben Benjamin, that is a great line.
Actually retrieving my items.
Those are William Baldwin's
Right
kids.
down to the bottom of 14.
Oh, the Billy Baldwin's kids?
And we just start with those two
Yeah.
words.
Not Stevens?
No,
And
Stevens'
then
kids are older.
We just roll over to the first four lines of.
Hey, Jim Brown was maybe the greatest lacrosse player of all time.
Yeah, he played basketball, lacrosse, and football in Manhasset, in Nassau County, Long Island, by the way.
Jim Brown.
Yeah, but
And so
he was
the
better at
issue that we
lacrosse
would
than he was
have,
at football.
Again, with this, Your
That's
Honor,
what I
is that,
heard.
Saying something.
we did not
That's what my
ask
father said.
witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned,
I don't
and
know how
certainly
you knew
those
that.
kinds of things might have been able to come through Miss Popple. And so,
Well, what you
and
didn't know,
again,
Arm,
we
is
did not do
lacrosse
jury
is a
selection
national
on
sport
this,
of
which we
Canada.
absolutely would have. We didn't open on this.
I didn't.
No, it really is.
Because
I know.
of
I didn't
the
know. I
ruling
didn't know.
and
I didn't know
we
that either.
understood it.
Everybody
based on
thinks it's hockey.
our review of the
It's not.
transcript. So
Yeah,
I do have concerns
that's what
that
I
this is
thought.
going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider not allowing
Attention to
this.
my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness she got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about that blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well, page 15, 1 through 4, lines 1 through 4.
Can I explain? Initially, the day before, 2 days before, the judge dismissed Alec's culpability as a producer. And so they thought they got off here. But it seems like the prosecuting attorney, Morrissey, is trying to like re-inject it into the trial. How do you separate the two? He's acting and he's producing at the same time. And his knowledge of, he's been in many, The Getaway, The Shadow, tons of movies with gunplay. And now he suddenly doesn't know how to.
I'm gonna change my position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, 63 should definitely take out 63.
What's the next one, Heather, since you've got the tab?
The next one we have is 69.
My father's favorite athlete was Jim Brown. And he
So,
said he was the best football player he's ever
I
seen.
think that as witness testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions in limine because the court certainly doesn't know what all the witness testimony is going to be. So part of the issue here is we were intending to ask the court to, not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses who will testify if the court were to permit them.
If looks could kill, look at Alec.
Speak directly to
Richard Grieco movie.
Producers and their responsibility for set safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that, the
Sunflower caught the
witnesses
ice
who were
chomping. I'm sorry about that. I don't
with
even know I'm
Mr.
doing
Baldwin, would discuss the fact that his
You have an ice maker, of course, right, Arm?
role
Yeah,
as producer is what enabled him to be in a position
one
to
too. It's called
disregard the safety rules.
20 ice
But
trays.
with regard to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay?
Correct.
Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
I know ice chomping can get annoying on mic. I didn't even know I was doing it. I apologize to
Okay,
everyone.
next.
I'm like nervous all the time,
This
so
one's out by stipulation.
like an anxiety thing.
Next is page 81. A portion of that is out by stipulation, but I believe the next is page 81.
Yes.
The top portion of that is out by
through
stipulation, I
50
believe,
cubes
but
a day
then the
myself,
lower
Arm.
part of
Do you
page
really?
81 is still subject to
Absolutely, at least.
disagreement.
I double that, but that's still pretty good.
Or what it is.
It's the best natural resource. There's nothing better than ice. You can't have enough of it. The machine can't make it fast enough. It's
So
I have 12 trays. I have to remake it every
some
day.
of this contains his.
proud of you for that, actually.
Wait a minute.
So underrated.
I guess the top part of it is directly related to what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted. So my concern is I don't think that if we take out, and on Saturday my daughter was going to be in the movie, we had a little part for her, in this top, so I want to point out that here at the bottom of page 81, Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense, that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview.
And Alec doesn't give a
is
shit.
What's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family is supposed to come.
All right, thank you.
So, Your Honor, the court has already
What an asshole.
ruled admissible the previous portion of this. And again, I think when the court is looking at balancing, the court can also determine how much of this to permit in. It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It is certainly a very difficult time. But again, the court, as the court is looking at the balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous statements, and we would ask that the court not allow additional statements related to that at this time, based on the limited probative value of the testimony.
Welcome, Johnny Meyer. We hope
I
to
don't
have you
think
sit in
this is of
soon.
much consequence. I think
Sir.
that the part I ruled on
Next
earlier
week.
went to rebut
It's
the
all 5
information
days.
about his coloring and everything else like that. Granted, there was a lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that, and she was so excited to come. I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Understood.
These are the big decisions
Is the
judges
next one
make.
on page 83? Is that what you
Yes,
have?
yes.
Sunflower Dragon got Playgirl, and her first issue was Jim Brown.
Five
on the
lines are
cover.
by stipulation, and then we're just
Was he
dealing
holding
with
paint
6.
for years?
Right, so 6 through 14.
Am I remembering that? Misremembering that?
Certainly
Well, on top of
the
everything
top
else,
part
Jim
is an
Brown has a huge
explanation
schmog too.
of
Yeah, he's
his
perfect.
comments at
Like,
the
are you
beginning
kidding
that
me?
the court,
I got nothing, and this
has
guy
ruled
got everything.
Has that self-deprecating sense of humor.
Can forfeit. I told the producers I would stay tomorrow.
Or just reality.
In case anybody else,
That makes one of us.
their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I can. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I
Mars
do think
Attacks.
that
Good one,
the
A.
fact
Smith.
that there are 2 people who've
The
been
only
taken
black
away
actor ever in a
to
Tim
the
Burton movie.
hospital,
Jim Brown and Mars
and
Attacks.
Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her
In a
trip.
cameo appearance.
Again, goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, first, the state, this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83, line 5. So I won't argue that since the state had already stipulated to that earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually his wife's statements, about what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or not she wanted to come down.
If she did, Johnny.
And so I think, again, the state has already is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well, and it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was feeling. I think that the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does. So I'm not going to redact it. Last page.
There is further down on the same page.
Yes, Johnny. Slim Whitman music.
It starts
Yes,
at line
you're absolutely right.
22 of page 83,
Mars
and then
Attacks and
continues
Howard
on into page
plagiarism.
84, line 8.
Accusations.
Meyer, we've been talking about this. I was wondering if the insurance company is covering it for him. If the insurance company was pushing him to try to get not
And
guilty
what he's
verdict,
saying to the detective,
you know, what
and
was
keep in
going
mind,
on
Your Honor,
there.
Mr. Baldwin was
But yeah, I would
staying
think at
in-
least 2 million, at least.
Originally, he was going to be in New Mexico to complete the filming until, I think, close to the end of October. And he is already making plans to return home to New York, even though he's critically injured 2 people.
Wow.
It is the exact opposite of what the defense is going to argue, which is this was devastating to him. This devastating. I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is completely contradictory to other statements that he makes where he says, "I'm devastated." 2 people are in the hospital and he doesn't even want to stay and make sure they're okay.
Your Honor, he offered to stay, and that's throughout this transcript.
Because he just doesn't give a shit about anybody but himself. He's a
Unless
dick.
you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want. He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly,
That's right,
his wife
Alec.
wants him home. He is a father.
They have 5 nannies and help
It's going to be redacted. All right.
and 10 brothers.
Look at the grin on his face
The
when
next
she
one is
talks
that
anything good
stipulation,
about
which is
him.
on
Look at
page
the little
85.
grin he had right there. Wow.
On this one, I will note, Your Honor,
Stipulated to, okay.
He did Dana Carvey and David
there were
Spade's
other,
podcast like
portions
very
within here
soon
that we
after this. I couldn't believe
had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's
Hubris,
ruling. If the
egomaniac,
court is willing to consider as
shitbird.
part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too late.
The amount.
Look at Lauren Marie defending.
That's what happens
Timber.
when you do 2 days before. Okay, let's go.
Just in terms of, I know
Benson
that we've
in,
got one
Big
more
Fish?
statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's going to take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're going to do, oh, that's right, okay, I apologize.
So 10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're going to do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy with the redactions that I ruled should be
Yes, ma'am.
redacted, which were minimal. Okay,
Yes, Judge.
what's next?
There is the second statement. Is your copy?
Yeah.
Why is this more interesting than
second
witnesses?
statement, this is a statement that takes place on
I hope you
November.
got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want this going south when Hancock's on the stand. Go ahead and repeat it.
I think we have
This
it.
Hancock.
I think we have it from the transcript.
No, my rulings. So,
Yes,
okay.
we have the real time.
All right, okay, good. Okay, what's next? I said the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back
Yes.
the jury.
Oh, the jury's not
Otherwise,
even
we're gonna
back yet.
abandon these.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be quick.
So if we
This
look
was
at
all
this,
procedural
part at
without-
bottom of
without
page
the
1 and
jury in
top
there.
of page
Yeah.
I don't want him to
2,
hear any of this.
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to, your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his knowledge of guns. So let's see. Well, I mean, everybody got a point somewhere. I don't find that, I'm going to redact that. I don't find that's relevant. It's just in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
Well, if I can,
Sure.
Your Honor, I just want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers. Ms. Gutierrez is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I think if we redact the part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere context. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you
Johnny, he was
really
offered a
want to
plea.
argue it. All right, page 15.
I'm going to put the plea on the bottom.
Okay, Kate, I'm sorry, let me catch up to you.
Sure.
Plea, it was more like a gift. They gave it to him. They
exactly.
begged him not to go to trial.
Yeah.
He's an idiot for not taking it. But then he would have had to admit culpability.
This is relevant.
So thanks to
because
Marta,
what Mr.
we
Baldwin
have
is
the
talking
scroll
about
on
right
the
here
bottom
to Hancock
of what the
is
plea was
his
offered.
intention to sit
So
for a
I
public
think
interview, and that
the
public interview turns
culpability
out to
issue
be
is
with
why
George
he went to
Stephanopoulos.
trial.
It was that
Okay.
interview
Because
that
if he
led
took
to
that plea, perhaps
discharge testing
the
and all
insurance
kinds of stuff.
won't cover
So
and
again,
everyone will
Judge,
go
this
after
is
him.
his own statement. He knew he had
Yeah,
a right
Marta's
to do it.
correct.
I'll let
He just
1
couldn't
through
admit
6 in,
to it.
but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in.
Okay, let's hear this.
1 through 6. on
He was
page
at the
15.
Kennedy Center apparently like
1
3
through
days
6 comes in,
after.
the rest of it's out.
I think it was for a
Understood.
Mark Twain
Page
Award.
18.
I'm trying to remember
Tell
who
me
it
why
was.
this is relevant.
Steve Martin or someone.
Or not
Tina Fey.
relevant. Or relevant.
Yeah, I saw the
Tina
pictures
Fey
on
deserves.
her Instagram.
Okay, let me just.
Yep.
So broken up, he almost didn't go out.
Tina Fey is fine. She deserves a Mark Twain Award
So
like
the top
Elvis
part
deserves his black
is
belt.
him
Sarah.
saying to Detective Hancock,
She's such a fraud too.
you don't
She's
know anything
overrated
about my
too.
business.
And a
You don't
fraud,
remember
right?
how
About
she
my
helped
business. You're in
Tracy
law
Morgan
enforcement. You're the person
Yes.
when he was
when
trying to
you said
act like he
you're
was
the last
dying,
person
but
they
he
want to
wasn't in
see.
that bad
Yep.
shape?
You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life.
Walmart.
Her and Alec at the Oscars
Let me
or the Grammys
finish
or whatever it
a
was.
little bit.
Right after this. Let's hear what she's going to light him up here, I think.
Well, it all goes, I think we've got like three or four pages.
In her own way.
So I think it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, Law and Crime does a nice job with the multi angles.
Okay, so this part, I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. He's talking about his career and that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth. Sorry.
I have to call my agent.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
I'm surprised more people don't go to the bathroom. I love the bathroom. I'd be going every 10 seconds. And I tell them, look, I love the bathroom. I'm going every 10 seconds. So this is what Marta fished for us yesterday, thankfully. Let's see where it starts because I'm letting it scroll. I'll read it to people if you're not. Here's the thing, and I'm grateful she it's on the bottom. The offer, comma, nice comma, Marta, which was presented to Baldwin's legal team last October, comma, included 6 months of unsupervised probation and comma and a $500 fine, comma, 24 hours of community service and a firearms safety class. God, you think as if the firearm safety class is going to ever come into his life ever again. Would you ever do a movie with a gunplay again? If you're lucky to do any movie, that is such a sweet deal. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Only
But he's the kind of guy whose ego is so giant. If somebody said, "Hey, man, I'll pay you $5 million to do this Western," he'd jump at it. He wouldn't even care that he already killed somebody. They might get somebody who's a little better to do the guns, or he might pay attention in the gun safety class that they should have been given at the beginning of every single movie that they do. And what you keep talking about insurance, and I can't see how they didn't give that course before it started.
Helpful one way or the other, but I'm going to
Let's let her go
because
here.
of the lateness of your redactions. So because it's 2:00 now, and so we're going to go
2:00.
All right.
Mountain time. That is
Just
4:00 Eastern time.
All right. Get your redactions in earlier.
Understood here.
And that includes 20 minutes.
Everything I put on is coming in. Do you understand? That page forward
Yes, so everything subsequent to.
and that page.
Okay.
He couldn't take the admission of guilt, Johnny, by taking the plea deal. That's what G. Canada just said. His ego's so massive, he couldn't even realize how sweet a deal that was. And he's got all this shit lined up. Like right after he shoots poor Helena Hutchins, he's running to New York and he's going to the Mark Twain Awards and he's on the Dana Carvey and David Spade podcast, Fly on the Wall, and he never stops doing his own show. I think he did his own podcast. I think didn't he do a Woody Allen interview of all people on his own Here's the Thing podcast? Yep.
Yeah, he did.
And he used the word.
He did the Woody Allen.
There she is. Hey guys.
Woody Allen shits the bed. He's terrible.
He's so overrated. It's ridiculous.
Ay, Dios mío.
No, I know. We're asking two different questions.
That's the only Spanish I know, and that and how to order a beer.
How do you order a beer? Cerveza what?
Por favor. Uno cerveza por favor. That's as close as I can make it.
Do you think lime wedges are overrated in Corona or no?
You never get Corona in Mexico when you go to a resort. Nobody ever has Corona.
I'm just saying in general, do you think lime wedges are overrated?
No, I mean, if you're in North America, you do as you do, or Canada, the United States, I should say. But yeah, I've never had a Corona at a resort in Mexico. Ever.
I could drink like a case of those and nothing happened. It just doesn't do anything to me.
But the way they give it to you in Mexico, they put like the lime and the chili and all that around it.
Ah, okay.
But not Corona. Corona's for posers like Ladia.
Okay.
Corona's for the tourists. They give that to the tourists.
Yeah.
It's like Labatt's Blue in Canada. Like the tourists come, we give them Labatt's Blue, but we'd never drink. Or Foster's in Australia.
I know. Yeah.
They call it the oil can, right? Oil can Boyd. Is Pete's Wicked Ale still around? That used to be my favorite beer, and they like canceled it or something.
From Canada, Pete's Wicked Ale.
Yeah,
never even heard of it.
It was in America. It was brewed in Canada.
It might have been. You know what? It might have been one of those that a Canadian company did just to send to the U.S. I've heard of that, sir. We've never had that in Canada. I can't remember that ever being in Canada.
Yeah, after they wash the floor and everything, they just put it in a bottle and send it here.
Nice.
That's what they do with Marlboro 305s.
I'll tell you what is good though is Genesee Cream Ale from Rochester. That stuff
is good.
amazing.
I agree with that. I
love that beer.
Do you guys
most American beer sucks. Anyway, sorry.
Do either of you have Blue Point Ale at all where you are?
Never heard of it.
Okay, it was brewed. I live like a town away from where that started, and it's weird. I thought I heard it was national now. It's a town called Bayport Blue Point, and it's right next to the town I grew up in.
Good afternoon. You had seen when you were testifying earlier Mr. Baldwin in court today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred?
Correct.
And of course, you see him here as a defendant in a courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was Harlan Russ, and he had his actor costume on, right?
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes and tested them for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that. Was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But he told you that and told you that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary I'm sorry, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
He didn't say he pulled the trigger, right?
I don't recall him saying that.
And you never tested the hammer of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's process for processing a firearm for DNA.
But because he told you that, and I'm putting up A10, defense exhibit, that's why you knew that the document that had fallen near Ms. Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb cocks it was so important. Isn't that right?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used, so I photographed it. We had paperwork that was later collected out of Ms. Hutchins's side bag that was also additional script. And that was collected because it was part of her bag, part of her personal property.
And you see the name Helena on top, right?
Yes, this is what was taken out of her bag.
And what was at the floor, A3, Russ Colt cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this and said, this is important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it was important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And after this point in time, eventually, you all sent that firearm off, not to have the firearm tested, its hammer for DNA, but rather
That's hilarious.
for it to end up being destroyed in the testing.
Alex doing regular folk cosplay. That's hilarious.
The firearm was sent for DNA, and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also to move away from the firearm for a second.
I'll do
about
it later,
how
Sarah,
the
right
lethal
after
round got on set.
Get another
right?
moment.
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin, you actually told him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round, wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your fellow officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Objection to whatever a fellow officer.
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection, yes, what is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here, who's getting that?
Respond.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted that it was her.
Okay.
He's not a father, he's a
did you lay
partner
the
in the
foundation
baby
for that?
making business.
Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Hashtag hold on.
Not yet, I can't.
Okay.
And after you,
If he lays that foundation for effect on listener.
after what you said and what you heard from your fellow officer, it is true, as you testified previously, that you did go out to seek the source of that lethal round, right?
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure. After you said what you said and the officer said what he said, is it not the case that you made it a priority to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in this situation.
And one of the steps that you took that we talked about, by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kenny, by getting the PDQ, one of the things you then did was you did seek out and try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work with Corporal Hancock, right?
Yes.
You would see her and the prosecutors often, right?
I would see Corporal Hancock more often.
And you testified previously about the search for the lethal ammunition at the trial of the armorer, correct?
Yes.
And a question came up at that trial of this issue of, did Seth Kenny really provide the ammunition to Seth or not, right?
Yes, I believe that came up.
Okay. And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
Yes.
And a good Samaritan walked into the police station and gave you the lethal ammunition, didn't they?
After the Hannah Gutierrez trial, there was an individual that came to the police station and stated they had ammunition.
And they turned in the ammunition.
Yes.
And they gave it to you, right?
Yes.
And they told you that this was the ammunition that ended up with Seth Kenny that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
Sunflower Dragon's in the
Who did
plea
you
bargain
tell
business,
about
and she
that?
says that deal is sweet as hell.
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me.
Welcome, Autobot.
And
a lot of same old.
Was aware of that individual.
Yesterday.
That he had come to the
Need a new
sheriff's office.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation.
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
Meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
It means we're documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rush shooting, correct?
Yes.
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer, yes.
And he told you you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he? In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
Judge, I have to object to your say.
Lauren, they tried to get this dismissed 5 times and they denied it.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were.
Yes. Hey, Melvin.
Starline brass, nickel primer.
Welcome, Melvin.
Weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Really?
That is what I said.
There's a young thug trial that's going on, Melvin. That's funny. I almost watched that, Melvin. I should definitely go back and look. This is a long trial, too. I think it went 6 weeks, like that's it.
C-Arm, I don't have any fucking clue who Young Thug is. Couldn't pick him out of a lineup if he was the only person in it.
I wrote all his songs.
Was going to be my response, but
on my time.
He told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this.
While you were in the can, Arm?
Yeah, I was in the.
She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener? Okay. Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better. You are.
So.
Lay this. That's.
Let me ask this question.
Nice. She just.
How come you didn't? How come law enforcement didn't voucher this?
Eat that, city boy.
In the Rust case.
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I was instructed to put this in as a doc information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You buried it?
No.
Your lieutenant?
There is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
Are you aware of whether the sheriff's office ever informed the defense that a good Samaritan came in and turned in this ammunition?
I do not know.
Sarah Melvin wants to know what's for lunch.
When the defense came to...
That's not me, that's them.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true either, was it?
Can you you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a Good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds
I love
into the
IPA
precinct, right?
beer, Johnny. Love it.
If that's what you're discussing, then.
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
Breweries.
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins
Microbrew
has been fired. Are you asking me about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not you withdraw it. I'm asking you, isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds
I don't know most of those
to the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins?
beers.
I do not know.
And you do not know because you made a doc
To me, those are the
report
two
about
best
this
Canadian beers, are.
and did not
I'll check
put it
those
with
out
the
if I
rest
can
of the
find them.
rust evidence.
Thank
correct?
you, Autobot.
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI for testing with the rust evidence. Were they?
No, they were not.
It's still going on, Melvin? The trial? Shit. I'm definitely going to watch that. Little Woody? Oh, my God. How does the judge say that with a straight face?
Redirect.
And now our new witness, Little Woody, and his testimony from Young Thug.
It's so shocking that G Canada doesn't know who Young Thug is.
Marta, I don't have kids. I don't know who any of these
Ms.
people are.
Poplar, are
I
you a
just don't give a
detective?
shit.
No, I am not.
They care
Did
about
you
you.
interview any of
If
the
Arm
witnesses in
hasn't
this
talked
case?
about them, I don't know
Jay,
who
let's
they
listen to
are.
this. Jay, let's listen to this one.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No.
You didn't interview Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Spyro was asking you about the Good Samaritan who arrived at the Sheriff's Department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was back in April.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds more accurate.
Okay. Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
No, I did not know that.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, leading, objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, overruled.
Please answer.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Lauren. Utica makes Saranac beer and Utica. Oh, I like Saranac. It's good shit. Everyone in the hometown.
Never had it. I've never seen it in Canada, but I'll look when I'm in the States.
Oh, I've had Saranac.
Now, to be clear, is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
No.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
To try to clarify some points, Starline Brass, is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a casing.
Okay. And the live rounds from the set of rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Objection, leading, every question.
Overruled.
So let me ask you this. When you went to PDQ to conduct your search, because you're not the detective, Do you remember whether he had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So with regard to Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I want to give you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
And you took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
The live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
I got a projectile.
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Oh, please.
Hey, Lauren, was Escape from Dannemora shot in Utica, New York, that Ben Stiller prison miniseries with Benicio del Toro, which was excellent? And the dude from, he played the Riddler. Paul Dano.
I
Paul
don't-
Dano.
I don't know, but the prosecutor looks like Bon Jovi and Sammy Hagar had a love old child.
Remind us.
You ever see Kate
Which of the
McKinnon on
live
Saturday
rounds?
Night Live?
The suspected live rounds, sorry, we'll get there.
She plays Ellen
The
DeGeneres.
ones to the right.
And what are the ones on the left?
She looks like her.
They
and
are
talks
dummy
like her.
But she literally looks like all the rock stars from the 80s look like now.
She does. The
Is there a different
Scrubs, jobbers.
shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Tell us what the difference is.
Those are beat up
So the
casings. Frank
live
was right.
rounds-
Yeah, don't get Frank started on the casings.
Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them. Whereas
Melvin wants to know where
our
Camille
dummy
Bosco is.
rounds
She's right here, man.
come to a further
Next
point.
best thing, Marta.
Sorry, I was trying to draw a line. Almost like a curvature to a better point.
He's a Camille groupie, everyone. Melvin
At my
loves Camille
request,
Vasquez.
prior to the
Oh, I
Gutierrez
remember.
trial,
Yep.
did you take out a ruler and measure those?
It's his
Yes, I did.
avatar.
Do you recall the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4
Johnny Meyer,
millimeters.
I believe that's called a shandy.
Every
right?
single
With
live round,
OJ
well,
or-
suspected live round, taken from the
Spray
Called a
tan.
shitty, more like
set of
it.
breast. Was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
I've had that.
Yes.
40 ounces is great. That
All of
sounds
the
great,
live ammunition that was taken from PDQ,
original brass.
to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station. Did any of those
Thank you,
have
Lauren.
6
Plattsburgh, that's right.
millimeter
Thank you.
meplets?
My sister
No.
went to college in Plattsburgh, and brother-in-law. That's how they met. Well, then they met before that, but they both went to school together.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on Rust?
No.
If you know, is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of Rust?
Yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a
A
cell
long
phone
time, Melvin, a long time.
of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with a cell phone. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help us.
I can't get to those paparazzi clips at the Don Lemon gay wedding with Alec and Matt Lauer.
States Exhibit 12.
I got to fit it in
If you
somehow.
wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen, the marks.
It's so bizarre.
Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez admitted
Even says
to
dummies
bringing that
right
box
on
the
it.
set?
Yes.
And
That
is
must
it
be
your
Hannah's.
understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
That was the name
And
of
the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
2021.
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence. Misleading.
She's awesome. Look at that. I love this chick.
Terrific.
Unless you want to come up and
She
tell
is.
She kicked
You're
ass
right.
in the Gutierrez trial.
You were right.
She gets
She is
better as it
awesome.
goes on too.
No doubt.
I highly recommend go back and watch Ms. Morrissey's closing statements and really the last 2 days of the Gutierrez trial. She just wiped the floor with everybody. Just wiped the floor. Just as A+, as good as it gets. I think she would have been in that Depp trial. She would have been fierce. She is hell bent on putting him, making sure he gets the justice that Gutierrez got. Like, it's like, why is he? And he tried to delay this trial, not delay it, but get it dismissed.
Read back the last question, please.
5 times.
It's not often you see someone of her caliber working for the government. They're usually in
Yeah.
private sector making 10 times the amount of money.
That's a good point, G.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction. Is that right?
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
In your experience, if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Thanks,
Yes.
Jono.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well, was all of the live ammunition in the same place?
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of a stack labeled as live ammo.
JOR thinks that the judges told the lawyers to behave during that, and that's what was said. He's probably
And
right.
let me,
He would know.
for
Thanks,
completeness, was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
Defer to the experts.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition
He
that
hasn't
was
been
not
wrong yet.
.45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
I believe there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
Trump and Alec
Did
Baldwin
Mr.
have a lot of
Kinney tell you
similarities,
that his
John.
personal firearms are 38?
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
They brought that up.
I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as
There's an Alec
defendant's
Baldwin roast everyone if you haven't seen
A23.
it from about 5 years ago?
Is
on Comedy
this,
Central.
so when we're talking about 45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of Rust?
Yes.
I said Trump didn't kill any.
23, A23.
Delay.
So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not 45, right?
Correct.
So the 45 caliber ammunition that you found at PDQ, is this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that that would be live ammunition?
No.
Why?
It was clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
I love the glasses moves. I love that. It is. Thank you, little Deathbed. It is a weird trial. You're right.
And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when he, that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct?
Yes.
And that is obvious just when you look at it, is it not?
Yes.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just one.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough.
That was a little eye roll. This woman gets his goat. I mean, she's so well versed in this. She has done the Gutierrez.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit.
Guess
so
who?
that
Guess
we know what we're talking about. You were asked some questions about
Guess who?
live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross? And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
From Supernatural, everyone. It's like his dollar store.
Do
Dollar
you
Tree
know
Brad
whether
Pitt.
or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
Who's this, Pat, right now?
Yeah, this is
Who is she?
prosecuting attorney Morrissey. The more you ignore.
Let's talk briefly about, let me make sure I have the proper exhibit numbers for the record.
Monique's here, everyone. Hi.
Oh my God,
Hi,
hi, cutie. Oh my God, you're so cute. He's so cute.
Monique,
Hey,
Marta had the plea deal on the bottom. He was originally offered. Is scrolling on the bottom. This is what he was offered. Presented Baldwin's legal team 6 months of unsupervised probation. This is Bob Ostrowski shit. $500 fine, 24 hours of community service, and a firearm safety class. And he turned it down. His ego turned it down.
His ego turned it down, exactly. Where's Ilaria?
But I believe there's a reason why he had to turn it down.
She's there. Ozempic face is there.
I want to be clear, if you recall, I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box
That's good,
with
Melvin.
blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
They're in terrible shape. Those are just incredibly bad, those
And
casings.
I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
They came from a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defendants A26, is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified? Who do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right.
What I miss so far?
Nothing. She's excellent. Like prosecuting attorney Morrissey is excellent. The other stuff was you really didn't miss. A lot of same old from yesterday. A lot of forensics expert. A lot of correct. It's gonna get good when the
some questions about some
staff
documents that you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them. Are counsel, are all of the exhibits still up here?
I thought we were gonna get a hey black guy.
Take that as a yes.
Look from the left. There's two black people in the look the whole time.
No, I have these.
We're up to two.
In the courtroom?
I have the script of the shadows.
Those are the exhibits.
Where's Tamara?
Can I use them? Okay, as long as they're the same.
They're the same.
Okay, we'll just use your copies.
Just like our cats.
This is Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Ooh.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
$68.
No.
$115.
No.
$118.
No.
$121.
No.
$130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
Same thing here for 118 again. Ms. Hutchins wasn't killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
They were doing like a
Do you
rehearsal after
know,
lunch.
if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
He testified in the
Did he
Gutierrez
testify
trial.
in the Gutierrez trial?
I believe he did, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate
Did you
McKinnon.
interview the person who wrote the script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
Who is this woman?
Carrie Morrissey. She's the prosecuting attorney from the original Gutierrez trial. And all she's got to really do is copy and paste 90% of that. It's the same material. She's excellent. I recommend watching the closing argument she had, and the last 2 days,
You were asked
she just wiped the floor with
by
everybody.
Mr. Spyro whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
It makes sense to me. It makes common sense.
That's real entertainment law.
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
The conversations.
You're not aware
not around.
that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
No, I did not know that.
Oh,
She is super sharp, Monique. Like, very sharp. I'm surprised she works for the government.
That's a great point by you.
John, why don't you keep that comment up while you're at it?
All total, including prop truck,
bossy.
the entire scene out there at Bonanza Creek.
You're right.
How many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can look at my report.
Sure.
Martin had to tap out. She was having technical difficulties. It wasn't even a scene. What was it exactly? Hi, Sunflower.
Marty, you can log back in again. I don't know if it's going to change. You sounded good. I mean, we're all pretty good. I don't know if you want to maybe reconnect. You could use the same link.
Yeah, do a full log out and then log back in.
Yeah. Sometimes that changes. I don't know why.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Nepotism did kill her, Johnny. You're right.
13 real firearms.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
Do you recall how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Yes, Seth Kenny provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
It's my understanding they belonged to Seth Kenny.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
Abs.
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Hannah didn't even own these guns. I didn't know that.
She didn't really have a lot to do with the. There was an armor and a props department person above the armor, so it went through two chains of command.
Have you ever
And they still
discovered
screwed it
any
up.
evidence
Great.
that Seth Kinney was ever physically present on the set of Rust, other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Welcome back, Joni, our Irish representative.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can, and that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you look at any of the text messages between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
Alec uses Cricket cell phone coverage.
Do you have
And Hilaire uses
any
Virgin Mobile.
information
Metro.
that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that
Who
information.
gets Nicolas Cage is like, leave me the fuck out of this. They hate when they get brought into
Now, I understand we've
James
got some
Franco in the
photographs
death
of
trial.
PDQ, and it looked like it was really packed full of stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room, and then a room towards the back.
Monique Joni says she's a beautiful Sinead
Is it
O'Connor
possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment
that's his
that kind
black
of looked
voice.
like a hoarder place?
Well, wolf that
Yes.
mouth do.
How many times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen.
Several dozen?
At least, yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of an environment?
Yes.
That's a good one, Joni. Like a jaded teacher, like a month away
Is
from
it your
retirement.
understanding that Mr. Kenny's
With a bad
business
class.
is a
That's
prop
really good.
house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie
She's got to be
props?
so tired of this.
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so, no.
2 days in a row.
Line of questioning.
She's been questioned since yesterday afternoon. All day today. They've had no other witnesses but her.
I
And
don't
two
really get
foreign
why.
cops.
Any idea?
Yeah, I
based
don't
on the
really get why they
investigation
keep
that you
hammering
did,
on her.
whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
Relevant, really. It's
I do not have any information based on what I conducted.
Because you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
Correct.
She said cock. Nice.
Kip ate all the flipping chips. Kips in the world. Johnny Bye says this love affair John's having with Monique.
You were asked some
Sarah's not
questions, or at
around.
least one or two questions
Yeah,
about
this
the
Sarah
trial
tapped out,
interview
right?
with the defense
Can't be
attorneys. Do you
coincidence.
recall that?
Yes.
Tap out?
Was Mr. Spyro even
She's
present at your
working, so she
pretrial
kind of
interview?
goes in and out.
I don't believe so, no.
She's never here
While
more
the
than like a
cat's
half
away.
an hour. That's
While
right.
the cat's away.
While Camilla's away.
Sure. Yeah, because we don't have like
I'm
a
almost done. Let me just
9-year
read my
history.
notes.
I have two. The questions
John has
for the
Okay.
in the room. Fun fact.
That's Sarah's cat, cartoon cat, Camilla.
If you know the investigation
Kathy Lee Gifford's
into the
music, by the way.
source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case
You
was
laugh harder
turned
than you
over
should.
to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
Melvin thinks that's child abuse, giving Kathy Lee Gifford music to Camilla.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience,
Monique, you cutting out a little bit? On
do
the-
revolvers go off
I don't
by
know why.
themselves?
Because I'm on Apple and you guys aren't. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
701, 702.
No, my system sucks.
Withdrawn.
Yeah.
My state of the
Thank you. That was sustained.
The whole system sucks, meaning the world.
I want to just back up real quick.
But you have
were asked
excessive
a question
RAM,
on
Monique.
cross-examination about
That's right.
I am full of RAM.
specifically information that you had
I am the RAM queen.
prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Has anyone ever been to marriage counseling? I would just do my Donnie Brasco impression and roll my eyes at the therapist and tell him, I'm an FBI agent,
Are you finished with that?
doctor.
Yeah.
I'm an undercover agent in the FBI there, doctor.
No problem.
Monique, you still talk to Leslie Barbara?
No, I reached out to her maybe, I don't know, like 6 months ago.
Ms.
And
Popple,
back from her. So
you
funny.
had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
Divorce
It is
lawyer, I recommend her.
3
And
pages.
she'll text me and thank
Does
me.
that document say
You said
anything
he's a
about
great lawyer.
accidental discharge testing?
Great divorce.
Objection.
That is that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
Yes, Sunflower
I'm
Dragon.
sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
nice
sustain his
callback.
objection.
Okay.
Nurch,
Um,
Sunflower.
Do it, JMD. Do it.
well, I'm going to ask
That's
this
Johnny
question
Bye-Bye.
and maybe let's
is
see
it?
how it goes.
Yep.
Um,
He's so important
does it say anything about
to
the
the
gun being
Deppening.
destroyed?
Are you kidding? He
No.
saved all my files.
I'm sorry.
Incredible. I forgot about that too. Right. He's
Yeah.
the best.
Who's
Was that when you lost your channel, Monique,
Yes,
and everything
yes.
went down? He
Did
had the
that
files.
document
Bye-bye.
refresh
Oh.
your memory as to what
Save my
you
ass.
understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
Johnny, who's
It does.
Fuji Vice? He
Does
hates me.
refresh my memory. Yes.
Who?
Fuji Vice.
I'm
he
sorry.
hates-
Can you
That's
restate
Grace.
that?
Does that document,
Huh?
the question you were
That's
asked on
Grace.
cross-examination was about the information that,
Counsel,
okay.
I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
Monique.
That's
That's crazy. It's not a common name. You don't hear it too often.
Never. Usually they're black or French blue.
Yes.
Somebody thought I was.
Marty, you cut out again? Somebody thought. Say again?
Somebody thought I was Grace yesterday on the shot.
Yes. I saw that. That was great.
I know. I'm
A
like,
Grace reference gets me every time.
That's so funny. It's so random.
Because no, I can't believe people even know. I mean, it's been. I think she didn't even make it to like 2016, if at all, or maybe barely.
Barely.
Grace has the worst voice on the face of the planet next to Marianne from Brooklyn. Come on, it's like nails on a chalkboard scraping through your brain.
she made it like past like 1 month after her birthday.
Oh, how do you know that? That's incredible.
Because she was like begging on like the podcast, like to go spend her birthday with you and Monique.
Wow.
Everybody thought she was the new Nancy Sirianni with Jackie for a long time.
Do you
Remember she
Yeah.
She kept saying, "We will go. We will come to you. We will come to you."
Ms. Popple, was a fanny pack
What a memory you
collected
have.
from the set of
That's
rows?
official.
Yes.
Marta knows a lot
Do
more
you
than I
know
do about
who
you
the
guys.
fanny pack belonged to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Smart broad.
That was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No.
Melvin, you're such a wise ass.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Do you, so after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do you know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that
wrestling
the firearm was emptied by Hannah onto the cart.
Who's the gilf behind Baldwin? Talking about this one?
I think she was a lawyer from the original
Does that
Gutierrez
include the
case.
spent casing?
Yes.
Johnny goes, I love Grace. That kooky masshole. That's true. She's from her last name is I don't want to.
I forgot that she. Yeah, no,
She's from Massachusetts though originally.
yeah, you're right.
Who's the lovely lady with the red shirt? Says Joni. I'm not sure you're talking about. Oh, Monique. Wait, yeah, you just had a conversation. Joni's from Ireland, Monique. She's got a Sinead O'Connor voice. She's like,
Oh, I love a Sinead O'Connor voice.
yeah, she's got a beautiful Sinead O'Connor voice.
A
That was
little
terrible. My friend Brendan used to read me the Riot Act. What an artist Sinead O'Connor really was, and she's much more than Nothing Compares to You, which Prince wrote and stuff. He used to he really would read you if you have actually a very similar music taste. WDRE in Long Island was Brendan's favorite station.
Oh, WLIR.
Yeah.
I just have one question. The Good Samaritan asked you, in reference to the ammunition he provided, question, and that's the one that killed Helena. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
Oh, thank you, Lauren.
I don't.
Going back to that.
No further questions.
Monique, we just talked about
All right,
Chet
we're gonna
Hayes.
take our
Marta brought up
afternoon
Chet Hayes.
bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about
That
the
was our
evidence
first
received
show.
here in court.
Our
Let's try to
seminal
get back in
show.
around 3:20. Okay, thank you.
Because Chet Hayes is best friends with Dennis Miller's Wigger's son, Holden Miller, which she found out, which is crazy.
Interesting.
Holden Miller.
Oh, wait, are we taking a break now? What's going on?
They're taking a 15-minute break.
PP break?
It is. Yeah, I mean it's Eastern time. It's 5. Is it 5:05?
It's 5:05 exactly.
That's pretty late for that. Oh, well, no, they're on New
On the
Mexico
bench
time.
conference, but we're in recess for
3:05.
all intents and purposes for bathroom break
Only for another hour, right?
for the rest of you.
Look
I
at
wanna, go ahead.
no. I'm just looking at Stephen and Ilaria.
I think that's Alex's mom behind, because
No,
wasn't
Alex's mom's
Steven
not.
just holding her?
That's his
Alex's
older
mom's
sister, Marta.
Oh.
Alex 66, and I think he has an older sister. That's 70. That's
Okay,
just
guys.
Ellen Stern.
Crazy ass fun fact for you. Fun fact: I met Alec Baldwin's mom one time because
Carol M. Baldwin.
yes, because she had breast cancer and she was like very big in the breast cancer awareness field.
Yes.
And my girlfriend who lived in whatever the town is they come from, her mom and Alec's mom were best buds, and I got invited to some sort of shit or another for like breast cancer awareness through my girlfriend. And his mom she was actually kind of like a big person. Like,
yeah, I've seen her.
She looked, the way
a manatee, as you would say.
Well, the way kids, they used to do like that Little Rascals thing where you put like one person on top of the other and put a coat on them and then put a hat on them to walk into the movie theater. That's what she was like. She was like this big woman with a big, like OJ-like head. And
I hope you said that to her in person while she had cancer.
no, oh my God, no, oh my God.
Great.
I didn't even
Well,
know.
she birthed a lot of children.
Isn't
it? So it's like 6 of them?
It's the Irish way. It's the Irish way.
Oh, I thought Marta called her Bertha. Yeah, she looks like a Bertha. That would be her name.
Bertha. Yeah.
When you named Bertha, you have no chance but to look like Carol M. Baldwin. Like there's no way. Yep.
So has she passed since?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. She's had cancer for like 40 years. Like
yeah, she was living with cancer for forever. Yes, that's exactly
the
right.
first time I called in to Howard, Stephen Baldwin was promoting a golf tournament for her charity.
Yeah, so she had a really big charity. Actually, it was very fruitful in terms of the money it amassed. I don't know what the hell it goes to because God knows they haven't cured it yet. But yeah, she was very big in that charity thing. And I remember I had to pay like $500 for like my seat at this friggin' thing, but I did it for my girlfriend. And yeah, yes. Monique has entered the courtroom, bitches.
You guys know how much I love Don Lemon, right? So this is Monique's
I
favorite.
love Don Lemon.
This is El. You know this guy,
Elder
Ordonez.
Oh, I love Elder. I follow him.
Right. So this is the Don Lemon wedding where Matt Lauer and Alec Baldwin went to. Like, how could you? I can't. No one's seen Matt Lauer. So here's Matt Lauer at the Don Lemon wedding. This is probably 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Did you see the pictures of him and Beth, of Howard and Beth?
Did they go?
Has there ever been more libtards in one place in the entire history of the world?
I
love
you, Matt.
I remember
but
that
did Howard and Beth go to the wedding?
No, Gomez had a great picture of Howard and Beth on their way to Biden fundraiser.
Howard and Beth would never go in the back way when they could go out front and get seen by a bunch of people.
Don
Beth.
Lemon. Don Lemon is from New Orleans, so he had this like jazz band playing here.
This is on Fifth Avenue, by the mango.
Yep.
I wonder where it was.
Again, here's Matt Lauer. Let's move to the next one. I mean, no one's seen him.
Who's the girlfriend now?
That's his new girlfriend. So the wife.
Is she Asian? I can't see.
No, she wasn't Asian.
He likes dark hair, dark skinned women.
The luminaries at this wedding. So it's Don Lemon and Tim Malone and Carmelo. Alec Baldwin, Hilaria Baldwin, Luann de Lesseps from fucking Real Housewives, Joy Behar, Tamron Hall, Matt Lauer and girlfriend Shameen. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Sonny Hostin and Sarah Haynes. So this is the happy couple here. This is like David and I. Right here. Here's Alec.
Hey, I wasn't the only one who thought you and David were a thing.
Come on, she was kidding. She was kidding.
No, she wasn't. Everybody thinks
kidding.
it.
She's a ball buster.
Oh, I see. They got married at that church. That
Yep.
church on the corner of 55th and 5th.
The church stairs.
Maybe. That's where they are.
Alex got to stay online like an animal, like a school being.
Don't they know who he is? They should shuffle him right in.
Slice my ears off with a razor if I had to hear that music.
I don't think he's ever waited online like this since his Massapequa days.
Yeah, but we're all movie stars. I understand now.
You never did the New Orleans thing, Monique, where they have the big party with all the music outside and all that?
I detest that with all my being. I detest it. I detest the gut rot liquor
Whiskey.
down there,
Yep.
the street alcohol, everything about that music kills me. It's almost like the salsa music, and that's saying a lot.
I went to jazz festival down there. We drove from Brooklyn.
Did you drive?
Yeah, 22 hours.
Oh my
to drive.
God, that's insane.
Oh God.
I drove 125 miles an hour in a minivan in Mississippi, and the roads were so wide open that you just don't know how fast you're going. I was kind of delirious. And my friend Mike Yander was sitting next to him, and he wakes up, looks at the speedometer, and goes, "Slow the fuck down! They're gonna throw you in jail for 10 years. Slow down!" He screamed. I'll never forget that. I don't speed. I drive fast, but not like that. I had no idea I was going 125. I'd never driven that. You didn't know it. There's no one around. Those roads, there's no one there.
I've driven from here to Orlando probably 7-8 times.
Oy. I do that drive every year, and it is brutal for me. It's like 17, 18 and a half
Here are
hours.
more luminaries coming into.
It's about the exact same time for you to get there as me, Monique.
Look at Luann.
Marta, what's Luann's nickname? What's her nickname again?
Luann?
Doesn't she have like a
The
nickname?
Countess?
Yeah,
She's
Luann
the Countess.
That's it. Thank you. Yep.
But she's not a countess anymore.
Monique, you know
she lost that title.
Yes, she did.
She lost the title. Do you know her as a
Yeah,
model?
because she got divorced.
No, she's older. She was not a model.
Okay.
To speak of. I you know who I didn't know for like a hot minute? The one who was in the fabric industry who lived on the
I know her.
With the blonde hair.
Jill Sarah.
Jill.
God damn it.
The light brown hair,
But
right?
Luann was a model, but not like she was a model like Beth was a model, you know?
Exactly.
Like JCPenney catalog, maybe.
So mostly they were like fit models. They weren't really models. They weren't really like print models. They're
Sonny Hostin.
No.
Fit.
She blackfaced Howard.
They would go in with like 20 other girls and get fitted for something. And if you look good in something, they would hire you. And basically all the buyers would come in from the Midwest and all the flyover states, because I say that because G Canada hates when I say shit. And because they like to look.
Luann is
nice.
Luann is actually a very beautiful woman. Like she's still in great shape.
Oh, she's beautiful.
And she's got to be like in her 60s. Yeah.
She's beautiful. She's beautiful.
Oh God, there's Brian Gumble, Monique. Look, that's Brian Gumble. I think he's pushing 80.
Oh,
look how tiny he is. I didn't realize he was that tiny.
he's got to be 5'6" or something.
See, only the black people get into like the New Orleans music. See that? Everybody's like, waiting online, and all the black people will just go with the jazz thing.
But you couldn't see Howard and Beef doing that in line right there. Howard swaying to the music.
He would hate waiting on that line. He would
just Pelican Marfonness trying to dance.
I bet you they were invited to this.
No,
they fit this circle.
Wayne Brady makes Brian Gumbo look like Michael Mix.
What's that from? I know that joke. Oh, what is that from, Marty? You're quoting
only the black people. Only the black.
Well, look, yeah, you're right. You're right, Monique.
This is the way it works.
Well, white guys have no rhythm too. So
From
that's
Chappelle Show.
Part of it.
Okay, Chappelle Show, right? We're gonna do a Chappelle thing the next.
Oh, look with their doggies. Oh, Jesus Christ!
You got to be kidding me.
This is as gay gets. This is.
They can't go anywhere without their stupid little dogs.
This is as gay. Well, they're gonna have kids, so they might as well have their dogs.
I have dogs, but I don't take them everywhere with me.
Dogs aren't the new kids for a lot of people.
How many people in Manhattan do you see pushing their dogs in strollers? That's the thing. That is
gotta be kidding me.
No.
I see that. I see that every day. I see that every day in Florida.
Yeah, in Florida too, all the time. Mark, are you on the which coast are you on?
I'm on the East Coast. You're on the West Coast, right?
Yeah.
Look at Joy Behar, Monique. She's 81.
Joy's originally from my neighborhood. Willie Berger representing. You know, her parents owned Salumeria. Basically, they used to sell mozzarella cheese and all that shit. Joy's actually very, very, very much the Gindaloon.
I met her on the same street where I met Alec Baldwin. She knows my father used to work with an office mate named Fred Morbido, and she's related to him.
Oh,
and so I stopped her on the street and I asked her how come she's never been on Howard, and we talked for about 10 full minutes. I was gauging her and her old stand-up days and what an asshole Dennis Miller was and everything. Dennis Miller is great, by the way.
I don't think Joy likes Howard, right?
She's been on the show 3 times. I can't tell with her. You're right. It's a weird energy. She had Robin on. Didn't Robin fill in for her on that fucking? She had that show on Deep Cable.
Disdain. It's not she hates him. It's just disdain for him. You know, it's not. I wouldn't call it hate because anybody.
She looks good.
Anybody,
she's still sharp.
She still works.
People for to fill gaps in their shows and stuff like that. So it's always good to have them as your friend. I think she's really pretty, Sunny Hoskins.
She is good looking, definitely.
Yeah, she's a good looking woman.
Black does not crack, and Puerto Rican ain't creaking. She's
great shape. Look at her; she's beautiful.
Yep.
I have no idea who most of these people are. Nothing whatsoever.
No,
I just don't.
Yeah, but if you ask me about the bullet trajectory from 50 feet to 100
Anyway, Arm, I'm going to leave you with the women here.
And then neuropathy. And
that's
right. Neural pathways. You missed the neural pathways discussion. It was enthralling, Monique.
Oh, I meant to say, sorry. Neuropathy is neural pathways for Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. Nice. I'm going to leave you with the women, Arm, and I'll talk to you later, okay? Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody.
He was watching The View.
Marta, is your family from Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I was born there.
Oh, interesting.
I moved I moved out when I was 15, and then I moved back to the island in my 20s and came to Florida.
That makes 2
Yeah, but I was born and raised there.
Where in Puerto Rico?
Caguas.
Oh,
which is like 30. Yeah.
My family's from Caguas.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
My whole family is from Caguas.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Is it a town or a city or what is the deal?
It's more of a city. I mean, it used to be smaller, but it's really grown, and in the last.
Can I say welcome to the Gawas family? I'm gonna use that as a fake. I could use a little Puerto Rican like fake background in a while. Why not? Right? Only you and Benicio del Toro are both Italian and Puerto Rican.
Marta, do you know the Progreso supermarket?
Yes.
Okay, my my grandmother's sister, my aunt, her family owns that. Or used to. I don't even know anymore.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I went there my whole life to Progreso.
I knew that because it's Caguas, and that's it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was
What,
that was
Oh wow.
what kind of supermarket is it?
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican supermarket.
Do they sell anything Americanized?
Yeah, they sell everything, but you can go get the Puerto Rican stuff, like the Latin American stuff.
Yeah.
How's the ice? How's the ice distribution? 10 bags, 20 pounds. Costco has 20-pound bags of ice now. 20
Oh my God,
pounds.
Martha, I'll have to talk to you off air. You may know my family actually.
That's crazy. What
Mm.
you talk about a small world. Monique,
Believe me, I
no
don't
one
know
reduces the
anybody from
world
Caguas.
more.
I don't know anybody from Caguas, and we have family. Those people, the wealthy family, lived in Isla Verde, but the other family lived in Rincon and in Caguas. And my family.
Rincon is like might as well be Jersey now.
Exactly.
Everyone there is American now.
Well, I remember going there one time, and I had family who lived there, and houses were so cheap, so freaking cheap, and it was like, God, this is like the perfect time to take advantage of this. I didn't have the money though, so it's like whatever. But yeah, it was. That was new for me because the furthest we would ever go is like the rainforest or El Yunque, and and that's as far as we ever went. But every once in a while they would invite me to stay in Isla Verde, and I would go there and be able to go to the beach. But other than that, I was stuck in, where my mother grew up in Gurabo.
Oh, well, so that's next to Caguas.
Yeah. So
I actually went to school in Gurabo. I went to a private school in Gurabo.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
that's where my mom's family grew up. That's where, and so they would
Oh,
kick me
wow.
out. They would kick me down there during the holidays, like during when I had off for school, and I would get sent to stay with my great grandmother in Gurabo, and they lived on this hill, and she was like 100 years old, and she hated me, and there was no nothing American. It was just horrible. It was horrible. I would beg for my cousins to come pick me up, to take me to the beach or something. But yeah, good times.
And
Good times.
Monique, what was the racial?
No cable.
No cable.
Yeah.
Oh, it was torture. It was really.
Does that still exist to this day?
What?
No,
Do they have cable today?
Yeah.
Still exists. Yes. Wait, what are you asking?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wonder if do they still not have cable? Is what I'm wondering.
Oh no. Yes, they do now.
They do now.
Yeah, it's everything is so Americanized there now.
Yeah, it's totally been built up. I mean,
Monique, Marta.
Yeah.
Marta wants to know what was the racial breakdown of your neighborhood in Greenpoint? She really wants to know.
No,
she DM'd that in the private chat. She just asked Monique what the racial breakdown was.
I can see the private chat. I know that.
So you can see it? Oh, shit. Where I am in Long Island, the most Hispanic towns is a town called Central Islip. Look at my horrible reverb. Look at my Long Island accent.
No, I think that's Martha.
Is it you or her?
Is it me?
You.
How do you keep from you?
You know that when I moved to the States, I went to New York like 7 times, and I only went to Brooklyn.
Oh, where in Brooklyn?
And I was where in Brooklyn? Oh, it was like off of Grand Street.
Oh,
that's where my family lived.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
What is
and
going
I
on?
never left.
What is going on?
But I would sit in that apartment for a week. The same thing that happened to you in Gurabo happened to me in New York. I would
Martha.
just sit in this apartment for a week, and they wouldn't let me go anywhere.
I was raised like 10 blocks from Grand Street.
Oh my God, such a small world.
Monique, I think it's your echo. Monique,
Why
I think it's your echo. I don't know.
Why don't you put each of us
Let me
on mute?
leave and
Put each of us on mute, and then we'll see.
let me see.
Marta's muted.
Okay.
And I'm not echoing.
We're
I
not
guess it's her.
echoing.
I don't know what she's doing, Marta. Just go in and come back.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
Do it, Marta. Just go in and come back. Listen to that
Yeah, I'm
lie.
gonna leave and come back.
Okay. Wow, 6 degrees of separation with Martha.
It's
wow, 6 degrees of separation with Martha. Who's this Geraldo Rivera looking guy right here?
I know, right? We need a new Geraldo. Long Crime's like, we need a new Geraldo.
What happened to Geraldo, by the way? I haven't heard from him
He's
at all.
bopping around. I think he's still with Fox, but on like a part-time
Interesting.
basis. And he's weird. He's almost like, what's the most moderate liberal you can be? He's actually another guy from Long Island. He's from West Babylon, a Puerto Rican Jew, which is bizarre in itself. I think he does like he's like he's almost become like the new Alan Combs on Fox. He's like their token barely liberal, and he'll take the other side of it.
Has a different spin, right?
Right. What the hell was I gonna say? When you were in Greenpoint,
yeah.
When did you leave Green? What was the next move you made? Like right after that, like where did you go after? And how old were you? Was it college?
After I left my parents' home?
Yes.
So I left my parents' home. My mom got me an apartment from a guy that she knew.
Black guy?
a couple of blocks away on Humboldt.
Yeah.
And I lived above a funeral parlor, which was amazing.
Oh, was that a mafia-owned funeral parlor?
Yes, it was. And so I lived there for years and years and years, and my rent was so cheap. I think I paid like $350 a month. And when I moved into the city and moved in with my boyfriend at the time, until then husband, I subletted it for like $500. Then I made it like $700. I mean, I had a ongoing thing for years and years and years. I sublet that.
Wow. Was that on Graham Avenue?
No, it was on Humboldt Street. And then when the building was sold, I had to give it up because
you see that's why it pays to network when you meet someone like that. That's why everyone in the chat, if you don't know New York, when you go, how is this idiot living in New York so cheap? That's what it is. You network and you meet someone who's subletting something, and that it doesn't make any sense how this person who hasn't worked in 10 years is living in this great apartment.
Well, but also don't forget that, like even like my father's building in Williamsburg, it's a 6 family. So you can't raise the rent more than X amount every year. So there's still people in that building paying like, well, probably not 600-700, but there was a woman who was living there who, I swear to God, until she died, I think everybody else was paying maybe $1,500-1,600. She was paying like $350.
Did I ever tell you this story? My father's aunt,
yeah,
on his side was the Trump's nanny on the Upper East Side, and they stiffed her.
Of course they did.
They stiffed her, just like the electricians and shit. And it's the sweetest woman you've ever met in your life. I cannot fathom how someone could. So she was paying $200 for a 2-bedroom on the Upper East Side into the early 2000s.
Wow.
And then she passed away.
A lot of old people that you see like just strolling down the streets in Brooklyn or Manhattan or whatever, you can almost guarantee they're paying less than $1,000 in rent. Almost guarantee. And the funny thing is, you are allowed technically to pass it on to your child if they wanted it. So you could even keep it
that's a rule. That's a in the
kind of unwritten rule but you can, yes, if your kid all of a sudden slides into your apartment and then you die and he's still living there, then you can't really raise the rent.
I contest that we both missed out. You closer than I you would have killed it with the New York City walk along videos where people are killing it with that now. You would have been, like you moved as soon as that got hot. Like you would just take on a new neighborhood and walk around and show everybody everything. And it is it's like I lived there and I'm like going, I feel like I'm there because it's zoomed in. The camera's like 4K and they're walking down, 44th and 9th where we used to live. And it's just take any neighborhood and you just walk down it and do it for an hour and a half. And people that don't know New York can see. Could you imagine if this technology came along earlier?
Hey, believe me, believe me, if I was like a 22-year-old now, it would be insane. Look at Sue M. Oh my God, we were nearly neighbors. I was on Grand and Clinton.
Holy
Wow. So I was on Humboldt Street between Skillman and Jackson for years and years and years and years. And I did a walk along tour for John, only for John.
Yeah.
Because he wanted
That was
to
good too. Bad
Yeah.
weather, right? Wasn't it really horrible weather? It rained or something?
Horrible weather. And I was like, God damn it, I'm here. So I might as well do this for Johnny. And yes, my mom's best friend lived in Greenpoint. Yes, well, Greenpoint was definitively Polish for sure. And so I was right on the border between like super Spanish Williamsburg and super Polish Greenpoint. And we were just a little enclave right in between that was like mostly Italian. And then going into like the north side, which was also kind of Italian. And yeah, and we were surrounded by like the Polish and Black, Hispanic. I mean, I went to school my whole life with Black and Hispanic kids, my whole life.
Yeah, you
And-
couldn't be more exposed to diversity more than
No.
anybody. My high school is 99% white. Like it could, even for Long Island, it was, and it's all Republican. I'm so the opposite of what that town is. And we just craved, all my friends just craved diversity. Like just a specific group of kids that were just like, I want to see what else is out there. This is too boring. The
You know,
same people.
I have a friend here who is Jewish and she's a nurse practitioner, you know, so she's as good as being a doctor. And she lives up in Maine. And I just had her over for dinner the other night and she said she was wearing her Star of David on her neck. And she said, you cannot believe the comments I get from people because they're so insulated up in Maine.
Yeah.
And you're Jewish and they want to take pictures with me.
Anti-Semitism is run amok.
We've never seen a Jewish person in their lives.
Yep.
And it's like, where are
We
you?
had in my town of Saba, Long Island, there was an enclave, I fittingly, behind a bagel store. It was a very nice neighborhood, and it kind of looped around, and they used to call it Little Israel. And it was just, there were 4 Jewish people in the entire neighborhood, and that was enough to call it Little Israel. There's probably like, 100 houses, and I guess there were 4 Jewish families, and that was enough to call it Little Israel. It's right behind a bagel store.
But Tone Cut, I also am in the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area. I mean, I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not by Wilkes-Barre. I'm much further north than that. But yeah, Scranton. If I had to go somewhere and I had to like buy something, I would go to like Dixon City or something. So yeah, I'm not that far from there. Tone Cut.
I'm a half Italian, half Polish too. Larry Mondello shoes. I can say these names with a straight
Wapalak.
face. That's me. I'm half Italian, half Polak. Wapalak. I don't even know that term. Oh my God! I just pulled the calf muscle. Oh, I'm sorry. I just pulled the calf muscle. Dehydration or something. Oh God! Holy shit!
Hey, how you feeling today, Johnny? Just curious.
You know how you wake up in the middle of the night with the pulled? This is what that is with the pulled muscle from like dehydrate. Fuck. All right, it's coming back. I'm back. All right. Oh, sorry about that. I wanted to ask you, number one, if they want you to sit down a 21 Jump Street episode and go undercover as a Puerto Rican. Sorry, I'm trying to get my muscle back. God damn.
Get an ice cube for
In
reputation, says Barbara Durrell.
In Hell's Kitchen, did you watch that neighborhood gentrify?
Oh my God. So I think it was.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, Monique. I'm sorry. Get back. Get back.
You have to
Sorry,
answer her.
Oh, sorry.
Just hold that.
I appreciate all the
Sorry about that.
information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right, so you've told us you're a gun manufacturer, is
Yes,
that
I
right?
am.
And what company do you own?
It's named Fab Fratelli Pieta.
What?
And do you manufacture Pieta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company.
Thank you, Joni. I'm going to do that.
How
You're right.
long have you been manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963 from our dad, and my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
And are you familiar with how Pieta firearms are actually made?
Yes, of course.
And how are you familiar?
I've been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun and assist my brother producing stabbing, injury, and in demo.
Is Hank Azaria playing this guy right
Does
now?
Pieta Firearms have quality control measures and inspections of their firearms?
Yes, we do.
And what are those?
We start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course, before shipping the gun to the customer. So we got several steps in our procedure line.
And does Pieta Firearms use, what kind of manufacturing technology does Pieta Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech technology.
Yeah, we use CNC machine for control of robotic system. It's not just by hand, but also use the modern technology.
Okay.
Way back in the comments.
He's such a ball, Johnny
So, excuse me, what does Pieta Firearms do to ensure that a gun that leaves Pieta Firearms doesn't have any defects? And Mr. Pieta, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little slower.
Oh, I like that.
Can you
That
hear
wasn't
me?
condescending.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you just speak a little slower.
Sure.
Yep.
We do have our quality control operation,
similar to
but
Marta's, it's
being
a
an
little
Italian manufacturer, by law, we had to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in Italy, need to be tested by this proof house. They have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So there are different systems that we use to check the guns.
What is a proof house?
A proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that's different from the American. It's called SAMI.
I don't think they use
but they're very similar on the concept. We have certain dimension that need to be checked in order to be sure that the gun works properly. They also shoot the gun higher pressure, so they know that the gun will not blow up during your regular training section.
Look at this hashtag.
And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
So
No,
before the gun
it's
leaves
an ongoing
your
joke on the
company, Pieta
Deppening.
Firearms,
He's obsessed
do
with
you
Amber
guys
Heard.
do
She Canada.
checks of the guns for?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That mean that we
Joni,
also
poor
looking
thing.
for aesthetical defects.
God
And
damn.
of course, we do our own
cable.
quality on the trigger pull,
I had cable
on
in
the action to be
81, I
sure
think.
that everything in proper situation.
And so in addition to that, then it
My
goes to
father
the
got
proof
cable in
house and they
81.
do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches
And it was MTV
or
all
without
day
any
long.
cosmetical defects.
Does that also involve checking the internal parts
It is
of the gun
child
to
use,
make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 50.
Unless Johnny Depp is in the show, right, Journey?
No
I
objection.
don't buy that no TV thing. I'll never buy.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published.
He went on to do an incredible amount of work, body of work, and nobody got
On the
busted.
screen in front of you, Mr. Pieta, States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver.
Single action.
Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
Okay.
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and it's been shipped to Vegas. In particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that trade show.
Okay. And do you recall when this gun was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
Okay.
John O'Reilly says that Anjanette Levy from Law and Crime said that that Alec Baldwin's defense lawyer, Alex Spiro, is having a negative effect on the jury. So she's staring at the jury. We've been wondering that the whole time. So in fact, we were right. Thank you, John. Thank you for watching Ms. Levy, Anjanette Levy from. She was on a lot during the Depp trial. A lot of Paul Barisi interviews. Sorry about that.
How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not say manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy. And of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new sample or a new model, we study the books. So we study the American history and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why I've been involved to introduce this gun during this trade show.
So you said this was a single action revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to pull the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes.
So you have to cock the hammer before you pull the trigger?
Yes.
Okay. Is this different from other Pieta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
Anybody gets a chance, check
are
out
the
the Depp
internal
Illusion
components
Reddit
of this
page.
gun the same as for others?
They're all a bunch of
Pieta?
Depp contrarians.
Correct.
They're at it all day.
Are the internal components of this particular gun, are
Rabid
they interchangeable with
and
other
very
Pieta
entertaining.
single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pieta revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
Good point, John.
But is it similar in as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
Random.
Go. No, I don't.
He has it.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Where are they speaking? Hey, Stu Monster, did you know Sonny Black Napolitano from Donnie Brasco in your neighborhood? Like Monique did? I have a spooky voice for us. No, Joni, you got a great voice. Yeah, thank you, Mary Jean. The New York videos are great.
If you can open the box, Mr. Pieta.
Oh, it's the Warsaw.
Do you recognize what's in there?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
Oh, wow.
I move into evidence 51, Your Honor, with no objection. Case 51 is admitted.
Ivan Putski is from Krakow Poem.
Now, if you can take a look at that firearm, Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, with you both.
Kent and Manhattan.
Yeah, it's the same serial number.
Okay. So
cool.
Did Pieta Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when and to whom was it shipped?
It's been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone who can get all the license
Two
to
Pollock
import the gun
towns
for us.
in Long
That's why
Island.
this sample has
Is
been shipped to
Riverhead
EMF.
What kind of a
and
company is
Copeg.
EMF
And they have
is
Polish
an
festivals,
important
Lauren, like you
company,
do in
and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pieta firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you ship this particular firearm that's in front of you to EMF?
It's written on the invoice.
Thank you, Barbara.
27 November
Thank
2017.
you, Joni. Magnesium and calcium is exactly right.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go back to ask you a question about this hammer. You had said that it's nickel plated because this is for a particular.
No, it's not nickel plated, it's just polished.
Oh, polished, I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay. Did this particular gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame. That is clearly on the top of the serial number.
Colombian marching
there's
powder,
also another
right,
proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been approved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule and with details.
Just gotta get a protein
so they
shake.
Need to check
Be right
if our
back.
guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test and is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do you understand that to be?
Drop test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a light brown, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times. And again, the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so does your Pieta firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Okay. Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
What that mean?
Well, what does it take to
you need to
make
put,
it shoot?
You need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
Actually, this gun cannot fire because from what I see, it's missing some parts. So.
Okay, I'm talking about when it was first
Sure, of course.
Does it fire? Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
Why not?
Because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made this gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knock position. That is the farthest one, so the last position of the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Okay. Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that you will not, if eventually the gun fall down, nothing happens.
What could happen if the gun falls down and the primer's...
Most of the time, nothing, because the armor is against the frame. And so if you hit the round, the primer will not shoot the primer. So it's just a safety rule that has been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fire? Let's say you load 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position, when the armor is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
Okay. If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to fire this gun?
No.
I have Premier Protein Sunflower Dragon. That's how the water comes out in Long Island. It's
May I have a
brown.
moment, Your Honor? Yes.
The witness sounds like be happy, be proud.
Let me ask you,
God.
what condition was this gun in when you shipped it, when Pieta shipped it to EMF?
Be happy.
As I said before, this gun is being produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin.
Good one,
That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the
Thank you,
guns
Tone
are
Cod, for hanging
safe.
out.
And doing that,
You're back.
there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer,
Okay, thank you, Monique.
the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So not having a firing pin in that gun while it was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part, that's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pieta Firearms own EMF while, during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
Single action
May I have a
revolver.
moment, Your Honor?
Frank the Tank says the single action revolver can absolutely fire if cocked and in battery and the safety is removed. This guy is talking only about when the safety is engaged. Thank you, Frank Castle. I'm going to call you Frank Castle, like the Punisher. That's how you know so much about guns. And Larry Mondello Shoes, my fellow
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Pieta. When Pieta Firearms shipped this to the United States, to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember, really.
You should be up to that, Frank.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pieta.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple of questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pieta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 21, 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct, because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
In fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time?
I never see anyone, except today.
Even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom, in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recalled that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun, I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Should be getting a new witness here. I'm hoping. You Homo sapiens. Yeah,
Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Neal.
Justin Neal, everyone.
I know she. I'm just gonna.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Did they take the gun?
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name is Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients.
What kind of clients do you have?
Primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pieta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing. And I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pieta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alessandro and Alberto Pieta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pieta's. EMF only imports and distributes meaning
it's great, Barbara.
Sells to retailers, Pieta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pieta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pieta family or the Pietas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
That's who
I'm
you
going
remind me of,
to
Frank.
show you.
Same knowledge
Well,
of
let me ask you
weapons
this.
as Frank Castle.
How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF obviously has a website.
Sounds good,
and
Lauren.
he
I might have to
wanted
make that.
some
That has to be
revolvers. And
Damn.
at that time, 2021 was the heart of the pandemic, and Pieta and every manufacturer, gun manufacturer, was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we didn't offer, we said we had those guns.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
The best fake job is marketing firm. I have my own marketing firm. No one can really check it. It's sort of ambiguous. It sounds
Your Honor, the state
impressive.
would move into evidence 52.
You don't know what they do.
52 is admitted and may publish.
I'm going to show
Gun
you
guys
one
seem to be
before
having
you is States Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
accents.
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pieta single action revolver.
Yes, Johnny Meyer. You're unbelievable.
And how do you recognize that is a Pieta single action
So
revolver?
unbelievable.
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
I'll put on my driving gloves. Bottom shit's got to be blue. It's not that easy to get plastic rubber gloves on sometimes. It can take as long as 10 minutes. Oh, that sound. Sounds of the ocean. Did anybody go to sleep to rubber gloves getting put on fat fingers? This guy's fat fingers. I need some help. Sarah, what's the lunch and snack situation today besides the Costco chicken bake?
Yes, please. Do you recognize
Melvin
States
wants to know.
Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is it?
Celery and blue cheese.
It is the same gun that's shown on screen, the Pieta single action revolver.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? States Exhibit 52?
Yes.
And
Yeah, right. If the gloves, Johnny
tell
Cochran.
me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
Yes.
True, Barbara.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Keep that in front of you because I may ask you some additional questions. If you can just close the box, but I will ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 53.
Like the stereo MC is connected, Johnny.
No objection. Would move into evidence States Exhibit 53.
States 53 is admitted.
Mr. Neal, do you recognize what's in front of you as States Exhibit 53?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice.
From whom to whom?
From EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
Okay, so on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this
I like them, man.
invoice?
Yes.
Which one is
I
it?
can't name another song.
You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well, okay.
That was the Blow soundtrack connected.
I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so
on
if
the
you want
gun.
to look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit
Exploded
6.
upon the American culture like an atomic bomb.
Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
Started in Hollywood and worked its way. Everyone was doing it. I mean, everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
That passes most people by when they're making grand plans for it.
Is it not making a mark? It might be your gloves.
It's the third one. I've got gloves on.
Okay.
It's the third one.
So
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes.
So the
Wow,
number 3,
female
the third
mullet?
one on the invoice
Melvin,
is
is that what you're
Exhibit
saying?
6.
Yes.
She does have an late 80s.
Now let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with
It's kind of a jump
EMF?
street.
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was it beginning, mid, end of 2018? And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
Yes.
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
Yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry trade shows, business to business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes.
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
No.
Did EMF inspect it for quality assurance purposes?
Before each show, functionality, it wasn't, they didn't take apart the gun or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm.
She's cute, Melvin. She just has, like you said, the
properly.
80s, late 80s mullet.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun
Let's
malfunctioned
get into
or
a
had
drunken
any
argument with
defects?
Shane's smoking boyfriend in the midway of the
What
county
condition
fair.
was it in when it was sold
No,
to
but it's still poetic.
PDQ on September 29, 2021?
We all know
It was
that.
in perfect condition, as far as I know.
Oh, does he have a leather brace? I didn't see that. No. Alec has a leather bracelet on, which I have not noticed.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by
Stephen
EMF?
Baldwin, Melvin, who I spoke to on Stern.
We do approximately
Which I thought they
5
hated each
shows
other
a year,
with a passion.
and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in.
That's Stephen Baldwin, Melvin.
Pieta
That's
makes
right.
and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam
They
box
hated each other for the
that's
longest
molded
time.
for single action. And
He has an earpiece,
it's
too.
placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit. to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store requests.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pieta Guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pieta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
May I have a moment here?
Yes, and here, Councilor French.
I have, guys, I can't look at the screen when I read this, unfortunately. I don't know how long she's going to take. I'm going to try to read this passage from, she's coming
Mr.
back.
Neal,
Never mind.
if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The purpose of Pieta or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he would probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put the best of the best that Pieta has to offer?
Absolutely.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Does the court want this one? Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
We have no questions from this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness.
We're at the 7 hour. We're at the 7 hour and 41 minute mark. I'm surprised she's starting another witness this late in the day. It is, I want to say 4:11 Mountain Time. It is 6:11 Eastern Time. Look at Jessica Chastain on the left over there. One of the things I want to do on Jimmy Fallon and Horatio Sands have a big time statutory rape, almost trafficking thing happening that does not get. Lorne Michaels is trying to bury. And it's a crazy story. It's a huge Rolling Stone piece on it. I don't know how it's not bigger. And it got a little bit of traction. Jimmy Fallon apparently was involved in the recruiting chicks in the early days of the internet. Not the early days, but you know what I mean? Like 2001, that kind of weird time. And they had like a Saturday Night Live, like a message board fangirl site. And they were inviting them to the show. That fucking after party they have. And apparently they were like 15, 14, 15, and Horatio Sands apparently got really smitten with one of them and is a huge statutory. You don't see him around much anymore. Horatio Sands was the cast member with Jimmy Fallon. They came in together. He, Hispanic guy. He's sort of like the Hispanic Artie Lang. believe he was also on that boat trip movie with Artie and Will Ferrell. And you don't see him around it, but if you get a chance, maybe I'll link the article here. I'll see if you guys, it's a really good read. Rolling Stone does a lot of hard-hitting pieces like this now. It's a weird thing that it's, there's no more magazines or anything anymore. But Jimmy Fallon is very much involved in this.
Alexandria Hancock.
There's 2 links. Wow, there's
Do you swear affirm
3
the penalty of
articles.
law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
If
but the
anyone
truth?
tells me,
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
here we go.
Just state your name for the record, even though I know it's repetitive.
Alexandria Hancock.
Yeah, she was in the
And
Gutierrez trial.
how are you currently employed?
I am a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
She's a good witness. I remember her.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be 7 years in November.
And how did you become involved with this case?
In 2021, I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division. On that day, we had received a call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
And you said you were on duty, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
And so can you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the Sheriff's Office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch. And so after that briefing, the detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
And how does the Sheriff's Department traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary, just depending on the case.
And how did it work out with this case?
Originally with this case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
Probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And as the assisting detective, did you conduct interviews with witnesses on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
So I want to be clear. You, as the assisting detective, interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players,
Good catch,
what
Sue
was
Monster.
the
He really is
primary
avoiding his hair. You're right.
Detective Kano doing?
That vanity never
He
goes away, right?
was on the day of the incident. He was interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed back at the ranch.
It was in Cuba.
And
Those
give us
Baldwins
an
have great
idea of who
hair.
those folks were.
That Detective Kano interviewed. They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or
You're right, Mary Jean. They do have
members
great
that
hair.
assisted with the armor.
Why was it necessary to have two detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay. And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Tendrils. The simplicity of your life is all effed up because all you pick up a fake
Now,
gun
when you were
and you had to play around.
dispatched,
So true.
well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you
Great
indicated
ship.
that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there was a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that two people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the Sheriff's Department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yes.
Bon Jovial, if you're
So
listening,
I just want to
there's a
be
Jeff
clear.
Schick thread now on
I know
Reddit,
that
just
the
like the
jury's
other one
heard some of
that
this.
Artie that was
So you interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
poached from her.
And what role did she have on the set?
She was the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to just take you back for a moment. During opening, did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Kano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master
Yep,
for us.
she's ahead of Hannah.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the relationship between the prop master and the armorer based on your understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically two different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of how what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an understanding of when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the ammunition, would that be considered a prop?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that an actor would use in a scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Okay. And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I don't know who that is.
I
really don't. Not yet.
believe it
Anyway,
was
I'll
sometime
maybe figure
in
it out.
November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
Welcome PCPPO.
And you testified that you conducted an interview with Hannah Gutierrez on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview
Thanks for all
with
your
her
law
at a later
enforcement
date?
Yes, I
insight.
did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
Yesterday.
I want to say that was in November as well.
And
I found 2 Stern interviews with Stephen.
you interviewed
With
Mr.
Alec,
Baldwin on the 21st,
talked
correct?
about his relationship with
Yes.
Stephen. I'm gonna
And
hopefully have
did
it tomorrow.
you
2018 and 17.
subsequent contact
I know
with
one of them
Mr.
has
Baldwin after the interview that you did on October
extensive-
21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally speaking, was it Mr. Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number?
Yes, my department cell.
And just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection, hearsay, unless this is information acted upon.
So my response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
I don't believe that they are, but like I said, if it's information acted upon and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you. Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set. Is that right?
That it was similar to one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
I put the
And
Mark friggin' right
the
here.
photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match
Yes, I do, A. Smith.
exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
Yep. I'll find that PCP. I might go after that too. And last time Stephen was
As you
actually on.
sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or her own experience?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
I think we should approach. Do you not want to?
Oh, go ahead. Come on up.
She's such what a hag sourpuss. What a Debbie Downer. That judge hasn't smiled since the San Francisco 49ers played the Cincinnati Bengals in the first Super Bowl that I recorded on VHS tape, and I cut it down and I realized that it was only 11 live minutes in football from snap to whistle. God, I have not seen this woman's. I know judges shouldn't smile, but you know what I mean. So I found some dialogue with Alec on Stern talking about Stephen. I guess you guys are going to really want to hear this. This sounds good. Look at this. Howard said Alec and Stephen don't see eye to eye politically. Alec said. He said that they don't seem to communicate much anymore. Alec said, nah, not a lot. Howard asked, how do you avoid that? And he said, things just go to shit. Alec then said, there is now a Mason-Dixon line in this country over a lot of things. He said Trump has brought that out in people. He said Stephen is in the Trump demographic. He said he wants things very simple. And he said that it's simple phrases and shit like that. And he said that it's that build a wall kind of thing. And Howard asked if he can be friends with Trump supporters. Alex said, I guess I can. He said he has friends who are Republicans. He said they seem to feel that they have to stick with Trump for some reason in their dumb party. Howard asked why he can't make things work with his brother. Alex said his brother is also wrapped up in the evangelical Christianity thing. Howard asked if there were arguments when they got together. Alex said they had a brief argument when the election was going on. So I'm going to get that for tomorrow. And I think there's another one from 07. And that should be an interesting listen. I can't wait for that. It's a little longer. When you're reading it like that on Mark's friggin', it's always shorter. And I think it's more detailed than that. But I do remember cutting the grass and listening to that very passage. So that's from June of 2018. And there's another one from 17. And I don't know what she goes into it with Stephen. But there's your answer, guys. But here he is now. And somehow they've patched it up. I don't know. Stunflower, you're right. Like, he needs the work, and the best way to do it is kiss your brother's ass. Now's the time, right? When
you conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
And
G Canada says,
did you
he's in the
learn
broke
during that
demographic.
interview
Alex,
whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with, he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay.
He came out with a book called Life of Gabriel. Stephen
And did you interview Seth Kinney?
Yes, several times.
Daniel's a weird one. PCTBO.
How many times
I'm
do
going
you
to look
think you
for
talked to
him
him?
too. Daniel's
I don't know if I could.
brother, older. He's
I'm not sure I
second
can put a
oldest
number on it.
after Alec.
I don't know, probably at least between 5 and 10.
Okay. And was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did you request any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What search warrants were requested?
He comes in again in 19.
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
Let me ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
Storage of?
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which ones, but the armor and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Popple that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Well, I was not the case agent at that time, and so I really wasn't the one in charge of the investigation. And so what happens with your case agent is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
What was one of the first things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th, so 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You were distracted. Well, she knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
Ask her did you get that date? Time?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this. When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before we had drafted that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Ro Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay, because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
And other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it. There were firearms outside of that safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was quite a bit of stuff.
After you were let into the prop truck and it was unlocked for you, describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and maybe about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Kenny.
Yeah, Celebrity Rehab.
And
piece
when
of
you executed
Daniel Baldwin was on
the
that.
warrant on the prop truck, as it relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, you know, we don't care about tables and chairs
Oh,
and stuff.
Okay, you mean the trial?
Additional firearms, more ammunition.
You're right. Everyone's
I think
watching
that
him here
was
more than they've ever seen him in anything,
kind of the major things that we got off of it.
including.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
Including bound with.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
I mean,
was it just
what
loose
was the name of
in a bag?
Not bound. That's Sheena Gershon.
Well, it was inside
Jennifer
of a
Tilly.
box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And the, is it also, were you able, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem.
He played Bo Deedle once in a documentary. Remember that movie? Stephen Baldwin played Bo Deedle, the private investigator.
And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on PDQ, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was on November 30th, I think we heard?
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kinney talked to you about live rounds?
I don't, yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kinney at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you?
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
Who did you receive that information
I'm thinking
from?
of Fled.
From Thel Reed,
Lawrence
which
Fishburne.
was Hannah's father.
Tom Sizemore is A. Smith's favorite drug addict.
Was it based on the information from Hannah's father
So
that
underrated.
you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
Rest in peace, Tom Sizemore. God, I forgot he passed away.
And just to be clear, I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kinney's got live ammunition, right?
Yeah, he did say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Corporal, did it occur to you that Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter?
Objection.
What?
I mean, unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses. Never.
Continue.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant, did you know who to believe at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
Stephen's son-in-law is Justin Bieber, everyone. G Canada's right. Who doesn't follow pop culture? He's following Justin Bieber because he's from Canada.
Even though, well, let me ask you this. The live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Heidi
Even
Place,
though
Tom Sizemore, good one,
it
PC.
looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
Oh, my Beetle Valley over here. Transformation. I remember that.
Did
Johnny.
you ever discover
Brian
any
Austin
evidence
Green, Eric Roberts.
throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to
Guess
the
who
set
the
of
extra
Rust?
was? I have no idea.
No.
How about Monique? Johnny.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until you met him at the prop truck?
No.
Johnny, did Brian Austin Green act black or white in this? Was he a wigger during this, or is he not? Did he turn it off?
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
Call him bag.
No.
ER and bag.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Eric Roberts talked about Julia, and Stephen talked about Alec Baldwin the whole time.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
Emma Roberts
No.
played Johnny Depp's daughter in Blow.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Dave Halls testified against Gutierrez and got out of jail for it.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Very briefly, we did, Melvin, about olive oil.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to see? Do you get to see text messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
A weathered Cameron Diaz.
When you reviewed
Yes.
the photographs
Melvin.
from
It does.
Ms.
I don't know
Gutierrez's
who that
cell
is.
phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was there. There was two bullets, 2 rounds, in I believe her hand, and it caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it, and one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture, and it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel primer?
Yes, well, silver.
She's become
Silver,
super
nickel,
knowledge
okay.
about guns by just doing
just
the
in
two
terms of the
cases.
color.
Yes.
She probably knew nothing about
And
them
in terms
until.
of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds
It's
from the set of
amazing what
Rust?
knowledge lawyers accrue over the years if they do different things.
Jury, I want you to, instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30.
Uh-oh.
downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone
Does
else
that
about
mean
the
we
evidence
start later
received here
tomorrow?
in
I wouldn't
court.
mind
Thank
another
you.
hour later.
All rise to the jury.
Get my energy up. God, Steven looks bizarre. We'll watch him. As the Whitney Houston goes. Alec's body language is so bizarre. He's got that weird posture now that old NBA players have. Like Mike Jaminski, the G-Man. I'm going to call G Canada the G-Man. I got to see if I could find some Mike Jaminski footage for him. Mike Jaminski's an old Nets center, white guy. Played in the Sixers, the Hornets too. He had a beard for a while. He's Daryl Dawkins' backup. They platoon. Totally opposite players. Went to Duke. He's from Monroe, Connecticut. 6'11", 275 or something like that. Jump shooting, stretch five type of center. No post-up game. Number 42. The G-Man is his nickname. Hello. Hello. Hello, Valeria. I miss you on the stand. I was thinking about you having our ninth child, and I just walk together, hold hands, avoid them. Come with me. Come walk with me. Come live. Come dream with me. Valeria, I love you. They don't always. The Usual Suspects, Steven's best film ever. Most people love that movie. That's a Bryan Singer movie, by the way, who is a huge pedo creep. Kevin Spacey, you see the whole thing. The usual Kevin Pollak is in that. Being a celebrity pest caller, yes. The Howard Show, and got Christianity and Stern lost interest. And he wasn't famous enough. Let's not lose track of that, PCPBO. The new pest is now Rappaport. Great comparison. Great post. Great comment. By the way, Fled, the movie I was talking about, Lawrence Fishburne, directed by Kevin Hooks, who played Thorpe in White Shadow with the glasses, and was a director on 21 Jump Street. A bunch of episodes.
So she's coming back in 10 minutes. I don't know. I think
And he directed Passenger 57. He did, he went on to some good things. Also, Mario Van Peebles, if you remember him, he was in New Jack City. He also directed on Jump Street. Interesting guy. He actually acted in it twice. He played two different things. In season 3, he played a filmmaking coach, not coach, teacher in this kind of fame school they went undercover in. And then in season 4, Van Peebles played a kind of himbo in a club that was hitting on Hansen's ex-girlfriend in a club that gave out free acid to underage kids on the dance floor that his ex-girlfriend owned with Michael Debar. I think it's the 3rd episode in season 4. And I like that episode. I mean, you talk about rolling your eye. You got to see Hansen, as Sarah says, 19 toes out the door, rolling his eyes in that episode. I'm trying to think of Debar's monologue. So he goes, "Love makes a man weak, Officer Hardigan. I learned that early on, but you never learned it at all." You guys know Michael Debar, right? He's in everything, that guy. He's actually a cool dude on Twitter. He'll answer any. I think we could have him on and talk Jump Street, but it's not his time yet. We're going on season 3, and he's in the Fame episode as well. He plays an acting coach, and he schools Peter DeLuise that The Honeymooners is more of a tragedy than it actually is a comedy, and it's a really good scene. It's actually tremendous back and forth the two have. There are many poignant moments in The Honeymooners. He lived those scenes. Jackie Gleason lived that. It's not a goof. Take it off. Thank you, Kylo Sarah Alpha. You're an amazing dude as well. Please come back tomorrow. We'll be here. It seems like they're starting at an hour later, which I'm pretty happy about. I'm gonna take a nap and another shower and eat something, Melvin. Yes, in fact. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. We missed you, Melvin. We missed you like crazy. Was it Patti LaBelle that sung that? I'm so glad you're back. We both had the same kind of absentee. You know, Scott Balow, we found him again. I believe it was A. Smith had a back and forth with him. I'm gonna throw him an invite. Let's just see what happens. Milk dud candy. I love myself some milk duds. Melvin's always interested in what you're eating and stuff, which is great. What kind of food you could? I don't know. You know, I promised I'd have a steak burrito yesterday, and I still will make it. I have to follow through with that. Here's the thing, and I don't want to sound gross, but I don't want to go to the bathroom too much because when you do this, I don't know. I used to have this. I do have this timing where you wake up in the morning and I go to the bathroom. This destroys the whole thing. This, number two, and I trying to eat as little excretion as possible, but at some point I'm gonna have to cave in. Oh, Biodome, JJ Thrash, thank you, sir. Isn't Pauly Shore in Biodome? Is that what I'm thinking of? Right? Pauly Shore's in Biodome with him. Stuttering John's waiting for Alec to come out. Yeah, he's from Massapequa. Stuttering John's from Massapequa North. It's kind of a different Massapequa. I think I can't remember the name of the district. At the school district, there's a Massapequa North, and then the Baldwins are on the south side. Seinfeld's also from Massapequa. I think Botafuco is. Joey it's Steve Gutenberg. It's crazy. Long Island has so many celebrities. One of these days, we're going to do like a Long Island celebrity. Steve Gutenberg lives in Howard's building and the Millennium Towers too, but with Regis, Marv Albert. Now it's Joy Philbin. And Jim Carrey was there for a while. Harvey Levin from TMZ. I have a whole list. Jolie Fisher, Carrie Fisher's sister, lived in that building. May still. Alec, will you sign my gun? Melvin and PCP. Thank you, Lauren Marie. Thank you for stopping in. I'm so sorry you were getting harassed online. We'll see what my people can do. I'll get my cyber sleuths on that to shut it all down because you don't deserve that shit. It's ridiculous. And great beer talk too, by the way, guys. We had a great beer discussion. I think that's a very underrated part of this. Thank you. Thanks again, Lauren. Sunflower Dragon says, hey, they may start same time tomorrow. We'll do some housekeeping. You're right, Sunflower. I'm going to have to get in front of it. You're right. I can't miss this. Sometimes the housekeeping is more interesting than the goddamn witnesses, which has happened already. That's great court nomenclature. Housekeeping. That is exactly what it is. Okay, thank you, JJ Thrash. Yes, Pauly Shore is the star of Biodome, and they tried to make him. Pauly Shore is a very interesting couple of things. One of them is he thought he was going to be the next Adam Sandler from MTV, the dude. And you know the story with Denise Richards, right? Denise Richards was a call girl for Heidi Fleiss, and apparently Pauly Shore tried to slap her around, and she went back to the Fleiss prostitution madame manner and said, oh, Pauly Shore was trying to slap me around. And so she sent her goons out to get Pauly Shore. And apparently, this is true. I think it's true legend. They tied him to the Hollywood sign in a body bag and they found him and they had to cut him down. I don't know when this was, in terms of the actual year, but Pauly Shore kind of vanished for a while. And that's what can happen. Thank you. Melvin says, okay, Melvin, I was in the doldrums for a while, Arm, like you. I didn't want to participate. I get it. Believe me. You crawl into a hole. You mentioned that on a show once, and you were right. Oh, my God. I'm sorry, Melvin. I think we suffer from the same ailments there. I'm glad you're back. Hopefully this helps. We hate when you go away. You're so great in these chats. You're the male sunflower dragon in terms of research. Pauly's movie career could be over. Rex Huberman. Thank you, John O'Reilly. Rex Huberman is also from Massapequa. It's crazy. One of these days, we're going to do like a Long Island celebrity, like Mariah Carey is from It's Huntington Station. There's a couple towns. Huntington's hard. It's a big place, so it's more specific. Was it Cold Spring Harbor? That kind of area, that really northwest Long Island, like where you're almost. I mean, go on and on. Billy Crystal's from Long Beach. So is Larry Brown. So is Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville, who played Luthor. I mean, I could almost name every town like what somebody big is from. It's crazy. It's endless. What's his name? Francis Ford Coppola's from Bayshore, Long Island. And I'm not even bringing the Hampton stuff. Doesn't even count because a lot of those people. Well, actually, Carly Stremski is from Bridgehampton. Kevin Connolly from Entourage is from Patchogue. Tom Gugliotta, this power forward for Washington and Golden State, is from that Huntington area as well. Wally Zerbiak is from Cold Spring Harbor. Julius Irving, Dr. J, is from Howard's Fake Roosevelt with Eddie Murphy and Flava Flav. I mean, on and on and on. Don't forget Jackie Martling in Bayville. That's not only Jackie. Frank Brakowski, the center forward from the Bucks and San Antonio Spurs, is also from Bayville, believe it or not. And Tim Kempton, same deal, white guy, Irish, red hair, is from Oyster Bay, which Jackie could also claim to be from as well. Pauly Shore's name, David, thank you, David. Oh, David, we talked about you a lot before. Pauly Shore's name is on the chalkboard outside the Comedy Store like 10 times as big as everybody else's. The Nepo baby is the son of Mitzi Shore, who owned the Comedy Store. And in fact, Johnny Depp's Sweetser compound is right behind the Comedy Store. You could walk. David says you can walk to it. Thank you, Mary Jean. Great job. You as well. You had a lot of great comments, and I thank you for your contribution to the ARM Fund. Let me play Mark Harris because David's here. The brand. Let me play Mark. Hello, Mark. Hello. Why don't you put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip? Hello.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the ARM Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new ARM venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast?
Melvin, that is my favorite sandwich. The fried chicken cutlet hero with sometimes you have bacon, sometimes you don't, lettuce and whatever else. That's my favorite sandwich. In fact, did I ever say that? I don't think I did. But that is my very favorite hero hoagie, whatever, the chicken cutlet. In fact, I think I'm going to make that soon. The fried chicken that I make really is how I'll do that. And just cutlet wise, that is tremendous reference by you. Oh man, Entourage. One of the guys disappeared after the show, then got canceled. That Jeremy Piven is a big piece of shit. Kylo, we can read it. Go into him sometime. Oh my God,
So I don't think I'm
he's
gonna
the
have
Costco of
much of
Me
a response.
Too.
I can probably just do it orally.
Jeremy Piven is as creepy as you think he is. Holy shit! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are they? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
And be prepared
They
to
didn't leave
have
court.
the case
They're
called.
still there. Hold on. I'm sorry. They went back in. This is good.
Oh, yes, sir.
This is live actually. I'm sorry. Didn't see it. Yeah, Jeremy Piven's a big piece of shit. My cousin heard some stories about him too. There's tons of articles I can show you. He's trying to deny that. I mean, they have all their receipts, and this is going on for years with him. He's also cute. Remember he played Cusack's sidekick in all his movies. He's great in Entourage, but it doesn't mean he's not a piece of shit. I don't care if he's good as Ari Gold. God, he just got, he had who has more hair plugs? Like only Jeremy Piven has more hair plugs than Howard does. I mean, he was bald in PCU, and now he has a David hairline. I mean, he might be the worst, Hollywood hair plugs.
No, I don't think I'm going to have much of a response. I can probably just do it orally.
Okay, fine.
Because I've now figured out what we're dealing with.
All right. So,
John O'Reilly, I'm just going to pause this really quick because of what you said. I have compared Carrie Morrissey, the lawyer, to Kate McKinnon. Kate McKinnon is from Freeport. Isn't that crazy as you say that? From Saturday Night Live, Kate McKinnon, who looks exactly and acts like Carrie Morrissey, the lawyer, is from Freeport, Long Island. There's a lot of athletes from there as well. You're right.
I told the jury to come back at 9:30. I want to be on time when they get here. So I want you all to get settled and be prepared to have the case called and begin to argue the motion at 8:45.
No problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On Jovial,
All right. And when you're
there's
finished
suddenly
with
a Jeff
that,
Schick thread
send it
now
to
on
me as well.
on
Not just
Reddit.
defense at
Wonder why that happened.
7:30 p.m. or whatever.
Oh, yes, sir.
I love your concern for me.
Just a couple housekeeping issues.
Demanding you eat regularly, and Sarah will email you. I'm shocked. She's nervous. Thank you, Bob.
Spoken to by prosecutors.
Yes.
No problem.
Go.
Oh,
I can't see you. Okay.
I can't imagine she wants to speak
Yes.
to me, but.
You're under oath. Don't talk to any witnesses. All right. Anything else?
Not this time, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
Kevin Grenier, what's his name? Adrian Grenier played Vincent Chase. Kevin Dillon was went to the Platoon reunion with Johnny Depp, and he was the drummer in the Platoon band. Johnny Depp got.
Their jokes you left
Oh my
out
God,
of your
Howard
set in the roast.
They have to be going after me with that product placement. You know how YouTube is creepy now and they throw ads that you think you are? Because we just did the Lotus Notes. Look at this. I didn't do this. This is them. This is a natural ad because we do Lotus Notes on this channel. Look at this.
Of Tom
So
Brady.
many. I'd like to say
that
that
crazy?
the proceeds from tonight's show will it's really cool tonight. They're all the proceeds are going towards CTE research and the NFL's coordinated effort to cover it up.
Oh my God, how weird is that? We were just talking about CTE with Marta and Bernie Kosar, and this comes up. Howard talking about CTE to fucking. This is crazy. And we just talked about her at the Baldwin roast. It's like, it's so. They must throw these. Oh, it's so creepy. It's so creepy.
People don't know, but it costs millions to murder those doctors who know the truth. And then, some kind of commentary about CTE and how, like, these guys really fucking damage their bodies and their brains. All for the sake of, men hugging each other in a Buffalo Wild Wings. Like, I hope it was worth it, fellas.
That's so funny.
Tom, seriously though, I'm such I love your work you've done on your face. Seriously though, slow down. What's happening with your cheeks? It's like you look like a Ken doll that was microwaved. Wait, you love deflating things. Stop.
I will sing Gay Papa. I swear to you, PCBO, tomorrow. My voice is shot. I will sing it. So I'm streaking with my kids. I swear to you, I will sing it. Yes, Jeremy Piven got Me Too'd forever. I'm going to cover him. I swear to God. He's never done Howard's show, Piven. Nah, she's a lesbian now, and she really could do it orally. I guess they're still coming out because Alec was in the court just now, and they're still coming out. She's already doing housekeeping. Sunflower's right. Alec got rushed to the judge and attempted to shank her. Melvin, that's great. See, Melvin is a tortured artist. Like the Melvin did what I did. He runs, he really just kind of went off the grid. And you could see his wit coming back. He's up in his head all the time, thinking of these great witticisms. Didn't Piven get fired from Larry? I don't know, David. He was a writer he was acting as a writer on Larry Sanders with Janine Garofalo. And I don't know, did he get fired for sexual harassment on the Larry Sanders show? If he did, I didn't see it. You're probably right. You certainly know your gossip. They're arguing motions at 8:45. All right, I'll have to be back for that. I can't not do this. I've been promising. We've come through 2 days in a row. Thank you, JOR, for all your legalese expertise. You've done it again. You've done it again. You never steer us wrong. You're always right. David, next time you go on the show with Arm. Hey, David, you going to be on tomorrow? Will you be with us tomorrow? Didn't you say you somewhat had free time on a Friday? Discuss Piven with Arm. He looks like there's a lot of good info. Yeah, well, I think we will. I think that's a great way to kill time if we have to. Talk about my cousin and I were texting each other about him 2 weeks ago for like 20 minutes. I want my cousin on this show. David, next time you're on I read that. I'm losing it. Jeremy Piven in a small role in Heat. I didn't know that. Bon, I forgot about that. As a director who fixes up Val Kilmer after the shootout in the city and bungled the bank heist. You know, the De Niro Pacino scene in that is like Depp and Christian Bale. Here he comes. In Public Enemies. They're only in one scene together.
Mr. Baldwin, would you like to say anything today?
No. No, I'm not allowed to. It's a gag order. I'll talk to you after the gag order. Have a nice day. I want to see what New Mexico hotel they're at. They go back. I think it was he was Sunflower Dragon, or could have been Lauren Marie. I think it was. Said that the real entertainment is what these two say to each other in the car or back at the hotel. I would love to hear these conversations. It's fine, Barb. Arm is fried chicken, cutlet heroes, and Uber Eats everywhere else 3 hours. Baby Grill got that Donald Trump Cheeto makeup. Freeport, yes. Hilarious. It does have a nice outfit, John. I agree. Look at that, Tommy. Well, good show. Thank you, Larry Mondello Shoes, you fellow Polak Ginzo. Yes, Kylo. I'm going to try to get my cousin on the show. He keeps blowing me off every time. He only ghosts me when I ask him to like come on these things to do. Every other time he writes me back in 10 seconds. Freeport is a poor man's Hamptons. Right next to Roosevelt, by the way, in Long Island. All right, everyone. I love you all. Thank you so much for participating. Let me just play these outros because David's here. Of course, we're going to do this. Let me just get rid of this. Okay, I always do the same shit. Thank you, Bon. We've never seen anyone more devoted to the art of podcasting. Great job once again, Bon, the other night. I can't wait to do part 2 that's coming up soon. I don't know how we work it into this trial, but slip it in maybe on the weekend next week. Part 2 of Howard's Marble Madness. Okay, here we go. Brand.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
The Falcon, that great black superhero. Falcon, the winged black superhero.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.